make it to the top if it's the last thing I see. Work hard every day, work hard, then we play. I'll be doing everything in my own damn way. Ain't nobody tell me shit, I'm on top of it. Writing hits that make other people feel like writing hits. We gon' get every little goal that we wanna get. Never quit, we don't even know what it means to quit. Write it down, what you want, what you need, what you see. Everything that you wanna be. Put it out in the world, that's your destiny. In your mind, what you need is to have belief. I'm gon' make it to the top, cause I never stop. My own switch doesn't have enough. I think it's broken, I think it's lost. I guess that's why I never take a loss.
New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win.
Make a deal with yourself that you'll get after it. Find something that you love, call it passionate. Or find some passion and leave it behind, gotta quit. Your journey starts now, time to make it happen. And you could be great, have it your way. Served up like some room service on a nice plate. The high life is only hours a day away from making a change to the life that you chase. New year, new you, new day. Go prove to yourself you could do anything you wanna do. When you set your mind to something big that you choose, break it down to the root, chip away, gotta move. Push past all your limitations. Right now consider this an invitation. Make your worth go up like inflation, and start chasing your dreams, stop waiting.
New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yo, go, go, go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range, cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why I say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do some more. Push past all the pain and you'll find a door. Open it up and finally explore everything that you thought you could never do before. And even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go.
To make this all work, gonna die on this hill. Be ready.
be ready to kill.
You cannot stop me, I'ma make it to the top spicy. Call a covenant, not cocky. You cannot break me, this world's mine for the taking. Got an itch, man, I'm making. Oh, I'll keep my head down and grind and be patient. I'll take a stab at the top and the sailing. They can all try, but you cannot contain it. Cause I see the things that I want and I take on my goal. Push myself to the brink, no limit. Do what it takes to be free, committed. I'm a little obsessed with things, I'll admit it. But that's what it takes to get a freedom ticket. Got a killer instinct and it's just the beginning. Breaking down walls and the hurt start thinning. And the more you push, see the fast start trimming. Till you're the only one standing up straight, winning all.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You just gotta wanna keep chasing. Put you everything you're facing. Keep up with the pace and adrenaline rush starts racing. Get through all the things you hate in. Don't let the others in charge of your dreams. They just don't know what it takes to be seen. You see the ship take control of your team. And if you're alone, then a one-man army. So you better be starving. And you better be carving. Through the hate, keep marching. And every day keep charging ahead till you get what you want, what you dream. Regret is a thing of the past, and you'll see that you always had it inside. It's the key to make the most of this life. Believe.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Let's go.
Thoughts can keep you down, pushing deep until you drown. Or they can keep you up strong, focused on the now. Glass half full, or has it been emptied out? Well, that's all up to you and your mind. Do you doubt anything, everything, not a thing? Make my thoughts work for me, manifest what I need, what I want, what I see. I could be anything, I attract all the things that I see. I believe I'll achieve as I breathe in and out again and again. I don't doubt, I sit and I plan, and I found out that I can execute if I'm driven, if I listen, if I learn all the wisdom, read some books.
hopefully. Hopefully. Hey, Puffo, how you doing? I'm doing great. I was very pleasantly surprised here in the green room before I actually went to live to see some familiar faces to myself. Like of course, being from MENA, I'm Egyptian myself, and I got some North African friends that will
Yeah.
be here later today for the second semifinal. So that is something that I'm going to be looking forward to. But before we actually get to that, we got the first semifinal here of our ninth season. I've been here last season in the final. It was a pretty pleasant time. Glad to be here again.
Yeah, 100%. And now I think I should be heard. Hopefully we got that sorted out. I'm just going to wait for confirmation. But in the meanwhile, honestly, Vault, today, before we went live, right, we had ourselves a bit of a chat. And you said you've been grinding casting all day. How are you feeling?
Look, I'm good, okay? I'm absolutely in my element. I woke up 10 in the morning. One game got cancelled. I've casted some CS. I got the gene going. I've seen Oromon kind of destroy Kono, but we don't talk about that. That's like the tier 2 EU stuff that is like getting a bit here and there. And you know what? I've seen some very high level gameplay. I've seen a very loose gameplay. And I gotta say, it's always very entertaining whenever you see like maps like the Overpass, for example, maps like the Dust 2, which does allow a lot of individual brilliance, especially from the offers. Because look, I'm a sucker for a streaky offer. Okay, I'm that guy. I used to idolize Kenny S when I was a teenager, so I'll never take that away from myself. But I'm gonna actually be intrigued about what is going to be happening here today. Of course, we got our first semi-final. That will be between Looking For or Good Guys and Unnamed Project. Two teams which I do believe both are actually Ukrainian. And already, like the I don't even want to call it the CIS region anymore because of everything, but like the Ukraine itself is an absolute mine of talent. It's all gems. Everyone there is cracked for some reason. I don't know what they put in the water, but they are always cracking something.
All right, like you said it, here it is. Unnamed Project versus Good Guys. We're just going to resort to Good Guys. We're going to leave LFO out of it, but right now, like you mentioned, this is going to be the first best of 3 going into it. We have 2 semifinals today, and again, the winners of these 2 matchups will be heading into a best of 5 grand final tomorrow. Now, we just do have a couple of things to mention before we get into these matches. Again, anyone watching right now, share around. We are doing a giveaway for a Huntsman knife, so you want to get in onto it. At the same time, we're also going to be giving away some codes, some Gleam giveaway codes in the chat as we go throughout the broadcast, so keep your ears peeled, pay attention to the broadcast, and maybe you can heighten up those chances. But yeah, like we talked about it, we're going into this first matchup full. The second one will be an invited guest versus Dragon Esport. That's where you're going to be having a bit more information. But as for this first matchup, honestly, I gotta ask, what are the maps we're kind of, I guess, personally hoping to see?
I mean, look, it'll be a BO3. 100% there's going to be a Mirage to there somewhere, right? Okay. I would love to see an Ancient, because I know that the Overpass is not going to be coming through. If I'm not mistaken, I think the Good Guys just don't play Overpass whatsoever, so they're probably going to be venting off that one. So, let's see. Like, Dust, Mirage, Nuke, Ancient. I'm expecting 3 out of those 4 to be coming in. Maybe an Inferno, but I wouldn't be betting on that.
Okay. It does, I mean, it is like a person-people type of thing, depends on the teams, but whatever, we want to see the good olds. At least, personally, you said you want a Mirage, or rather an Ancient. I personally want a Mirage as well. I want a Mirage in here. I feel like you can just never go with old classic. Now, Dust 2, I think wouldn't be bad either. Again, I'm thinking that a lot of these teams are going to be resorting to maps that they feel close to home with, and honestly, I guess we're just going to have to let and give it time. But in the meanwhile, we're going to talk about Plausible. Again, this is Season 9, and I do believe this is the last CS tournament we have this year, and I'm just going to, leave that in the back of the mind, and of course for production to confirm if I'm wrong or not, but in general, this is going to be Season 9. We've been through it a long time, and anyone who's coming in as a first, do consider dropping by, come into the Discord, get yourself some new buds. Plausible Gaming here, we are a non-toxic community, and we're trying to build a community-driven tournament, league, whatever you want to consider here that you're watching, so get involved. You can never miss out on it. But now we go onto the second best of 3. Actually, one more thing to mention. All these teams have played only best of 1s up until now, so best of 3s are going to be a bit more new grounds to them today.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there lies a lot of nuance, especially like, I wouldn't say in the first rotation because the first rotation is pretty much self-explanatory. You know,
Yeah.
let's say like I don't like playing train. Like my permaban is train. I'm gonna ban train. It's that simple. But as you said, like it opens up a lot more depth where perhaps a lot of the teams, especially like if we're talking about like the tier 3 teams, the like upper echelon of tier 4 teams, teams that are like starting to fight for what is considered now the VRS points and getting in the ranking, getting into like the C tier events, those players that are going to be here in this level, you most likely, as you said, like you expect them to know the mirages of the world, know all of that stuff. You know, a lot of those maps are solved, but there's a lot more nuance when you're actually talking about the difference between team play and individual play. Like it's a very different world. Like you can be a 4K elo player, but doesn't mean anything in a team environment. And that's like always the intriguing part. That's why I do think that Mirage is usually one of the best judges to whether or not a player will make it. You know, like the term eye test, right?
Yeah.
I feel like Mirage is the easiest map to actually take an eye test on because everyone knows like the big picture of how to play the Mirage. Like, you know, if you're a B anchor, you got your Molotov, you got your smoke, you play around trucks sometimes. Maybe sometimes you have a player in short. So like all of those are simple things. It's just that little intricacies. Like, you know, like let's say like you're a short player, for example. Let's keep the B-side analogy going. If you're a short player, when do you actually aggress? When do you go back? When do you make a call to your team? It's all those small things, like that tiny bit of information that you can get, for example, by like trying to skirt the line and play around ladder instead of maybe playing deeper in short and supporting your B player. Those tiny decisions that you make are the difference between somebody who can become a professional player, who will have a lot of potential, and someone who will be a ranked demon, will absolutely fry in the server, but wouldn't crack it past a certain tier of competition. And this is why I really enjoy watching this level of play. Because you get to see the players that already have the mechanical skill, like that much is a given. I'm pretty sure we're going to have an entertaining best of 3 for both semifinals. But it's about how the players move in the server. Do it feel clunky? Does it feel natural? Do you feel like they get all the right timings, or are they like more of the like Ikendars of the world, or like the Dongs of the world, or they're more brutish and they try to use the force to actually win over? And those styles, especially in ranked, you usually see a lot more of the latter. You know, everyone wants to be Donk. Nobody wants to be like, I don't know, who's like the new gen lurker. Like, sure, some people say that Rops is a great player, but how many people do you see compare themselves to Zaiwu and Dong in comparison to Rops? You know, that's like the comparisons out there.
Okay. Hey, maybe we're going to see some of those moments, right? You talk about these small mistakes. It could end up leading to a team here losing or winning. But we have a map, Vito. We have our maps here, and I think it's about time we start showing them because, well, our best of 3, we don't want to waste too much time here blabbering about whatever we must. We have ourselves a matchup, and, well, on with the map Vito as soon as we can. But in general, like you talked about it, right? It is down to those small mistakes. Those small changes can really turn things about. And again, team chemistry. In general, it is team chemistry. How things communicate, how fast they communicate, how everyone responds to that sort of communication. And that's why we love to see competitive in general, right? It's like you said, it's not your usual ranked match where someone drops a 30 bomb and a team wins. Here, someone could drop a
yeah.
Hey, I love Anubis. Do not
That's
put,
a you problem. That's
that
your
is
problem.
do not put bad words on my love. My
I
Shiva.
will.
How dare you?
Look. I'm not paid to shit talk on Anubis, but if I was, I would pay it all back. I would donate it all to charity because I'm just doing the Lord's work.
Honestly, I would. You know what? You are just out of bounds right now. I don't like this vault. I don't like this tone. I will never accept Anubis hate. But hey, it's out of the pool right now, so we can't really talk about it. We still have ourselves the veto, and I am gonna ask production: do we have a scene for this, or do we just tell the map straight on?
I mean, we can give them like the verbal spoiler.
The
So
verbal
if they're
spoiler.
muted, they wouldn't know. Yeah, like, if they're muted, they wouldn't know that we said the veto. But if they do, then hey, they can like hear us talk about the veto. They can hear us going on. So how about we just let the viewers actually know what we're talking about instead of just keeping them in the dark? I mean, it's gonna be a pretty intriguing one. I did not expect an overpass, but we're actually gonna be seeing the veto, and we are going to be pretty intrigued because I did not see that one coming. But apparently, there is an overpass in the works. But that's not where we're starting. We're starting off with the bans, and Inferno is taken off as the first one from Unnamed.
The second one to follow will be trained, so definitely a bit of left-right here. A T side to the CT sided map gone, and now for our first pick by Unnamed. It will be, like you spoke about it, none other than the Monster Tunnel callout map. Overpass. Overpass is an interesting one. Honestly, I like seeing it. I'll be completely honest, I don't think there's a map I don't like in CS. Maybe I'm a bit lenient against Dust. I'm just... Vertigo. Yeah, no, I actually like Vertigo.
Look, I'm on a hating spree here. I don't know why. I'm sorry about that.
It's all the cast, man. It's gotten to your head.
No. It's not even just the casting, okay? I used to cast them. I'm just gonna say, casting them, watching them, playing them. Okay, much more vertical than Anubis. Actually, Anubis is fun to play as a pug. But in a competitive environment, when you're trying to cast tier 2 games and you're watching like tier 1 games, like how does anybody find Vertigo fun? Like I'm sorry. I know I'm hating. So how about we go back to the actual fun where you wanted the Mirage, you got the Mirage. It's gonna be played whether or not what the score of the overpass is gonna be, because good guys have decided to choose it, and in both maps actually a smart choice. I gotta say. A CT start for the team that did not pick them out.
Honestly, I don't blame him. I think with Overpass, it's self-explanatory. When it comes down to Mirage, at least for me personally, it's a 50-50. You do see the T side pop off every now and then, so you can't really guess it. And again, this isn't T1 we're talking about, so we're just gonna have to see. I feel like CT is a bit more of that comfort home, but on to the next. Dust will be removed, Nuke to follow, and the last one, Bing, you got it, Volt. It's gonna be Ancient.
Hey, 2 out of the 4, you know, I'm not too fussed about it. I feel
Not
like
bad.
it's exactly what it's going to be for the most part. And, you know, as things do stand in the current moment in time, I just feel pretty happy about that one. I get to see my Overpass, I get to see your Mirage, and this is where the stuff that I was talking about is actually going to show on the server. Like Overpass, you know, like the instant monster smokes, the very aggressive setup you need to take on short if you're playing on the CT side. Not even on short, you know, you can take short on B, you can take connector. The oppers are going to be so valuable. If you have a strong opper, especially on the CT side, playing on the A site, that could be a highlight reel machine.
Honestly, I'll just say it up front right now. There's one thing I want to tick off the bucket list, and it's someone pushing deep into toilet. Just deep towards the T-spawn. And just please, someone get it. A shotgun, anything. Just, we need someone to be sneaky with it on Overpass. That's what I love about Overpass. Again, it's you can get away with these plays if the enemy team isn't careful. If you're a T-side player and you want to push into the side, maybe you want to go for rotations, but one of the CT players decided to snuck into a nook and cranny that you won't suspect. Your entire team, your entire push just falls with the snap of a finger, and that's the moment, at least I personally love seeing on Overpass most.
Exactly, and I do expect that we'll see most of that on the Overpass again. It's just like, it's not really that feasible to, I guess, say that, oh, it's just all about the CT in an Overpass, because the T side, of course, like, you know, they're 5 players still, and it's always about that little bit of, I would say, the adaptations. Like, let's say, for example, like the 2 players that are on the A site, like the right player loves to play in connector, right? It's not an easy position to extract a CT from, but there are like multiple ways to play it. Do you like just send 2 Molotovs up connector, like one closer to the stairs, one more upwards, so you push them back into the bathrooms with just util? Do you establish a trap? You know, do you try to take fountain control, wait for like 10 to 15 seconds, and then try to kill him with the combination of the utility and the players? And that would run like the risk of the interaction of like, now you have to deal with the opper that's playing there, maybe even the read that you want to aggress towards the A site, and instead of having 2 players in the A site, which is what usually you would see, you would have like 3 players up in A. And that's the thing about the Overpass, like there are so many permutations depending on whether or not the CT side is successful or not in some of those crucial positions. Like I'm talking about short, I'm talking about connector, and monster. Like I feel like those are the 3 main parts. And you can add bathrooms, but I feel like bathrooms with how far up it is away from the site, and like, you know, like connector and short, they're like the actual linking passages. This is what allows the T side to match the CT speed and rotation, because let's be real, you spawn on a site itself when you're playing CT. So like you have a massive advantage when you're playing on the CT side of that one, and I just hope that they'll be able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, 100%. The one thing I love, though, on the CT side here, like, Overpass, compared it to other maps, like, let's take Inferno, for example. On Inferno, you push A or B. Most of the times, the CT side to retake are only going to have one entry, or two at max if they end up finding that mid-control as well, right? When it comes down to the CT side on Overpass, they always have two entries. Like, let's compare B for an example. It's going to be Walkway and Heaven you always can manage to find if you're coming in from A. And I think that's why we also see these teams going for the CT side. You have a lot more, as you said, adaptation, a lot more options, a lot more paths, whatever way you want to put it. And I guess we're going to have to see these teams put it at its max towards Overpass, especially coming into the first half. Because, again, this is going to be going into the first map, into the first matchup. They still need to set themselves in this semi-final, and in the meanwhile, while doing so, a lot of rounds can quickly pass on by without you being fully in control of what's happening. So again, if I was good guys, if I was Unnamed Project, I really want to catch the wave going into this first map, because again, it is a best of 3 as well. You go into that second and you're already on series point.
Yeah, absolutely, and it would mean so much as well. If you know, like, you can get the early start, yeah, like everything can go pretty well. But
Yeah.
you know, that actually leaves us to talk a little bit about the Mirage. You know, like, I mean, what do you want to see out of the Mirage? You know, you like it, I
Yes.
like it, but why do you like it?
Personally, I guess it's just personal experience. You know, when I think 90% of my comp matches are Mirage, just because I don't know. I always queue up Mirage. It's fast. The fastest.
Spoken like a true Premier player.
Exactly. You know how it is. It's, I don't know, Mirage is just so fun. It's also kind of the map that everyone knows. I mean, in general though, but you can always expect beautiful plays. I think it's a map, even though everyone knows it, you can expect, like you mentioned earlier, you can expect someone's always going to be playing on short with a B player around van or side itself. But there's always something that catches you off guard. Mirage always has these sort of plays, or like an up player popping off and around, and that's what gets me.
I mean, you said Opper, you said B-Slide. I already have a play in mind that I'm pretty sure is iconic to a lot of people.
Yes.
And I mean, like, there's that one. What else is iconic? Like the KDM P250 clutch. Like, you see, like, even in a map that has been played the CPL days in 1.6, you still see more and more like innovative new things happening. You still, you know, you think that you've seen the peak of Mirage, and then like Astralis comes and innovates. Heroic and Cadian, especially with their playstyle, come and add a little bit more. And now, like, you watch the Vitalities of the world, the Furias of the world, and you even see like a lot more in the map than perhaps you'd initially think. And of course, like, a big part of that with the tier 1 teams is, of course, in their individual abilities. Like, you know, you can put a player like Ziru or Mezzi or Molodoi. You know, we've basically seen how Molodoi can do. But, you know, like, you put some of those players in the angles that they can be in, and they just do some magic. And the great thing is, you don't need to be a tier 1 professional nor have like 5,000 elo and the 20k hours to actually do some of what they do. Like, some of what they do is just very simple stuff. Like, you know, on the Mirage, for example, you know, we've seen the evolution of the executes. You know, it used to be the bare bones execute, you only come in through the A site, and then it evolved into like the split for middle, connector smoke that became a lot more meta, allowing the players to put there where people started, you know, to fine-tune a lot of things. Like, you know, before the smokes and the giant smokes with the CS2 that became a thing to counter the boost, and all of those things, you know, they're like very small stuff, but in the grand scheme of things, they actually make a lot of difference in like how you approach and execute and how the enemy team have to defend against it. You know, if it's like a full-on exec, it's a whole complete different story from like if you have 2 players or just 1 player trying to work out the smoke through stairs. That's such a big nuisance for the CTs who are trying to hold off.
Yeah, honestly, like, again, Mirage is just so lovely, but we've spoken about Overpass, we've spoken about Mirage, and now only one more stands, and that's a potential, because Ancient, if we get to it, right, this is a best of 3, which means we can end at map number 2 and then go on to the next series. So let's talk about Ancient. I think Ancient is a bit more known for being one of the lenient, leverage maps by the CT side. Again, mostly because of utility. You can't approach ramp. Most of the executions will go down in the final few seconds if it isn't a rush or a full brute force attempt at the beginning of the round. And again, Ancient, I see why you love it, Vault. It's not my favorite map, but it's definitely out there.
Yeah, I mean, here's the Ancient feels like the perfect marriage between what is an Overpass and what is a Mirage, right?
Okay.
Like, a lot of those angles, like, you know, like you talked about like the short player. I
Yeah.
am thinking like the stairs player, for example, in a Mirage, right? Like that's one of your star riflers, somebody to rely upon to get a lot of fragging, to know how to play around the smokes and all of that. Think about like what a cave player does, and how important is cave actually, and like how teams play the game differently on the ancient. If you have a strong cave player, it's a very different ballpark than maybe if like your mid players are the strong ones and the angles that you take. But it still doesn't mean that the map is overly complicated or it's like very timing based in the same way that the overpass is. I would say it's a lot more loose. You know, it's very lenient. It allows a lot of individual prowess to be displayed, but at the same time, it still contains that like CS magic of, oh, the game isn't really that easy to. No, it is actually easy to pick up, but you see the deceptive level of like actual complexity in it. I mean, I don't know if you've seen it before, but I do remember like there was like a pistol round in tier one, where the round was unironically won in a pistol by a goddamn lineup Larry. Molotov on a pistol in a post block. Like that's the levels that like people can fine tune into, and I just hope it doesn't happen again, man. That's not my game. That's not my game. I'm here for the gunplay, not for the lineups. That's all I'm talking about.
But you can't say you don't love when someone eats a grenade, full face, blast on. Is that not
Yeah.
just your up your alley? It is? Okay.
I mean,
can
it
respect
is up Inferno's alley, but we don't get Inferno in this one, so I guess that's for another day.
Oh, the banana of doom and despair. Inferno's another great map, but God, it can really pull off. It can be very stretching. That's Inferno for me. It's a very old friend, but hey, we're taking a look at it right now. Again, we do want to keep in mind that just quick reminder for anyone that's joining and hasn't been here for the full time, we are hosting a Gleam giveaway for a Huntsman Black Laminite knife. So if you want to get yourself entered, not only will there be a link provided as we go throughout the stream, there will also be codes that me and Volt are going to be dropping. So keep your ears out, stay tuned, and of course, join into the Plausible Gaming community. How much times do we have to say it? We're going to say it a bunch. Don't worry, you'll still hear this plenty of times going into today and tomorrow, where the grand final will remain. So get along, the non-toxic community. Get yourself maybe new friends, competitors, get yourself involved in these matches. Hey, maybe we're going to cast you someday. Who knows? But up until that day comes, we still have these two teams to go through, and just looking a bit into the future, right? Volt, you said you had a bit of information about Dragons, you know, some home ground. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, okay. So
Okay.
basically, Dragons got 3 players from MENA, 2 Algerians and 1 Tunisian guy. I've seen Lomdacor and Rizo play a ton. I know them personally. I've casted some of their games. I think that they're pretty good players. And well, they're the players that we will not actually be talking about right now because the map is ready. So how about we head straight off to Overpass and see how things will go. Remember, good guys, and on the other side, of course, is unnamed project, and we'll see how things will go in the long run. From what we see here, good guys are on the CT side, and unnamed project are going to be starting on the T side, which does mean that it is going to be a pretty intriguing one with how it will stand. But of course, in the typical fashion of like even tier 1 CS, really, the tech pauses are always here.
It wouldn't be a good stream without a tech pause. You know how it is. I think it's traditional each game. In each FPS game, not even FPS limited, there's always going to be tech pauses. Let's be completely honest with ourselves. But again, we're not too far away, so you guys are not going to miss out on much. We're just going to get this solved in a second. But in the meanwhile, we're going in with good guys, unnamed project. This is going to be map number 1, Overpass, once more. And honestly, I'm excited for it. I haven't been casting for a bit right now because honestly studying and illness and stuff and whatever, land flu, you name it, but I'm excited to get back into Plausible just right now, and again, really excited to do this with you, Vault. At the same time though, we got to think of it. If we're going into Overpass, what type of half are we looking at? Like, what's the first half score?
I mean, at least if you're going to be starting on the CT side, bare minimum, you need 8 rounds. Like, 8 rounds at the absolute bare minimum. Anything less than that, it's like very Mercury territory. I mean, the 7.5 is like the scraping by. Like, you need at least 7 to justify starting on the CT side. But if you do get 8, you know, it's pretty good. You win the second pistol, suddenly you're like, what, 9-4, 10-4 if you win the second round as well. That's exactly the kind of ground you want to put yourself into when you actually start the T side, because the T side, as you know, it's not that easy, but I've also seen games where it's completely flipped on its head because, like, let's say that you got some entry player that can take over like a double entry on whichever where they go. Then suddenly it feels like a 6-6 is like a happy blessing if you're on the CT side. So, you know, things will be pretty intriguing. Of course, I would definitely still say like 8 is always the magic number. You get 8, you feel okay about your start.
Yeah. And we also have to consider how important pistol rounds in the second half are. Like the first half, it's okay. It's just like 2 easy rounds, right? It's decent enough. But hey, we're going to talk about these maps in just a second. We do apologize, but we're going to be cutting it to a short break. So stay tuned. We're going to be back as soon as we can be, and see you in a moment.
Written, watch the best, teacher system I invest. Never hidden, I ain't scared. Ain't no chicken, I take dares. I'll be winning, you get back what you're giving. Find the reason that you're living, what you're good at, all your gifts and what you love. Take a risk and find out what you've been missing. Yeah,
Lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
Purpose is better than any drug you could ever think. If you know why you're doing something, that's all you need. I wake up ready for the day because I believe in everything that I'm doing like it was meant to be. I get fixated and captivated on learning things. Don't hesitate to ask questions, the answer that I need. It's out there somewhere, I swear I can find the recipe. By testing, learning, and turning into a better me.
Lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
I got all the voters. I swear to God, I've been at it for a minute. Climbing to the top, and this music was my ticket. Found a way to grind, turn a passion to a business. No limit, I'ma get it, having millions as a witness. I'm addicted to winning, living up every single day. I'll be fighting and building up in a million different ways. I don't think I can stop, I think I need the chase. I love to race, and I'm running till I'm first place. Long nights, long flights, I'ma make it big. Big dreams, big sights since I was a kid. Doing things that I like, let the pieces fit. I like the pain, feel alive when I'm under it. I could change, adapt, do what I need to. All these obstacles, they looking see-through. Don't let the anger out, just let it feed you. I'll see you at the top, just let me teach you.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller. Move forward in the battle like soldier. In the game like closer. I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motor. I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters. You could call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
They be like, really, you got a milli from doing something silly? I'm like, chilly, I've been killing for decades now, Billy. Well, maybe like several years, but who's counting really? I million to a milli. Got a lot to say and a lot need to hear it. You don't quit today, we don't stop, no we feel it. To the top, yeah we change our whole world, yeah we steer it. Getting lost in the things that make us all worth hearing on. I'm the first one to turn up, learn stuff, but mostly I'm just in the lab getting work done. Cause the bills on the first, they still worth some. I never forget being broke, man it hurts son. But not as bad as not having any purpose. I took stabs, this and that, and it's working. But I still grind every day for that thirst. It's a curse being first, yeah still gotta get my work done.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller, move forward in the battle like soldier. In the game like closer, I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motor, I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters, you could call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
Yeah, let's go. New year, new me, turn it up a new degree. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I see. Work hard every day, work hard, then we play. I'll be doing everything in my own damn way. Ain't nobody tell me shit, I'm on top of it. Writing hits that make other people feel like writing hits. We gon' get every little goal that we wanna get. Never quit, we don't even know what it means to quit. Write it down, what you want, what you need, what you see. Everything that you wanna be, put it out in the world, that's your destiny. In your mind, what you need is that believe. I'm gonna make it to the top, cause I never stop. My own switch doesn't have enough. I think it's broken, I think it's lost. I guess that's why I never take a loss.
New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're gonna win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win.
Make a deal with yourself that you'll get after it. Find something that you love, call it passionate. Or find some passion and leave it behind, adequate. Your journey starts now, time to make it happen then. You could be great, have it your way. Served up like some room service on a nice plate. The high life is only hours a day away from making a change to the life that you chase. New year, new you, new day. Go prove to yourself you could do anything you wanna do. When you set your mind to something big that you choose, break it down to the root, chip away, gotta move. Push past all your limitations. Right now consider this an invitation. Make your worth go up like inflation, and start chasing your dreams, stop waiting.
New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yo, go, go, go.
Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why I say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do want some more. Push past all the pain and you'll find a door. Open it up and finally explore everything that you thought you could never do before. And even when you feel low, you can
We terribly apologize for the slight delay, but we're gonna be back. We wasted as little time as possible, and as you see, we have returned to our match. It is 5-0 guys on the CT side. It's still me, Puffa Bob, on the cast, alongside Volt. And Volt, we take a look at the score. What are our thoughts?
I mean, you know, par for the course, you would say, but a little bit sad for Unnamed Project to not even find a single round in the first 5. That could be a bad omen. Hopefully it'll work out a bit better for them. That is at least the real hope, you know, max loss bonus and all. They have about in this one, probably to get a half buy-in. Like you see pistols, some util, some armor. I don't think all of which at once, unless they do want to heavily invest into it and hope that a bomb plant will cover some of that expense. But we'll see how it will go in the long term for now, though. From where it does stand, I would say like good guys must feel that they are in a great position, you know, like almost $11,000 in a few of them. Like you're talking about like an average of what, $6,000 per player in excess? Not to even mention like their full buy. Like they are pretty much set for what, like 3-4 more rounds at the least.
Yeah.
If not even they win this one, probably like 1 or 2 more.
Yeah, and this is the scary thing. How much more will they win? Because they just got 5 consecutively. Okay, let's put it into like a bit of a presentation. They win, they get themselves the pistol. The second is theirs. What happened in the following? Well, I guess we're about to find out what's going to follow after the 5th, because we're going right match without any further delay. We're into it, Vault, and like he said, we're taking a look at a stack of tech, not just economically, but hey, a man can have his hopes.
Yeah, right now we're waiting for it. Eden, holding the line. That's exactly where you want to be. A rifle shredding all the remaining players. 3 on the line, and let me cry. Well, I mean, somebody's gonna be crying after that ding.
I wouldn't be too happy if my teammate dunked me in the face. That's not very kind, but I mean, what did we do? Second hand rush, it's a call for desperation, and Flipper still fighting rid of him, but that's quickly put on with a muzzle, and let me cry, we'll be finding the final player here. Unnamed Project now have lost an entire half, so I think it's time to start kicking it off once more. They're able to build upon the eco. We see Flipper on the op as well, but for a moment, right, we just saw these kills come in. They tried it. It's the best that a Tech 9 can do, right? You get up close and you're going up against players like Healing. There is not much you can do. Take a look at the kills. We're taking a look at what? SKCH having 3 at max, Flipper on 2, while the rest of Unnamed Project, not a single to add to the tally.
Yeah, that doesn't look that good, I'm not gonna lie to you. I mean, again, like some of those players, like, you know, I've seen in and around, you know, if like you watch some of the lower tier 2 leagues, like SKCH, of course, with Sky Fury at the time. And you know, the team didn't do that well. He's been teaming this for quite a while, and well, I mean, with that kind of result, if good guys take the game clean, I do hope for the future prospects. But right now, no future for Racer. 0-7. That's like good old James Bond scoreline here. And maybe we'll even get that on the scoreboard, because you look at the players on the T side, yes, they do have like the back of monster control, but that kill unlocks a lot more. Now they have the options of the rotation, but the high-low could prove too much for them to handle, thankfully. They did find it without losing too many players. They break it down, holding down to Monster, and now Unnamed Project running their Alamo back towards the A side with a freebie on top.
Couldn't be here, wanted to kind of hold it down, be sneaky as we mentioned the show, but right, it's the show, and good guys like to have a taste of their own medicine. This could be looking like the potential first already by Unnamed Project, but they still have to lock it down. Plan go in, and now sticking it through again. Economically wise, Good Guys can still fight back against it. They know the danger that that's going to cause to Unnamed Project, and as sadly for the moment, we're going to get ourselves back into the match as soon as we can, right? If Good Guys here go for a couple of kills on players like Sketch, Defrayed, Flipper, they're going to deal just about enough damage, so these players are going to be a bit more economically broke going into the following round, and again, that could set off a chain of an unfortunate turn of following rounds when it comes down to guns. But for now, we're just going to have to wait and see where we're going to find ourselves in a moment. But Good Guys, we could definitely say that they're positive, right? We're still trying to find ourselves and set ourselves into the moment. But we can see by the bomb, I don't think there's plenty of time, and Unnamed Project get themselves the first round, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's really good for them. They kill 4 players as well, so they're going to force a lot of reinvestment from the side of Good Guys. You know, 1 on the board. I would say 2 more, and I'll be pretty happy about that half. 3 more, and they get to like 8-4. And already, like, they might be posing themselves in a good territory, and there's even room for a little bit more than just 4 rounds on the board for Unnamed Project. It is all about what they can do from here with the op in the hands of Flipper. That could be dangerous, and speaking of danger, WNTP almost took a peek that is too dangerous there to boost. For the players, spotting the feed. Couldn't find a kill. Instead, it's going to be Racer to find his first of the game. Let me cry. Done and dusted. The player is not getting by the sound back. That is an uncalled position. Could be unassuming. They didn't walk into the fire, so there are no audio cues. But now Racer, he's been spotted, I would assume, but apparently not. They're letting him go. He takes the duel. It's messy. And Good Guys, they get the good part of both this kill and the one that needed.
Defrayed, he wanted to find a way back to his teammate, but cut in the middle by somehow leaves White Boy Flipper in a 2v4. Again, the situation obviously, but not flipped on its head as Good Guys are once trying to find more gunfights, but it's going to be White Boy finding the first out of the following 3 that still remain. Good Guys have a bit of to offer up, but again, they can't do Unnamed Projects who are seeking out towards this A side, which has been attended as of the moment. We do have 1 player around Bank. I do believe that's NTP, just kind of lurking around, waiting for the good moment. Long now under control as the approach the bomb.
Yeah, exactly. And well, now apparently, you know, we don't get to see how it'll end. But for the most part, I mean, WNTP should be able to take it over from here. I would hope, at the very least. Still waiting to see how it will pan out. The kill going in for WNTP. The plant also comes in. But that is around right then and there. They get to keep the op. They get to keep another player with the AK. And Good Guys, keeping Unnamed Project as just a mere bump in the road for now.
Yeah, just that 1 round. It was just about as much as they could muster, but now get into the 7-1, and Good Guys, even though winning the round after at least 1 was lost, they tend to take a bit of a tack. They know that Unnamed Projects are going to be off to a decent economical stance more, and they kind of want to deny that for as long as possible going into this first half. Again, they've already claimed 7 rounds. They're looking like that 8, the bare minimum, is going to be reached. It's just a step away, but they want more, I imagine. 10-2, even 11-1 would be phenomenal, because then if you win the pistol going into the second, your match is basically guaranteed.
Yep. I mean, that does mean that a lot of importance is added onto this 1 round here, Puffo, and thankfully, Unnamed Projects are able to still fund the purchase, but they want to do more than that, which, I mean, I believe that this has to be their intention. The bare minimum, a bomb plant, so they can keep on funding buys. Best case scenario, they actually do get a real win in the board, and I feel like that has got to be what they're aiming for. You know, just take the win, take the round, be happy about it, and try to build from it. But outside of the 1 round that they found the openers in, it didn't really look that good, because despite the first blood in the round prior, it was instant 2 kills traded from Good Guys, and they found a lot of openings in the T-side attack, and that's the one main thing, you know. You devote a lot of numbers, you don't understand how your opponent plays the defaults. Like from what we've seen from Good Guys, they're not at all scared of like doubling down on Monster or running a player or 2 through connector, and if they're gonna be fighting for that connector control, Unnamed Project has at least have to keep like 1 player towards stairs. because that's the most important part, not to let them get too much advanced map control. And that's what we've seen in the last round from Somehow, for example. Like actually taking that angle, him and Heathen, playing that angle like to each other's backs. That is a very tough line to play against, and they were really. It's all just about making sure that the CTs don't proceed that much further. Map control, it's not like they're trying to take the entirety of the map back. They're just taking like the 1/3 that they are missing of true map control to take a site.
I like that, right, looking at the eyes. We saw that Helium was a breach in the CS match, and he decided for Hamster God a bit of utility away to his teammates. It's a good way to keep the eco a bit more balanced between the team, but yeah, look, unable to pick it up. Even though they don't need as many rounds as is going into this first half, they need a couple. This is not a good way to keep things up, because even though right now the screen might be frozen, we can still discern by the kill feed. Ryan popping off has been dealt. It is returned, but it matters not. I think that was 4 kills by the side of good guys, maybe even 5, and not returning the same deal, meaning they are at a great disadvantage. And yeah, I think by sounds we can tell this was another quick round by good guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And you gotta say, it looked absolutely beautiful from their end. I mean, I wish that we could see some of it, you know, but unfortunately, the technical issues continue to be plaguing us, which is a little bit unfortunate because I know how it must feel. Like, not just to be the ones that can't really like see it, but imagine like your unnamed project. Like, I mean, is it a good thing or a bad thing that that people don't get to see the CT slide basically punishing your every move?
I imagine it's not the best, but honestly, if I was unnamed or a team that would be looking to step into the scene, step into the esports scene, I'd kind of want the VOD to be full, you know, just check your mistakes, see what you did wrong, maybe listen to the casters, maybe make comments here and there. But honestly, at this point, I don't think it matters, because right now it's an 8-1. So good guys have kind of already locked in what they needed. They're so you could call it quota of the first half. But again, it's just that extra step they can get in. But right now, we are going to be going to a code that we are going to be giving away. Again, the Gleam giveaway that is happening on most of these tournaments. So you do want to be following Plausible at all time. So yeah, let's give away the first code. I'm just going to quickly have a look at which ones they are. While in the meanwhile, take it away.
I mean, I can just take it away. You know what they say? They say that Heathen is a Peak Master. A Peak Master is the secret code. But right now, they're trying to find the code to the B site, and apparently, they might have something here. It's 2-on-1. White Boy against Hamster, and Somehow. And they're looking at the angle, the elevation. Just the right timing. Needs to find a connection, and White Boy down to half HP. And apparently, his peaks not really of the level of success you would hope it would, and now he has to fall back, trying to contest barrels, but he's pushed all the way back, which does give us some time to talk about it, you know. Peak Master, that is PEEKMASTR. That is the secret code that you'll put in, and you'll get extra entries through the link in the Gleam giveaway, of course.
Yep. And of course, at the same time, that isn't the only code. Again, everyone listening right now, yes, you listen to us and you listen clear. That is not the only code. There's going to be one for each map for the first final, including then going into the second and into the grand. So you want to claim as much of these codes as you can, because again, the more codes, the chances. But we're getting back into this match. We're taking a look at the score. It is 9-1, meaning this one round here is going to determine if it's going to be double digits. Pushing into Fountain, we have found ourselves the first. But Flipper, even though your play was just about as great as it can be, we still need to get ourselves fully initialized with the observers.
Yeah, and you know what? It's not really that easy from the side of good guys. Right now it's down 3, though. Apparently a kill from Let Me Cry, another one from WNTP, and it's putting them in an okay spot, but you know, I'm just going to look at the main map and do like some prophetic minimap casting, okay? What's going to happen is that Let Me Cry is going to die at short, and then Hamster God is going to find a 2K. And that leaves a 1-on-2 where White Boy is going to be left into a round where he's up against Heathen and against Hamster God. How do you think that one would go?
Honestly, I can't put my money on it. That's too difficult. You're putting me on the spot here, Vol. That's not okay to do. But
hey, I never said that I'm a good guy. I love to be the
Honestly,
instigator, man.
You've been hating on my map since day one. You are a day
No, no,
one
no, no,
hater.
no, no. I never hated on Mirage. I love Mirage. Okay,
That
I
is true.
never
That is
hated
true.
on Mirage. I just hate on Anubis, and I
And
hate on
Vertigo.
Vertigo the most. No, sorry, Vertigo. I hate Vertigo the most.
Yeah.
Like, just take Vertigo out of
look.
any map pool, please. Out, out. You
Okay, but
tried.
can you
You
understand?
tried. You
Yeah.
reworked it twice, and it still is poor. Let's put it that way. It's poor.
Okay. Just hear me out. Vertigo from a player's perspective, not a T1 player.
Bad.
Just like a casual.
Bad.
You know what? You're out of here. Can we get a load of this guy, okay?
Like it would be Anubis. You know, I would agree with this take on Anubis. Like, you know, Anubis from a
Okay.
player perspective, it's a lot of fun. Especially like,
Yes.
you know, you're playing on the T side, you're pugging, you're not really playing, as you said, like a tier 1, a tier 2 competitive
Yeah.
game. It's a lot of freedom, you know, you can hang around, chill, wait for the CTs to do stuff, wait for the smokes to expire, and then like have your own play. You can do a lot of shenanigans, especially like you think about Dark and like how easy it is to just brute flash your way with your own self flash. Like, you set yourself up with the middle click, which is both the left and right click together. You just set yourself up with that, and you pretty much can get like an easy entry, a ton of map control. And not just that, you know, like you think about that middle as well. Like, all you need, one Molotov, one flash, you take the entirety of middle as a T. And that's the beauty of the map in my eyes. It's like, yes, it is not like as complicated as an overpass, but yeah, it is just very fun to play if you're one player, like especially if you're a duo. Like, then the map becomes infinitely more fun. It's like very chill. You and your mate can like do stuff for each other with like the flashes, the setup. Like, you know, like you get a kill on mid, he's like watching the other player that can peek through camera instead, and like it becomes a lot of fun in that way. But like when you're talking in a 5 stack, I would
Okay.
never touch it with a 10-foot pole in comparison to like an overpass.
I can get around that. You know what? We will shake hands on that. I love my maps the way I play them. And you know I enjoy a good solo queue when I get screamed at by my teammates because I'm not flicking on people through walls. But hey, you know, in general though, we're taking a look at Overpass here. We don't know the current score. We're just going to wait for an update here. But in the meanwhile, again, we do heavily apologize for the delays. We are trying to sort them out. This is also on the side of Face It a bit, so we can't really help with that. It's just a bit of bugs all around. Again, we're doing our best, but in the meanwhile, you can also consider checking out the Gleam giveaway once more. And, you know, Volt, I'm going to ask you, are you going to enter the giveaway?
I mean, hopefully I will, but hey, not now. I'll wait until we're on a break,
not now.
actually.
Yes.
So I can like have the time to like. I won't sneak this, guys. I promise you that. I will only put the secrets code in the same time that you're allowed to, just to keep it fair. You know, I'm a fair person. I love my own lives. I would say I used to have a pretty expensive one back in the day, but and like esports happened, so that was gone. It was Butterfly Autotronic. It's a piece of art, man. I love the Autotronic so much.
The
So
one
much.
I have is a Marble Fade, I think it is. I have a Marble Fade, and it's pretty. It's simple. You know, I would prefer something like a Karambit, something smooth. But honestly, with how the market has been right now, I'm not touching anything trading based, like you best put it, with a 10-foot pole. So just gonna
I
leave
mean,
that there.
Just gonna leave that like food for thought, okay? I think
Okay.
when the Autotronic was released, if I'm not mistaken, like back when I bought it, it was like $500 or something, right? I sold it for $700, thinking, damn, that's a nifty profit. Now it's like $1,200. So
Yeah,
like,
that's-
you know, like the guy that's digging for the diamonds in the meme. That is
Yeah.
pretty. That is like, okay. That is me and all of my friends who like played the game from like 2015. They had 2014 Kato sticker capsules. They sold them at like $200. Like they've struck gold. You look at those prices now.
It's
Oh man,
It-
we could have been
just
set for
stings.
life. Yeah, we could have been set for like we could have been set for life, man.
Oh, it stings. I mean, you know how people say you should be you should be happy for what you have, not what you could have had. Like, no, I want to be rich. I want to be rich.
Yeah.
But
I mean-
we just got an update that we do have a score of 3 and 11. So, I mean,
That is being thankful for like the stuff that we don't have. Is we don't have unnamed project on the screen being like blasted right now. That is something to be thankful for. But hey, you know what? They didn't look like they were playing too bad. It just seems like good guys really knew the map, really know what they're playing for, and I got to say, like, it makes a lot of sense because wait, it was unnamed actually picking the overpass, right?
yes, it
Am
was
I not
unnamed.
crazy?
It was unnamed.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no 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 no.
And
If
then
it goes
keep in
that
mind-
way,
yeah. We're going on to Mirage then, which everyone knows Mirage.
yeah. But hey, look, a slight update, a fun one. It's actually 4-11. So hey, maybe we're standing on business. Maybe the CT side comeback is real, but we're still waiting until we can get back in the server and get like the observer situation all resolved, so we can actually have our eyes and ears on what's going
Yeah.
on. But until then, this has turned like a bit into of a radio broadcast. Then I gotta say, it's always fun when you do that. You know what's my most fun casting?
What?
Is when you need to do like the mini map casting. You know, like the camera's all blurry,
Oh.
like it's a black screen. Only the mini map is showing. Like that's like the one of the most fun casting parts.
That feels like a bit of a bird box challenge like situation. I haven't done it yet, but it sounds like I've seen it. It looks and sounds very fun.
Yeah, you know what would be the trolley problem of casting?
Mm.
A choppy feed, not just laggy. Like it freezes every few seconds. Like
That's-
that is the trolley problem. Like do you stay quiet and just act like you're lagging too, or do you try to cast over it?
Yeah, you have to spin the wheel. You just gotta gamble with if it's gonna be this, it's gonna be that. Someone's pushing forward. What's the kill gonna be? But yeah, but choppy broadcasts can be annoying. Well, although again, like you said, this has really turned into a podcast here. The plausible gaming podcast. Should we make it happen? Do we suggest this to the higher ups?
I mean, I would honestly, and you know what? It's always great because like Plausible is a fun place. Like I gotta say, like you got a couple of cool people. You join the Discord server. This is pretty much the vibe that you're gonna get. Just a couple of laid back people. Sure, we're gonna be a lot more competitive. We're in game, but we don't talk about that. But like we're still chill people in totality. Like don't get the me being like I'm just passionate. Okay, I'm not toxic. I am passionate. I'm seriously though. I'm not actually toxic, but I can get pretty loud when we're playing a game of CS. But like, hey, maybe that's the benefit of casting. I learned how to get loud while watching the game as well.
That is good. That's like just practicing unknowingly. It's good connections, but yeah, getting loud while playing. Yeah, we know that feeling. I think any CS player that has a clue of what's going on knows that feeling. Like you hop into a premier match, a comp match, whatever it is, you see a teammate that's getting away with kills that shouldn't happen while you're being sent into the dust while trying your absolute hardest. You know the desk is being split in half. You know the keyboard caps are flying off. That's just the bare minimum.
Yeah, absolutely. But hey, that's the fun thing about like an FPS is like you join an FPS chasing for that high, like chasing for the one taps, the clutches, the big brain plays, the ooga booga plays are also equally as fun. You're just like Zug, I am entry. I take monster. I shoot 2 people in the head. I am perfect. That's literally how it do be sometimes, I gotta say. And it is as fun as like outsmarting 2 people and finding the timing and all that good jazz. Like that's the beauty of FPS. You can be any kind of player, any style of player, and you'll always like find your pocket, especially in CS. Out of all the other games, like the game gives you complete freedoms. Like here are the tools. You are you. You see how can you fit yourself inside a system, and that is always so much fun to watch.
Yeah, and also anyone who's watching, give us your opinions. What do you guys love about CS? Do you also just absolutely scream out your soul when a play doesn't go your way? And what other games you play? Because over at Plausible, it's not just CS, by the way. We also have PUBG, so you might want to take a look around us every now and then, follow along, and see what you like about PUBG. Because although I do wonder if we're going to be expanding. I do wonder if we're going to be expanding in games. But speaking about the games, there's still one currently ongoing. And Volts, we just got the score. Can you tell us what it is?
Yeah, I would have said it's 6-7, but instead it's like 7-11 right now. Okay, I'm sorry.
Get out of here.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, 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 no. Guys. I think that's enough for me for one day. I think that you've seen the face enough for one day. That's enough.
He's
Okay.
gone.
I am gonna go away. I think that I've reached a new low. Okay.
Yeah.
That was a new low. I'm too old for this shit. I'm 26. I'm sorry. I don't know where that even came from. Like they
no.
will call me an unk, and I'm out here 6-7ing on Papa. I don't know what.
It's one thing 6-7ing on like in your life, and then on
Yeah.
broadcast vaults. Come on.
I don't know,
God-
man. I don't know, man. I don't know. I got nothing. Okay, I got nothing. I got nothing.
We're just trying our best, and yeah. In the meanwhile, again, anyone tuning in, we have a Gleam giveaway. I know we're in like a broken disc, but we're just gonna have to, kind of talk about it because right now we are at the mercy of Valve. Quoted by our lovely higher ups. We are at the mercy of Valve. So
Look, every update there's something bound to break. I don't know if you've been here ever since the good old days,
Yeah.
but like, okay, transitioning from CS:GO to CS2.
okay,
The HUDs are worse at the very start. Now it's a lot more improved and fixed. Auto Observer is still broken to this day. It's been like what? How many years since it got in CS2? The Auto Observer is still broken, and it's really bad broken. Like you can look, if I want to spectate like a game on Faceit, I need to do it manually. You cannot just let the Auto Observer observe and like I just cast and turn on my stream and like have entertainment. Nope, I need to do a lot of work by hand. And what else was broken? I mean, view models, strafing, thanks to Eugene. I don't know, like Eugene on Reddit. He's also like pretty popular on Twitter as well. Like he's the guy that kind of fixed the spray, and like had a couple of other people as well in the CS community who are trying to fix the movement. The people who fix surfing as well when Valve broke it. Let's just say that it's a new era for Counter Strike, right? Like coming from the CS:GO days where Valve were completely hands off to this, it's a lot of fun. I do believe like it's a lot of fun seeing Valve actually experimenting and trying to do a lot of things. But it's great to see the direction that they've been heading into in like a few months. You know, like you think of like the last 2-3 months, like they
Yeah.
bring in retakes back, they're bringing features back, they're trying to bring the game back to parity. And just to say, like they've worked a ton on CS:GO at the start. Like CS:GO at the very start, I wasn't there, but from what I've seen on the internet, if you like scour the internet for very early CS:GO footage, like yeah, it's a completely different game in like 2019 and 2020 than it was in 2013. And I think we started off from a better spot in CS2, and the rate of improvement is actually like I would say impressive. Like they've definitely been doing a lot of work, but it doesn't mean that we're there yet. I think it's gonna take us like maybe like 6 months to another year to actually get to everything hopefully working again. I mean, just fix Auto Observer, Valve, please fix,
please. We yeah, because it's one thing casting, but having to observe manually, it's multitasking to another
Yeah,
level.
and we
I
have
don't like it.
observers here, okay? And
Yeah.
again, like they are excellent observing, and like we've seen the replays. Like the crew here are amazing. But when I don't want to have the crew, I don't have the kind of funds to hire an entire production crew. When some team tells me, hey, like I'll give you like $40 and I want you to like commentate our best of 3 in advance. They don't have the kind of money, I don't have the kind of money, and I don't want to give a poor observer like $10-15. Like that feels bad. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it does, and again, it's just rough because then even if you end up working with the auto observer, it most of the time ends up breaking. At least, though, personally, I've had good experiences with it. I won't lie. Maybe I just haven't noticed it because again, Volt, you're way more deep into the scene than I am, clearly. But personally, I've been okay with it. Besides it really loving to bug skins into the body, into the camera, and then you have to manually fix that. It's annoying.
Yeah, and speaking of manual updates, though, like we have an update on the score. Good guys have made it to match point, but unnamed are on 8 rounds. Pretty impressive,
Ooh.
given that they were what 3-11 at one point, if I'm not mistaken, or like 4-11, I think. So like it was really bad at the start. Now, of course, they are on the round, and good guys should be happy enough finding the victory. But like to find 8, that's a good look. that is something to give me some optimism that, hey, maybe they just had a bad start in the T side, and hopefully on a Mirage, where the sides are a lot more balanced, they will be a lot more competitive.
Yeah, on Mirage, again, I think this is just kind of going into map number 1. Again, the first half here was rough. It is still CT-sided, however, though, we had like, what, a 10-2 split, I imagine? Something like it, 11-3. Yeah, an 11-3 split, I'm positive. And in general, that just was kind of the beginning. We got that early start out of the way, and then going into map 2, which possibly we still get to see overtime into overpass, or, well, see, here, overpass overtime. But it's still a bit of a wait, although we've seen what, like you said, 3-11, 4-11, that means another 4 more rounds to go, which they've already done once. If they do it twice, a named project are good for the OT. It's a bit of a difficult path, and again, we don't know the eco from both these teams, what standings there are, how they've been playing on the separate opposite roles, but we're just going to have to wait and see that. Although, since we're not seeing so much overpass, I guess Mirage, if we end up getting to it, will be a bit more interesting. You know, we're going to actually have a taste of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking really good, I gotta say. I'm really happy about that one. Apparently the game is over. It's gonna be 13-8, so good guys are a map up now, and it's gonna be a little bit until they head to the Mirage. Hopefully, guys, please. I know it's not Facet's issue on themselves as well, because like Faceit are really swift to respond to those kind of stuff. Like if you've seen like the work that they've done to build the infrastructure, especially because like a lot of the teams in like advanced and like anything that is not ESL Challenger League, it's open broadcast, so they really rely on those CSTPs to get things working. But ever since this last update, I guess it's been a bit finicky for a couple of weeks, but this is like getting to some new levels of like just connection problems and shenanigans. Hey, the spaghetti code is elsewhere right now. We're supposed to be watching some pretty good CS. Hopefully, we will watch a little bit more of that. We're gonna go to a very brief break, Puffo, I believe. And when we'll be back, hopefully, we'll be actually in the Mirage. We'll be making our way to Morocco and seeing if things do work out or not. So, guys, a few minutes and we'll be back. We will be back. Back?
Yeah,
okay, there we go.
Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go.
You cannot stop me, I'ma make it to the top spicy. Call a covenant, not cocky. You cannot break me, this world's mine for the taking. Got an itch, man, I'm making. Oh, I'll keep my head down and grind and be patient. I'll take a stab at the top and the sailing. They can all try, but you cannot contain it. Cause I see the things that I want and I take on my goal. Push myself to the brink, no limit. Do what it takes to be free, committed. I'm a little obsessed with things, I'll admit it. But that's what it takes to get a freedom ticket. Got a killer instinct and it's just the beginning. Breaking down walls and the hurt start thinning. And the more you push it, the fast start trimming. Till you're the only one standing up straight, winning all.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
faking. You just gotta wanna keep chasing. Pursue everything you're facing. Keep up with the pace and adrenaline rush starts racing. Get through all the things you hate in. Don't let the others in charge of your dreams. They just don't know what it takes to be seen. You see the ship take control of your team, and if you're alone, then a one-man army. So you better be starving, and you better be carving. Through the hate, keep marching. And every day keep charging ahead till you get what you want, what you dream. Regret is a thing of the past, and you'll see that you always had it inside. It's the key to make the most of this life believe.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your
Let's go.
thoughts can keep you down, pushing deep until you drown, or they can keep you up strong, focused on the now. Glass half full, or has it been emptied out? Well, that's all up to you and your mind. Do you doubt anything, everything, not a thing? Make my thoughts work for me, manifest what I need, what I want, what I see. I could be anything, I attract all the things that I see. I believe I'll achieve as I breathe in and out again and again. I don't doubt, I sit and I plan, and I found out that I can execute if I'm driven, if I listen, if I learn all the wisdom. Read some books, something written, watch the best. Teach a system I invest, never hidden, I ain't scared. Ain't no chicken, I take dance. I'll be winning, you get back what you're giving. Find the reason that you're living, what you're good at, all your gifts and what you love. Take a risk and find out what you've been missing. Yeah.
You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
Purpose is better than any drug you could ever think. If you know why you're doing something, that's all you need. I wake up ready for the day because I believe in everything that I'm doing, like it was meant to be. I get fixated and captivated on learning things. Don't hesitate to ask questions, the answer that I need. It's out there somewhere, I swear I can find the recipe. By testing, learning, and turning into a better me.
Realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
All right, and we're back again. We do heavily apologize for the delays we've been having, the Valve side of things, and in general just not being able to get through the match, but still me, Puffabop, on the desk alongside Volt, and, well, Volt, we're gonna have to get some information from production first, but how are you doing?
I mean, I'm doing great. Of course, you know, the overpass have gone and came by, I guess. It apparently got a lot competitive there at the end, you know. I remember it like was 10-2, I think, at one point. 11-4 for good guys. They eventually were able to close off the game, but it got like 13-8
Yeah.
until they were able to do that. And that's the power of the CT side. And you know what? The CT side not as powerful, still ever slightly favored on the Mirage, but that's like a minuscule margin that you can't really say that like it tips the scale on either side.
100%. And well, although we do have Overpass overdone and dusted, good guys now standing at series points, looking forward towards the bright grand final tomorrow. We still have Mirage Ancient, meaning that unnamed projects have set themselves up for a very difficult path, and that's called a reverse sweep, theoretically. And Mirage, well, it's a good way to start it. Again, even though Overpass ended up being a bit iffy, and that beginning score of the first half really did give good guys quite a lot of leverage, going on to a Mirage, I don't expect it to be as heavily sided, or at least I expect a bit more balance between the teams as it all should be. So I'm hoping that both these teams are now ready to get into the match. Now, I do believe we have had our issues solved. I'm quite positive we're good to be actually going into these matches fully, able to view them and as such. So I'm excited to get into Mirage as soon as we can.
I'm knocking on my desk. I'm knocking on the wood. I'm knocking on the wood. Okay, let's be very, very optimistic here. Hopefully it does continue. I mean, Mirage, that is going to be a lot of fun still. I mean, look,
Yes.
I'm always a fan of a good Mirage, as I told you. I just want to see Alpers popping off, man. Like that's what it is about for me. Like, sure, like don't get me wrong, it's equally as fun to see Riflers, but I didn't get to see the Alpers going off on the overpass, and now I still have that itch to scratch, and hopefully they'll be able to deliver here.
Yeah, 100%. I think on a Mirage, it's kind of, you kind of need to go with an op. An op is like water to a human when it comes down to availability and how well you can play it. And as much as it won't be played as your usual AKs, the M4s, you know how it goes, right? That's just like, everyone's going to play those at some point, but everyone has a dedicated opper, and I don't think we've seen who the dedicated opper is yet. I do believe on Team Unnamed, we did see, what's his name, Flip or Free or something like that is the dedicated opper.
Flipper, I think. Yeah, I think it's Flipper, and it's called WNTP is the opper for good guys. So like that's also like another thing that perhaps you can look forward to a little bit more. Of course, I do believe that we'll be starting off map 2 pretty soon, and I'll be really excited to seeing how it'll actually go once we get into the depth of things, because I'll be believing that actually the game is ready. So how about we jump straight in, see how it'll go.
All right, yeah, let's go live with it. It will be Mirage on the way. We're going to be getting right into map number 2, round number 2. It seems like good guys have already taken off the match without us. They left us in the back here, and Volt, we're looking to catch up to them, but so are Unnamed Projects went in with this second round force buy, and it's not looking good for them as we have a scout, 2 deagles, and, well, look below what straight from Sketch will be finding Hamstergod. It is a double here, and again, Unnamed Project just will not suffice on the kill count, as the first 2 rounds will be good guys to claim.
Yeah, great work there from their side, you gotta say. But wait, I think it's a little bit. I think it's flipped around, right? I think it's actually Unnamed Project that are on the CT side. So it is 2-0.
Yeah.
I mean, I just think WNTP we were talking about, it missed the alpha for good guys. So yeah, it's Unnamed Project 2-0 up. A much better start already than we have seen earlier, and we'll see if things are. We've seen Eagle. We'll play shot from an Eagle. It can easily win around its own.
honestly, you'd imagine after a force buy, people would be having rougher times, but good guys are proving to be just quite the exact opposite. Sketch is able to pick off another, and now only 2 lambs remain. Like you said, firepower will be in the hands of Unnamed Project, but the van count will not be. Help from multiple angles outlined in the first round for good guys as they're able to claim it. Now should be better on the eco. They even went up and above. You're taking a look at players like Hamstergod, who even after the investment still has a healthy 6k.
Yeah, like, you know, even after buying armor and a full kit of util, so pretty much $4,000 for him. So they're looking pretty healthy, but this is also still a dangerous buy from Unnamed Project. Like, they're burying Fangs for sure, and it's a different look. And I like seeing those kind of variations. I've seen them heavy on mid from connector from the window. Now they go from short, and they absolutely farm. They get both somehow in WNTP even before they get to the cross, and I am concerned this might be round over right there. And I'm really happy that Unnamed Project didn't get greedy, didn't try to push through middle to perhaps get one of those guns. Instead, it's a lot better looking at the current moment in time.
Yes, it is. Oh, good guys. We've been having quite the tradition here in the past 3 rounds. It's the first one to find an opening that ends up finding the ultimatum as well when it comes down to these rounds. But in general, good guys pushing up towards short. 1 will fall. It's already 2 more to remain. A double peek into Khan, and only 1 remains. It will be Let Me Cry, trying to make the most of it. But again, only how much can you work? Constantly CC players, they're staring you down. It's wondering you're trying to fight back. You have an AK, but not the HP to work around it. And it will be Unnamed Project coming in with another round. It will be their 3rd round, so there's no confusion. But again, just slight technical difficulties. We're going to get it fixed just along the way.
Yeah, hey, look, the most important part is there, though. We're watching CS being played. Outside of that, I'm a happy camper, okay? Like, as long as we're here, that's more than what we've seen in the entirety of the overpass. 3-1 for Unnamed. A much stronger buy from them, but good guys still got enough to actually put on a nearly real purchase. So I think they got 3 rifles, 3 eagles. They are looking pretty okay, and we'll see if they're able to add more to the tally right now. If they can limit control, and most likely, we are going to see what I would say the textbook round on Mirage. They're going to renew the smoke on the window eventually. Probably a Molotov or a smoke also towards short. And you'll start to see that one player that was in the B side pivoting with them from the... Because, you know, you look at them on the minimap, they are all pivoting back towards A as promised, but instead of through middle, they actually all go back through A main. So it's just a head-on approach now.
Head-on approach. Waiting for the right moment to strike. Good guys. Only 4 players, I believe, to remain. Trying to head towards A. But again, this B is going to be the main initiation. Freight is waiting for anyone from Apps, but Ramp has now been completely overtaken. Sketch has waited for them, though. Even while blinded, where are you looking? Somehow still gets away with it, though. 2 kills each way. 3rd here for Flipper. Now, good guys, 1 man down, just like prior. Plenty of times this has been a situation they faced. Many and many more to come. But now it's down to heal and Let Me Cry. The Deagles have worked their wonders, but it's the Galil that's going to be finding the initiation and the execute. 15 seconds to go. The player on Palace will fall, and it's all of down to healing without a bomb anytime. And only hoping to reserve that M4A1 as he picked off the dead body of an unnamed player.
Yeah, and you know, it's a little bit unorthodox to see people saving the M4s over the AK that he had by choice, but I mean, there's always the advantage of you being able to spray through the smoke without the tracers. I feel like there's going to be a big thing on a Mirage especially. So maybe that's like one of the reasons they made that choice. But anywho, now for good guys, they're starting to accrue a bit of the loss bonus, but that puts them in a tough position. Like, they're going to be in a predicament of their own. Unnamed Project there on the overpass. Now they might be seeing them getting a taste of their own medicine. The rifle trying to be the spearhead. And the execute is on. Somehow is the one that got the kill with the Galil. And in the sandwich comes the other set of players. SKCH. Only good for a single one as well. And they got the site. They got the plant. And now it's the 3-on-4 in the post plant.
looking a bit better. You also have WNTP with that Tech 9 trying to approach some of these situations and will be able to refrag. Let me cry. So a good 1-for-1 trade again. We go for these refrags. Should be comfortable on the round. Nate sent right towards Hamster God as he sent back Flacken. Now a 1v2. A 2v2 rather, and it's going to be healing converted into the fire. The final 2 to remain, and Unnamed Project will no longer be holding a steady lead as now good guys are starting to catch up to them.
Yeah, great players that we've seen here. And Aiden, of course, 6 kills in total now, equaling the tally of Hamster God, who did great work in a couple of opening rounds, but been a little bit quiet ever since then. Meanwhile, the real one thing I'll be watching for is Slipper on the op. I think that this is the second time that he's able to bring out the big green. And if this doesn't work out this round either, I'll be a little bit concerned. It's a repeat of the execution on the side itself, but this time SKCH does a fair bit better. The MP9 at this kind of range, a high-low setup, that could be absolutely demoralizing, and it is. 4 players down, and Healing left alone wondering what the hell happened to his teammate.
That must hurt. You got yourself these 2 rounds, but not even a kill going into the 7th. A bit of a stinging execution again. They went for a rinse and repeat, and they got punished. Unnamed Project were able to adapt. They expected it ahead of time, and they responded quite evenly, quite thoroughly. On the meanwhile, though, right now, Unnamed Project is looking to keep the lead. Most importantly, it's going to be the eco game at stake. We're barely past the first quarter right now, and we're already having a bit of a runner-up here. I feel like Unnamed Project going into Mirage are definitely showing that they're a lot more comfortable, especially as Wide Boy just pushes forward, finds the first, second as well, and the only casualty on their side will be WNTP's kill.
Yeah, you know what? I'll be intriguing to see if things do end up being a little bit different from the place that it is in the current moment in time. I don't think it'll be that. Still in the game. And Eagles are there. And Flipper. A little bit late on the timing, but I gotta say, it feels like a timing well chosen. You can't cut the line off connector. And they can play the 1-2, especially with SKCH being up there above Palace. You can easily fish for the angle. The op strikes, doubles down. And now it's all down to the Hamster God. And he's going to be running, spinning those wheels, trying to see if he can generate enough momentum to do something about this one. But it would take a maniacal clutch. And unfortunately for him, he's only human after.
Only human, but holy Flipper. He was dealing some blows down middle side. I mean, 2 with an op an instant. And again, good guys, they're starting to get a bit distance. Unnamed Projects already 6 rounds in their tally, again, considering they're on the CT side and they picked it themselves. It is comfortable, it is reasonable, but again, similar storyline as previously. Good guys at some point will need to pick it up. It's not like they have no rounds, but again, still going to need a bit more than just that too if you want to head into a plausible second half. But it seems like the CT side is getting a bit overzealous, and they're punished while at it. Let me cry Hamster for 2. Now we still have a player on A, but he's cleared quite quickly as the charge initiates, and there's not going to be a single step to be wasted. Good guys plan down, lock the final 2 outside of sight, and I wonder, do Unnamed Project even find this battle to be worthy?
Yeah, I mean, probably will be a little bit under the weather, but we'll see. Things do end up being a little bit different. White Boy vision for an angle. I mean, keeping his gun is great, but it's all about the damage. Not a lot of despair for good guys in their own bank. So keeping all 5 rifles, it is equally important to them as it is to disarm the other team, and they'll be able to at least find the one. But afraid, keeping that AK, not the end of the world for good guys. 4 out of 5 alive, and only 1 rifle kept for the CTs. Still good enough, and almost, just within a sliver of taking an extra couple of shots and taking everyone down.
Yeah, that was really close, but I'm surprised good guys went with the single individual plays to try and clear out the map. Again, they were on $0 in that round, and any player that does end up getting lost could be a bit, well, rough on the eco side. But hey, let's leave it in the past. That's the previous round. Look at Unnamed Project. Again, instant molly towards ramp. Now they're not going to be risking good guys just charging on in free real estate or them trying to get overzealous. but rather simply keeping them away for as long as they can, so named projects can really sit themselves into the round, into sight again, somehow does it, but that's where Sketch is going to be stepping in to stop it all at once. It is straight back as WNTP makes it all such a worth of effort. Plan should be going down at any second, but they're continuing to push down the CT line as sticking it through now against Smokes, Rattle, it's held hostage outside of your own sight. The Blade wants to make an entry, and it's being held two ways as White Boy supports him in that cause, and it's all left down to Heelan. Where does he lie? They must wonder around default, but spread across and opened up and will be around back for unnamed.
Yeah, it's a good angle there from Heelan, but unfortunately for him, it's not really the right call. He needed to at least win the duel clean against the Freight there or White Boy, but since he got neither, that's the 7th on the board for Unnamed Project, who are looking rather healthy. Underthought for the Mirage. I mean, good guys will still be happy with an 8-4 result. 7-5 is, of course, what they will be hoping for. But we still haven't really seen, I would say, anything that is truly convincing. At least for my own liking, to say that, oh yeah, like those are the people that can take over.
Yeah, we haven't seen something as we did on Overpass, right? When it was like all around the place, when Overpass was clearly a bit more lenient towards one team, even though it ended up getting still quite close, right? Mirage right now, I'd say it was just like normal. I don't think it's been anything unusual or out of the ordinary, as you put it best, Volt. But hey, we're just going to have to let time tell us. Again, differences that we're, seeing the map a bit more, seeing these two teams get proactive and aggressive and all sorts of plays. I like the adaptability from both of them. And although we've seen a lot of activity from good guys.
Yeah, well, you know what people want to hear as well as see? The secret code. So how about we give them the one for map 2? The one for map 2 is Drop Zone. DROPZONE, drone. That's a secret code for map 2. There might... Truly and well underway. It's not a drop zone, it's a hot zone here towards ladder. And Flipper might be able to win the round himself. The flash in, the kill traded. Good job from Let Me Cry, and somehow is actually able to trade another one. There's still a third player on the side, but Let Me Cry looking as crisp. That's what I'm telling you about. Remember on the start of the day, I told you there are players that can just take over games. That is a round where Let Me Cry, sure, like he's 6-9, but he won a round outright for good guys with those 2 kills.
That's going to be meaning a lot, right? If good guys are able to lock it out, which they should be, because Let Me Cry just won't stop there. He's hungry for more, and a single bullet for Sketch. What a nasty one. He saw the head. He did not waste a moment, but good guys, like you said at Vault, right? They were hoping for a 7-5. A 7-5 is what they have had. Now their dreams have come to fruition, but we still have a second right now to come around. And now on the CT side, good guys should be able to make more of them. And we also spoke about how important the second round, or rather second half, pistols can be. Good guys, they went out this pistol. The second round as well, they're going to be evened out.
Yeah, for the time being, I've got to say, a lot happier with the look from good guys, especially with the last 2 rounds here. 7-5 keeps the game fresh, keeps the game competitive, but a named project on the T side, they find something here. It'll be good for them. 5 Kevlars, that means no util, no kits, and dangerous peek by Heelan, and he will not be given a single chance back. 2 kills for the T side. They got all the kind of openings in the world, but it seems like Let Me Cry is adamant on making sure that there are no tears spilled. There's only blood in this A site. 2 heads, 3. It's looking even better and better, but it's starting to get a little bit labored, a bit messy. The USP range should be better, but neither of the 2 can really find a killing blow until Flipper finally gets the composure. But Let Me Cry have just given them a lease on life in this one. Both players on the T side making their cross. They've made the jump, and the beauty of a shot from Flipper to double down. And now it's all down to the hamster, knowing that there's a second player still in jungle, waiting to see if he can bait him out. But Flipper is waiting patiently, trying to take the duel. It's not an easy one to take if you're a CT or if you're a T, but it's a lot more problematic for Hamster God because his time is ticking. He's got to let him go. And now Flipper will have to take his time, which does mean he can isolate a one-on-one with SKCH, but as you can tell, the second player on the site knows all he needs to do is be patient, wait for the timing. One tap to push him out. He's not coming from behind. Instead, he's there at yaps from the heaven. He smites him down. An unnamed project get to keep their buffer at 3 rounds and possibly will extend it for more.
Possibly even extended for more. Now, going on to the T side, Good Guys into their second round did end up force buying, which we could see again, but the fact that Lemmy was almost once more the gatekeeper for Good Guys here to keep them as close to Unnamed Project as possible is quite a scary thought. Again, in the previous round, he essentially won it out. Going into the one we just witnessed, he was doing God's work, and I don't know how he survived for so long, or as long as he did, but now, going into round number 14, Unnamed Project doing due diligence as the T side, pushing up mid as you do a boost up on towards... Oh, this is interesting. It seems like these players are looking to push into mid themselves. It's going to be a huge battle as Hamstergod finds the first.
Yeah, 2 players on the angle though. One was the Mac 10, the Galil on the other side, waiting for something to happen, but instead, great patience, I'd say, for Unnamed Project. Not really seeing any true urgency to trade back. They can let ram around, especially with how little map control they have outside of the A site. It's gonna be near impossible for Hamstergod to hold the whole thing on his own. Now he's between 2 mines, you know, holding the B side itself and looking through short, which does allow Unnamed Project the space to all corral together towards the A side. The Constellation finding all its links. And you know that's exactly when they shine brightest. And the one hope would have been WNTP, but HDC's on the server, and now they're down a player. And they stack the wrong side too. They're all going to B, and there's no one there. But I believe Healing to be on the angle.
Ooh, somehow falls. One above from Palace. We have a right under as well, but it will be Let Me Cry, who doesn't get away with as much of a robbery as he did earlier. Unnamed Project holding them at bay. And right now it's just looking rough. I mean, Sketch brings another down. All of a sudden, Unnamed Project are holding Good Guys out of their own sight. It's a rinse and repeat of what we've seen going into the second quarter. Healing trying to make the most of all he can, and there's not much of a saving opportunity here. You have a pistol at best, and I guess if you don't want to toss any extra credits to the enemy team, it might be seen as worth, but in general, this is going to be another round for Unnamed.
We'll see if the thing actually works out well in the long term for Good Guys. You know, still, of course, not out of arm's reach completely, but now it becomes a little bit more dangerous. I mean, SKCH is low on HP. If he peaked, maybe he would have been able to get an AK, but it's always better to choose to be safe. And now we're going to wait for WNTP to come back to the server. That not only that, like if Good Guys were able to stick the landing and just stay on the A side and call the bluff of Unnamed Project, they would have had a much better timing. They might have even been able to win just off the numbers alone and how many secret angles like they have. And speaking of the secret angles, we can talk about the secret code again, just in case you've missed it. Puffo, do you want to have the honors?
Absolutely. It will be Drop Zone. That is DROP as Z or ZONE. Drop Zone together, caps. Put it into the Gleam giveaway that is linked in the chat, I hope. And of course, heighten up those chances for winning the Huntsman knife skin in CS. You want to get yourself fancy going into your comp patches. You want to impress your teammates and have them begging for a trade offer. Trust me, it's a good feeling. But in general, I mean, while you're doing that, we can talk about this timeout that we're right now having. WNTP causing a tech issue or a tech timeout for Good Guys as they're just waiting on by. Again, this is a rough spot, and that could have been around for Good Guys, right? Well, I mean, like you said, WNTP held a really important position, but it was just stripped away.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing is, you know, like a lot of control taken, a lot of are pretty solid, but now that they got the guns, or when they'll get the guns actually with WNTP out, it might be a pretty different look in the way that things are working. But Good Guys still, you know, haven't really shown us enough on the CT side. It's been only a few rounds. Once they get the guns and we get to see a feel of how they want to play the CT side, only then will I really be able to give them a true judgment? WNTP is back, the op in play. It's a massive risk, and if it doesn't pay off, that's the full investment of good guys down the drain and might as well concede at least an 11th. Oh no, it's not a good spot. Oh no.
No, not the greatest. Also, hey, we get to see it up. WNTP is on the up. I'm looking forward to it, but yeah, name project. What is happening on the eco there? Why is it so much Galil's 1 AK on Sketch? It's not looking the greatest, even though they've been winning rounds. The investment hasn't been showing itself in return, it seems like. But hey, they're continuing their streak. They're now 4 rounds ahead, so definitely feeling positive. Util base, though, it's definitely good guys who are down to a nade and a smoke now. This is going to be a rough CT hold.
Yeah, but hey, like that's actually gives a lot more potency to the Opera, but not a shot from WNTP. Now, smoked off. They get across the angle. I think he saw him, but White Boy still. At least finding the one before finding trade. And Reyeser with one more. 2 players that middle, and both of which taken down. Good guys are only down to their Opera. And most likely, he's going to be looking for a call to save. But you can look on the map and say that, like, nowhere is really truly safe for WNTP to actually run to. Got 1 player on the B side, and he's able to take him down. That might be a bit of a refuge, but even with 30 seconds left on the timer, you can tell unnamed project. You win the round.
No, WNTP has this, right? He's clearly going to find a 1v3. Actually, he was looking a bit closer for a moment. I was a bit scared there. Just a little jump peek and almost gone against him. But hey, WNTP is looking to make the most of it. You do have 2 very low HP players, but Racer doesn't care about HP. Those are just numbers, right? If he swings and finds a headshot, it's that much better. He does not pick up the op. However, it will be double digits for unnamed project. And now good guys, they're starting to strave onto a path towards map 3, it seems like.
Yeah, you don't really need a lot of effort to do it as well. Like this round, a half buy from good guys. They got the MP9s, got the Eagles. Still a round that could be winnable, but of course, like the deficit in firepower, they'll need to make up for it somehow. And even when they had equal firepower, as we said, like the weaker utility did definitely play a part. Now trying to spend their numbers onto A main, but it leaves Heathen. Easy target to prey on. The rest of the team are trying to make the rotations. They go into Palace fishing for something. That's 1 player that they'll find. So it's back to a 4-on-4. And they got an AK in the hands of Let Me Cry. Could that be a difference maker? Could they find a little bit more? Speaking of the devil, Let Me Cry adding 1 to the tally, but the other Eagles are not really doing the exact same level of performance. Hamster is out of bullets. And the Frayed is able to get them into the side itself. The MP9 is out. WNTP taking that shot. And it's all onto the Frayed. 1 on 3. Fishing for damage, but couldn't even find a single one. Let Me Cry will keep taking away piece by piece. And it's a hat trick for him in this one. They give a 6th round on the board for good guys on the half buy.
Yeah, Let Me Cry, even though a bit of a rougher beginning when it comes down to that KD, he's still been able to get over that positive line and is now holding a 14-12. An absolute performance, as now unnamed project will take a second for themselves. I'm imagining this is a tactical pause, so while they're talking things through, again, they don't want to give any sort of momentum swing over to good guys, and they certainly still have some time to do it. So a couple rounds pass on by against them, and they're going to be endangered quickly when it comes down to financial stability. Even some of their players already, such as Flipper and Razor, are not in the best standing or holding, and you know, these rounds haven't been as close as you'd expect them normally. Close rounds would end up with 1v1s, a lot of those as well, but they've been very dominant, and I think Unnamed Project should be confident about that, as they've taken the most of them up until now. But we're taking a look at these pushes from them, right? They're a bit more predictable than good guys. Good guys, as much as I hate to say it, they haven't been as predictable as Unnamed Project.
Yeah, absolutely. But, well, I mean, the whole main thing is, like, Unnamed Project still on the 5 rifles. The Opera WNTP is out again. Last time around, it was the last one alive. Didn't get to see a lot of impact. Hopefully, this time, he'll be able to take things into his own hands. I feel like that's the most necessary part. The instant set of smokes readied up by Unnamed Project. This one there from SKCH actually goes into connector. So they have the one for the window, one for connector. That means that unless they're actually trying to break the smoke and play aggressively into it, the CTs, I'm sure that you've seen it on the map, but just seeing those two pieces of util in front of you in POV lets you know, like, this is the level of deliberate play that is on. Sure, like the smokes themselves, it feels like a default. It's a bit of a chore, but the intention behind them is what really matters.
Yeah, util. I'll be frank. We haven't seen a lot of these full gunfights, right? There hasn't been a lot of rounds where both teams are completely bots. Util and gun-wise, there's always been some sort of off, either, as we saw previously, full Deagle roster or such. There have been a lot of examples such as that going into this match, and I think, again, we're going to be returning to one of those rare examples where we see a full team fight. Going into this, the only difference is that WNTP has an op, unnamed project don't.
Yeah, we'll see if that truly ends up being a difference maker or not. And now we're off the grayscale into real time. Unnamed project again, very heavy on middle. Clearly they want something to do with this and somehow, some way looking to stop them, but not really given that much of a look. Even the Molotov, look at how deep it goes. Somehow, truly, almost forced off the angle at right, and White Boy is trying to take a duel to him. In the smoke he goes, and at the smoke, he ends up a carcass. Still, double digits on the board for Unnamed Project, minute 20 on the timer. We've seen them call back from 4-on-5s before, but it does rely on them hitting the right site and finding the right timing. And while the B side only has the upper, WNTP, he's posted so deep that it's really going to be near impossible for them to extract him out quickly. So they'll need to wait at least, what, 15 more seconds for them to make their mind up. Right now they're deliberating, and most likely they're going to go up the B hall. They're going to leave a chance open, but with that kill from Flipper, the rotations towards B need to be coming in quickly.
Yeah. Good guys still haven't read into it though, so there is a bit of time. WNTP is able to pick up one somehow right onto Flipper to cut Unnamed Project for one extra player as they're already 3 down, but look at them. They should have themselves an easy push into B as long as not spotted by WNTP, who's able to pick off one in a single individual standing. It will be Sketch, a victim to a nade. No, he's just left remaining with 1 HP, trying to fight back, but the pistol hit its mark. And Unnamed Project will not be getting away with a rotation as good guys. Now back to a 3-round difference between themselves and Unnamed, and starting to climb the ranks once more.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? It is very, very much so the proactivity that I wanted to see from WNTP coming in onto this one. Yeah, we've seen that one come through, and well, from the level of performance that we have seen from them, we know that they got what it takes to bring it back. An Unnamed Project now on pistols, Buffo, most likely I think that we're expecting them to be able to get the 8th. It's just about the measure of damage that they can do on the other side, because if Unnamed Project finds 2-3 kills, suddenly that bit of reserves that good guys have been building up from the wins, it can go down the drain.
Very good. By sending it forwards, WNTP them on the back, and it all has gone haywire as Unnamed Project haven't been able to deal a sliver of damage. At least kill-wise, nor util-wise, nothing. Good guys just wiped them off the map clean. That's another round for them. Now they've gone 3 consecutive. That 4th, 5th, and they're going to be evened out again. It's a similar situation they're looking to capitalize on as they were going into that second half, and they were not able to claim it with that 5-7, 8-10. The momentum is back within the range of possibilities.
Yeah, and the belief is real. I mean, looking at WNTP, taking matters into his own hands. One player down the line, chopped down. He's setting them up for more. Let me cry. It's like a deja vu of the round prior. The two of them, Scorpion, Sub-Zero, getting them over there, pulling them back, and now they're frozen in A main. Shell shock, not knowing what to do.
not knowing what to do. It seems like Unnamed have been dealt a fatality with these two players gone already. And again, what do? We're at a stalemate. We're just trying to move forward, but there's not an extra step. We don't see the stairs. There's a second smoke as well, just to prevent you from getting that extra movement. And as of current, Flipper is hoping that the good guys players are going to push into his loving hands, and he's setting up this bait, but no one's stepping into it again. Even though good guys have been quite aggressive in the past, right now they recognize the threat that's against them, and it's leveraged by Unnamed count and round count. Volley sent forward. Again, still expecting those on players like Let Me Cry, but not this time, and they will be taken out. That's two players, rather 3 for Unnamed, 4 on the other hand, and it's very difficult to work around. You do have that op. WNTP is not able to find the shot just yet, but the entry onto it has been secured.
Yeah, for a little bit more. Let Me Cry again. Holding those lines. Doing pretty well. And I don't think that there's that much more to do on the other end. WNTP looking to push for a few kills. But as it stands, he needs support. Up on the boost. Difficult angle to take. And a head is found. And now Flipper looking to hold the line against an Opper. He knows exactly what to do. And the difference is clawed back at again. Got really close at one point. Now have here. Wait, is it 11-8? Oh, it is 11-8. Okay, not 9. So I guess my math skills are not there, but as you can tell, the timeline does not lie. It's 3 rounds in a row for good guys. They still got enough to afford a purchase, but if they do lose this one, not only are they risking match point, but probably the match itself outright, and it starts great from Flipper. A shot from the op, a kill found, an unnamed project in a spot that they have like what, an 85% win rate? Like, it's almost every round that they start with a kill, we've seen them end it on a victory.
Yeah, I mean, right now, it's looking rough. It's looking rougher for Unnamed, however, as Heelan deals the first. Racer is able to return that, however, but still, again, not much ground. We've been seeing a lot of kills go back and forth, but that has not really determined who's able to get the plant down. Now has it? It's been these brute entries by both these teams, and now we're just praying that we finally get a declaration on who's able to hold what. We have B and A both contested, unnamed projects spread out thin throughout the map, and waiting for good guys once more, but again, you're on the T side. It's the enemy team that are waiting for you.
Yeah, right now. Again, the guys in a good position. They're taking care of hamster gods, even if they're down in numbers. If they're able to catch 1 or 2 players off guard, that's one thing. But the player laid in from connector, oh, he could find so much value. WNTP not ready whatsoever. He's gonna be an easy meet. He turns around, couldn't look deep enough. He tries to look for the angle. Instead, up the stairs he go, and down the line he is. Let Me Cry. Trying to stay alive now. 2 players on the stairs, and it's gonna be a match point most likely. Flipper emphatically guaranteeing that with a shot through the head. An unnamed project not letting that one go without reaching to all 3.
Now, is this the exact same score we had on Overpass? We did, right? It was 8-13.
Not the same conclusion, but yeah.
Not the same formula, but same result, basically. Kind of we're heading down that path, yeah. But, I mean, for map 3 to be a bit more exciting, you know, these are the conditions that have to be met. And right now, we're going once more into quite the burden battle, as we've seen this plenty of times. 1 kill each ways. Then who's going to be the one to turn things around?
Well, I mean, I still don't think that good guys are going to be in a good position. You look at the way that they're setting themselves up. Those 2 players scaling up the apartments could still go back down the underpass, and apparently that is indeed the route that they're going through. And WNTP is not at all ready if they do decide to work their way up through the connector, but instead he moves back towards the B site. And unnamed project might find one through the spawn somehow. Got a bit too greedy here for his own liking. And now they'll need to be very careful in the way that they approach in the next 10 seconds or so, because if somehow dies, that's the A side open. They got the utility that they can try to burst through. I love that top connector smoke. It does so much work. And somehow, in an expected position here in the corner by the stairs, but if you look at the rest of the unnamed project, they're trying to work their way too short. They get to the B site, they need to get through one, and the player on the ladder, not even a threat hamster got going down. The op boosted, the shot found, and it's WNTP to hold on the line, but for how much longer? Just a single shot from the Hopper, and he's forced back into the kitchen. Sure, he can do damage, but damage is returned to him on 14 points of HP. He'll have to be also careful. One mistake, and he's gone. And he's fishing for just a pixel, knowing that any more will be his death. It does seem to be the case. They're running down time, running down the numbers. 2 flashes, 1 shot, and a 13th on the board for a 1-1 tie.
13-8 on Overpass, 13-8 on Mirage, meaning we're going to be seeing Ancient underway as the next map. But hey, what an interesting result we had there. It seems like good guys aren't just extremely dominant, but they can also be dominated upon. Well, although this wasn't really domination, let's be honest. It was an even match. I think it was really nice. Mirage fitting as well, and I'm looking forward to how Ancient's going to be. Now, of course, before we head to a break, we do want to keep in mind, again, there is still the code Drop Zone. So if you haven't used it yet, now's your time to do so. But I do believe, I mean, Volt, this was a good match. This was a good match of Mirage. It was just cinema.
Yeah, it was absolutely entertaining. Big plays from the two teams. We've seen people stepping up. We've seen a lot of people also taking the game into their own. And we'll see if that happens on the Ancient. That is the decider that we are going to get. And of course, out of everything, those oppers, again, will be tasked with a lot, but we'll start to see more of the responsibility on the riflers as well. We'll figure that out, whether or not they'll be up to the task or not when we come back from the break.
I got all the voters. I swear to God, I've been at it for a minute. Climbing to the top, and this music was my ticket. Found a way to grind, turn a passion to a business. No limit, I'ma get it, having millions as a witness. I'm addicted to winning, living up every single day. I'll be fighting and building up in a million different ways. I don't think I can stop, I think I need the chase. I love the race, and I'm running till I'm first place. Long nights, long flights, I'ma make it big. Big dreams, big sights since I was a kid. Doing things that I like, let the pieces fit. I like the pain, feel alive when I'm under it. I could change, adapt, do what I need to. All these obstacles, they looking see-through. Don't let the anger out, just let it feed you. I'll see you at the top, just let me teach you. Yeah, I'ma be a high roller. Move forward in the battle like soldier. In the game like closer. I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motor. I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters. You could call me POTUS, I got all the voters. They be like, really? You got a milli from doing something silly? I'm like, chilly, I've been killing for decades now, Billy. Well, maybe like several years, but who's counting really? I just know how to turn something silly into a milli. Got a lot to say, and a lot need to hear it. You don't quit today, we don't stop, no, we feel it to the top. Yeah, we change our whole world, yeah, we steer it. Getting lost in the things that make us all worth hearing on. I'm the first one to turn up, learn stuff, but mostly I'm just in the lab getting work done. Cause the bills on the first, they still worth some. I never forget being broke, man, it hurts, son. But not as bad as not having any purpose. I took stabs, this and that, and it's working. But I still grind every day for that thirst. It's a curse being first, yeah, still gotta get my work done. Yeah, I'ma be a high roller. Move forward in the battle like soldier. In the game like closer. I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motor. I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters. You could call me POTUS, I got all the voters. Yeah, let's go. New year, new me, turn it up a new degree. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I see. Work hard every day, work hard, then we play. I'll be doing everything in my own damn way. Ain't nobody tell me shit, I'm on top of it. Writing hits that make other people feel like writing hits. We gon' get every little goal that we wanna get. Never quit, we don't even know what it means to quit. Write it down, what you want, what you need, what you see. Everything that you wanna be. Put it out in the world, that's your destiny. In your mind, what you need is that believe. I'm gonna make it to the top, cause I never stop. My own switch doesn't have enough. I think it's broken, I think it's lost. I guess that's why I never take a loss.
New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see. Don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see. Don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win.
Make a deal with yourself that you'll get after it. Find something that you love, call it passion.
Welcome and back straight from what was an absolute classic of a Mirage here. Of course, all the entertainment that you were looking for and probably a lot more. Now that we got into a third map, we're running for the final circle here. Now down to a best of one puzzle. Great performance from the two teams, but I got to say, there were moments where, you could definitely feel the Mirage crumbling a little bit on the CT side from good guys, where now that they're on the Ancient, maybe they wouldn't have to worry about that a lot more. Of course, it being a decider, just gotta put it out there. I don't expect the same level of tactical depth that we've seen on the Mirage from the two teams to be replicated one-to-one here on the Ancient. But of course, the great thing about the Ancient is a lot more loose. It's a lot more, I guess, lenient in terms of you see how the players play around cave, whether it's aggressive, defensive, the util setups are very simple. You don't need to overcook the way you play in mid. You just try to go out. If you win, you win. If you die, it's like a bloodbath, and it's just pure entertainment whenever we get to here.
Yeah, Ancient is going to be definitely not only different from what we've seen up until now, map-wise, but also style-wise. Again, like you mentioned, it's going to be one of the, at least I imagine it will be the funnest one around, especially because it's map number 3. It's the last one we have for this matchup, and it will be determined who goes into the grand final tomorrow. So, I'm looking forward to it. But again, just before we head into the match, so we don't cut into the game with this too much, we do want to mention we have a Gleam giveaway for a Huntsman knife. So get yourself entered with a Gleam code that will probably be posted, pinned, or from wherever you're watching. I imagine it's going to be easily spottable. So get yourself entered. There's going to be another secret code for each map here today. So stay tuned, hear them out, and of course, join it in. Also get along the community, the plausible gaming community. Get along us, because we're firstly non-toxic, that's most importantly, but also we see what we're doing here, right? We're just building a community-based tournament for people to have fun and also potentially win prizes. So no harm in it, but again, we're looking at a map like Ancient, and then we also have another matchup, right? This is only the first best of 3. After this, we also have Uninvited Guests versus Dragons Esport. I'm looking forward to that, but right now, we have to focus on Ancient, CT-sided, and going to how these two teams have played, I'm confident that good guys are going to find a very, I would say, comfortable spot on it, right? They did good on the CT side on the overpass. I think that they can carry this onto map 3.
I mean, especially when I think about good guys and I think about how they're going to be playing the Ancient, my eyes immediately two most important players on their side. I think about okay, can Let Me Cry actually do something important or not? Because we've seen him take over a few rounds on the CT side, right? And it's a lot easier to actually play something let's say, as in I don't know, I am blanking. Yeah, let's say you can play Donut on the A side, right? As Let Me Cry.
Yeah.
And there's a lot more maneuverability. You can play better. It's not like him playing under Heaven, when he was playing on the A site, where like it's very common to check the angle. It's pretty much a one and done position. Like Donut is a place where if you know how to raggle, it's like similar to the old train pop bot, where like someone like Robs can make your life a living hell, right? A good Donut player, he's almost impossible to route out. And even when you route him out, you spend so much util that by the time you try to take the A side itself, these have the util advantage and they'll make the game more difficult for you just to get it.
Yeah, 100%. And again, there's these really strong positions. You also talked about it earlier. Cave. A good Cave player will make it an absolute hellhole for any T player that can get through it. And it goes both ways, but in general, we're just going to have to see what these teams have to offer. We've seen good players like No Cry absolutely pop off and save rounds, even though it wasn't enough to keep good guys within the match. It's still somewhat of a highlight we can carry over onto a map like Ancient, where again, we set these players in the right positions, and they're going to be doing God's work. But I do wonder how aggression is going to be working out on it. Again, Ancient is a map where you can push up, get aggressive, right? We take a look at mid, where CT players really like to just smoke flash and then go forward right down to bottom mid in general. And then let's take a look at a main. Again, CT players, they can push up, they can get close. It's similar as to Dust, where on A long, right, you can approach the T side before they even have the headspace to kind of see the site itself.
Yeah, but in the same vein, like the utility play on A long that you see on the Dust is very similar to the way that you want to be taking the A site when you're playing on an Ancient. The one main difference though is that like on the Dust, it's very easy to like spam flashes, make the duel almost impossible if you're trying to get your players out to blue on A long. On the Ancient, it's all about making sure that the CTs don't actually kill you or get into A main. Because A main is the place that they can take those early duels. They set up a dangerous crossfire, and it could be near impossible to actually take care of later down the line. But for the time being, I would say that I'll be thinking about, unless I see that being played on the table, and I'm not so sure how things could actually happen. That's the one thing that I'm worried about. It's like we've seen Unnamed Project be more aggressive, which I feel like is going to be the hallmark of the good Ancient. You want the team that is more proactive, the team that is not scared. And I'm not saying that good guys are a passive team. I'm just saying that they play a much more respectful brand of CS in comparison to Unnamed Project, and maybe that's the thing that's going to hurt them down the line.
It definitely could. It definitely could, but we're not going to know until we get to the result themselves. And again, Ancient is going to be our final map. As much as I want to stay with these two teams, though, we're still going to have that end. And again, going into the grand final, they're going to be also having the privilege of being able to see what an uninvited Ghosts versus Dragons esport will be like, right? Both these teams, they're going to have both a winner going into the grand final, meaning they can VOD review each other from these games today and check out what they will be facing tomorrow, because we're going in for the finals, for the final match, the final season of CS here in 2025 before heading into a new year, and you might as well go out with a bang. Even first place, I imagine both these teams wanted, but like up until now, they're going to have to work for it.
Yeah, and speaking of working for things, guys, you don't really need to work too hard to get into our giveaway. If you've missed the secret codes for maps 1 and 2, don't fret, we still got one more for this map 3 and 3 as well for the second semi-final. So just join in the code through Gleam, you'll find it in the chat, join, take the link. Every entry does increase your odds, and if you do tune in, not only do you get to watch some very entertaining Counter-Strike, but you also get to join in on the secret codes, increase your odds, and perhaps maybe you'll take your team and compete. Maybe you just join the community and hang out on the Discord server and find people that will be playing with you, not just CS, but like a lot of the other stuff that we have here in Plausible. Like, I mean, PUBG Mobile is like one of the bigger stuff that we have here. But speaking of big things, it's a big finale that we'll be having, and let's go straight back to the Ancient. The Aztec are waiting for a ritual.
Only one team to walk away out of this best of 3. A bit of team damage here, and it seems like we've already had a couple of rounds passes by. A 1-1 here, surprisingly. Seems like a force buy went quite successfully for one or the two, or maybe even a pistol for all we know. What matters here is that good guys are certainly up to a better standard of firepower. When it comes down to the man count, they're already one down.
Unnamed are probably the team that won the pistol. Good guys won the second round, and that's why they have the massive firepower advantage. But now they're down to player. Those kind of ranges. A 5-7 range supreme. But Heathen still able to be alive, pushing one more player off. Actually, almost tries to go in, but it ends up just being the death sentence for White Boy. And now, Flipper trying to play the advanced angle. MP9 can be a shredder at close range. But WNTP and Feeling are gonna be taking it all for a spin. It's a very easy time for them to find those kills. A second round on the board. Bomb to be planted again. Money's looking good. And now that we're gonna be seeing Unnamed Project, most likely, I think saving maybe like a few upgraded pistols with their last bonus of 2400. They can afford to like get a 5-7 or 2. But even then, like, I think it will be much better off for them to fully save. Even Flipper, who does have a little bit of an excess and can afford that, he would much rather actually keep that money and try to get the op later down the line.
100%. Now, we do see good guys coming out with a quick little stop. They're going to stall themselves out for the moment, a bit of a pause here to talk things through again. You don't want to use as much of these. It's a thing that teams, even in majority of esports, have been doing from multiple titles, not CS alone. And if they're on one side, let's say T side for Unnamed Project right now, and they recognize that good guys want to win as many rounds as possible, you can try and take them away by resetting the tempo constantly with this tactical timeout. So I'm imagining that's what's being done right now, unless it's some sort of tech issue that's happening in the background, or they're going for a bit of a potty break. Either way, right now, Unnamed Projects are just not only one round ahead, which is a really good beginning. They're good on guns, but they're also on the T side, which is most important. Now, for Ancient, again, things can turn around later down the line, but normally that doesn't end up being the case.
Yeah, well, the case here, that timeout, good guys understand full well. Actually, it's Unnamed Project that I think in timeout. They understand so well what it means to really not drop the ball, and we'll see if they're able to hold on to it for long or not, because it's going to be very important to see if they will actually have that kind of ability or not. But for now, parity frozen in time, and we'll see how things will go. So, slowing down the pace again. Once we get the updates on the scores, we will keep you up to date 1-1.
100%. I mean, I'm wondering the one thing, though, is going to be the maps going into the second half. I'm kind of hoping for as much divergence or nuance into this best of threes. Although right now, yeah, we're going off to a rough start for both these sides. Even though Unnamed Projects are a player down, and it's Let Me Cry of the all imagined. Look at good guys. Their HP is not looking good. And as much as you'd want that man count to matter, being a single bullet away from death for 3 players, not the best of luck.
And you know what, good guys? This is a good look. 1 player only down. Probably not going to be a lot more. You know, the bomb planted in B. And Heathen like it's pretty okay to keep the 26 HP. I'm not the biggest fan of the angle, but thankfully he's got somehow for support, and then he plays the pick and roll. Easy bait. Just gonna make it only Flipper a lot of bedroom. And I do feel that we're gonna see a different shade of red if somebody peeks into him, but he is fortunate enough that nobody really is giving him the light of day for now. Instead, he's the one that will probably be seeking the light up close and personal. Hamster looking for the kill. 2 great dinks, but in the end, Flipper could not recover the rifle. 2 kills? I would say okay, considering how little investments they've actually had into that one.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, even though good guys, again, they were on a pistol, it was bound to happen. You were definitely working against a rougher spot. Right now, we're just going to have to stall things out once more, but Unnamed Project, they should be able to not only get the round, but also, again, they're still maintaining it. Even though Hamster God is not looking the best when it comes down to cash, that 0 really is going to be standing out. It's mostly the AKs here that definitely do bring them up. Good guys on an up buy as well, so Flipper's going to be able to shine bright with it. Haven't been seeing that too much on the previous maps, I believe, so hey, maybe it's time for Flipper to shine as well.
I mean, it would be great if your opera just tries to take over, but for that to happen, then you'll actually need to perhaps go over. But I don't know if like taking over is a real option. Like, you know how the early util works on the middle position. So Flipper, I would most likely say the best play that I see when teams actually put out an op on the CT side, just give Flipper complete control on the A side. Just sit him towards A main, have one player close to him that can hold donut for him. Maybe like have a donut player, have him on the op, and you feel so confident trying to take more space at mid, take more space at B, knowing that even if you just leave only Flipper with the op on the A side, he's still gonna find some value before going down. He's still gonna buy you so much time with that op.
Yeah, right now, again, you want to position each player on a good spot, like we said. Be it with an op, be it with an MP9, if a mass, whatever it might be. Right now, good guys need to position themselves well with all their players, and they need to start doing it fast. Even though Unnamed Project, again, they're not too far ahead, it still means that good guys have a short distance to run to catch themselves up and overtake Unnamed Project before it's too late. You have the leverage and the opportunity for the enemy team to ride the wave. But hey, we're going to be returning into the pie phase now. 10 seconds going before action, and I think these teams are ready to kick it off again.
Yeah, now we'll see. Unnamed Project back in full players. Let me cry back in the server. Hopefully, they'll be able to take over all 5 on A, and apparently they've chosen the right side to go to. But yes, they're so far away, have to try to push through the smoke, and it does mean that not only him, but also the op doesn't really find that much of a value, and as long as they keep the denial denied, then it's a 5 on 5, and this is a place where I would say, given the fact that I'm looking at the backpacks and I don't see too many kits, I don't think the good guys are going to be in that good of a position if it actually ends up working that way.
Yeah, we are. These teams have stalled, but now we're pushing forward, and it seems like White Boy's able to get away with one, but that's all of an effort, and good guys put it to rest. Flipper still with a kill with the op, but in general, good guys walking out with the result once more. As the bomb, there's simply no time. Flipper doesn't have the defuse kit either, so gonna have to back off, save the gun for the upcoming rounds, and hope that it's gonna be an anchor going into round number 6 right now. I mean, good guys with 4 under the belt already.
Yeah, excellent start for them. The one silver lining if you're on Unnamed Project, you still kept the op, so there's something that you can play for on this round. You know, this round is basically protect the president. And if you're asking who the president is, then you guys need to check your corners. Number 3 on the HUD, Flipper with the op, everyone else on the pistols. Wouldn't be surprised if they just give him literally the royal treatment here. But we'll see. Things look after White Boy inside the smoke, looking for something. He finds the kill. And with Heathen and Hamster God being as low as they are, this is starting to be a little bit risky here, Puffo.
Yes, it is. I mean, Risk has been at the name of both these teams for quite a while right now, considering they've been dropping bodies left, right, and center here. But good guys, as again, they've been on quite a good streak up until now. I will be honest, it is a bit frozen for me, so I can't really tell what's happening, but we can definitely discern that WNTP is going to be popping another player, and we have ourselves a 3v3 going forward. Unnamed Project, even with an HP advantage, although one op should be able to take out the most of these players.
Yeah, I know, it's looking really solid. I've got this. Right now, the Shopper Flipper. Goodness gracious me, that is an absolute demolishment. Hamster, low in HP. Against the op, they all die the same. But that does mean that he has a chance to live the same, but the timing couldn't have been any worse. The op posted, ready, willing, and able.
There we go, defuse coming through. I do believe that, yeah, right now, good guys. A bit of a mixed spot, but hey, it's a round back. We have ourselves a 4-2, looking a bit better. But in general, I mean, this is Ancient. This is the last map. You really have to put it all in. Good guys, we'll need to slowly start. I mean, they're on the winning side, by the way, just to not get confused. I'm not wrong when I say that good guys are on the T side, right?
Yeah, I don't think you're really in the wrong. I'm not gonna be real with you, but hey, for us to get to that point, there's a little bit more to do. The funds are not really perfect for unnamed project, so those guys have got a chance to perhaps hold it in here. One kill found, Reresser with a pairing, but somehow brings it back to an all spot. 3-on-3, and good guys on the T side. Skating their way back into the B side, only the Freight to be holding the line. And if he has two players peeking in from Cave, maybe he will not be long for the world. At least getting the one. I will give them a chance in a 2-on-2. But there isn't really that much utility on the remaining players. Especially if they try to use it now. SKCH with the kill. The rotations coming in fast enough, but the op shot misses, and the Freight still holding the line himself. 2 kills with the M4. Got absolutely rowdy. But somehow he remained alive throughout all of it.
Somehow. Unnamed Projects are back in the game. There we go. 2 players gone, but good guys wiped, and or rather just the opposite way around. But right now, it was just about decent enough for Unnamed Project to get themselves up and running into this matchup here. They're going to be 1 round away. They're looking to catch up as well. I do believe it's still, again, for anyone that might be confused. They're not looking the worst, although I'll be completely honest, it could be better unless they start going flawless from this point on.
I mean, any win in here, it helps them a lot, but I do agree with you. Like, you put 3-4 players is the best case scenario, and they start off on the right foot. The Freight was one, the Flash forces the turn, but the Freight is very up close and personal. I love this from him. He went up ahead to pick up the smoke, just to renew it. It's a ballsy play, because he could have been sprayed by somebody if they were aware in there, but instead, now they get to take the full hold on Cave, and that's what I was talking to you about, Puffle, remember? Just full on Cave, it makes the game so much different in this apparel, and now it's just a 2-on-5. 3 kills for the Freight. Next few, not going to be his first point of contact, instead it's Reresser to take them all down. 2 kills from him, and it's a full house, all clean for Unnamed Project to tie it up.
Cards on the table, good guys are no longer in the lead, but if they want to be kept that way, they will need this round. And do I see a Tech 9 from WNTP? I do believe my eyes don't deceive me, and the rest of the team is going to be following in similar tradition. As only one with a deagle, that's going to be Healing standing out, or not even a deagle, it's just a bit more of a classic action with pistol holding. That's going to be sufficing. Again, good guys. Fresh definitely up the rally. Nice clearance of smoke. It will be White Boy to open things up, and Racer to continue for a second.
Yeah, we'll see. That does actually lead to that much more, because that's the thing that, you know, at least to my eyes, could be the scariest part, I've got to say. But, well, as things do stand in the current moment in time, pistols, not really meaning to actually do that initial bit of damage that they wanted to do, but instead met completely dead in their tracks, and now they're trying to corral on the side 2 players that long. But the player at top of the box, not an easy target. The one in cave should be. And that in the water situation, and the 2 players from long easily dealt with by Reresser. Which does leave WNTP 40 HP all alone. Not even the bomb on his back. It just feels like this couldn't have been any worse. I mean, is there a worse situation? I mean, getting knifed would be worse, but like, there's pretty much, this is like top 3 worst cases to ever be given to you in CS.
Yeah, it's one of the rare cases you really do not want to be stuck in as a team and as a player as a whole. Because right now, good guys, even though they've been winning out some of these rounds, the moment they get dethroned, it's quite in brutal fashion here by Unnamed Projects, who are now, again, going to be 1 round above. The names are flipped, so you want to keep that in mind so no one gets confused. But now, good guys, as they're on the CT still, they do want to have Unnamed Project on the CT still. They want to keep good guys at bay, and who better to put that job onto the wings himself? He's able to clean 1 life. That's another flipper for 2, but A is being held from both sides. They're trying to regain control, but it's going against him, and somehow holding the right position. Attempting to plant 1 still on side, just waiting to pop out of the smoke. Although CT side is being occupied by a player. One going towards Temple. Donut's still not vacant. It's going to be good guys who are right now in a bit of a rough spot. They can't really get the next step of planting the bomb down because they know the second they're going to attempt it, it's just going to get too aggressive.
Oh, but they do want to kill it. Now they have enough space to try to pivot back into the B site, and that could really change the game. Now it's 3-on-2 off to a different site. The screen is a little bit frozen, but I would absolutely be hoping that if you're Reesser, you'd actually try to move to the other side, but we haven't really seen whether or not that movement has actually been made. And if it hasn't, then, you know, put things in a very, very peculiar situation. But as the time stands, I gotta say, things are looking absolutely dangerous. And, well, I mean, I say that, but we're not really looking at that much. We're just looking at a picture.
Hey,
okay, yeah, the look is here. There we go, 5-5, yeah.
Yeah, 5-5. It's back to an even score. But I'm wondering how this is going to affect going into the second. Although I imagine, well, I was about to go on this small rant how, oh yeah, these teams are getting a bit exhausted since it's map 3. Let's be honest, CS players probably spend their entire days playing the game. So I don't think a feeble 3 map is going to be enough to exhaust these two teams. So they're just getting warmed up, to put it best. Although again, this first half, I'd give it to good guys that they're doing quite well. They're doing very well considering they're on the T side. And, you know, it's been a lot of back and forth. 4 rounds for one team, 4 for the other, 1 in between just a sandwich in that score. And we're back into the action to see if we're going to have ourselves an even ground going into the second half, or if someone's going to be able to take...
Alice up for grabs, and Reesser, how aggressive he is to go past them all on middle. Oh, Reesser, he could be absolutely devastating. Sit in the smoke. White boy with one more. Let me cry. Is going to get to see the tears and sweat and blood, all of which down there at mid. It's an absolute bloodbath presented by Unnamed Project. And right now the good guys are more like the dead guys, because it's only WNTP and there are 4 bodies, and he's about to be number 5.
About to be number 5? I mean, we've seen something like this. I think WNTP is in a reoccurring position once more. 1v5, him being the last one standing, just hunted down by Unnamed Project. What do? You push forward, you get a kill, and honestly, kudos to him. Well played. Just that one bare minimum, considering you're up against 5, it's definitely value. You trade yourself out, but in the end, result is going to be still for Unnamed Project to claim. Now, 6-5 for them. Could be 7-5, which I imagine would be a great deal considering the side they currently hold, but hey, you can never predict with these teams.
Yeah, you know, you never really know, and that's always the thing. Right? But what we do know is that good guys are on a weaker buy. 2 Tech 9s, Egalil, alongside those 2 AKs, and that's the usual set that we were talking about, you know? You walk into the Molotov, you get an HE to the face, it gets sprayed down by Reesser and Cave, and it just feels like there's nothing that you could have done, because Reesser, look at him on the minimap. He was at middle, he pushed up, used the smoke in the Molotov of his own team that were thrown at mid, took that fight, and then the team as a whole pulled back to the exact same high-low that has had so much success for Unnamed Project in the CT side. And now good guys don't even know, like, they have the propensity to go back to B. It's the easier side to execute upon, it's the easier side to make a plan on. But unless you clear that high-low somehow, it feels like it's always almost destined to fail.
Always. I mean, what's happening, good guys? Right now, you're already a player down. The smokes here are making it clear where you want to push on through. But again, being held, Cave, and side by just 3 players, you have 4 to offer up. This could be an easy overtake, but rather just for yourself. Although it's made difficult, right? Utility on the CT side is what truly makes the CT side difficult. This one smoke completely blocks you out, and you just can't play it blindly now, can you? Jump for the flipper, not only getting away with a kill. And all of a sudden, we have ourselves a 2v1 thanks to the efforts of Heelan. It is converted to a winning possibility here for good guys. As the final one being held from backlines and somehow able to read into him just enough to secure a 6-6 half. Now Good Guys going onto the CT side. Unnamed, though, gonna have a taste of the T side.
Yeah, I know, completely tied up. 6-6, not the best nor the worst. You know, like if Good Guys are confident in their CT side and they can take over, it would be great. But I will be begging that there's actually a real opportunity that the pistol round goes to unnamed project in the T side with the use that they have. They execute towards B, and it's most likely gonna be the case. If they get the pistol here, even if the CT side is good, it might not just recover from the free fall of the economy. So the 3 players on the B side, they need to find success. Somehow trying to be the first point of contact. I like the advanced play. It's all 3 on the line at long, but the shadow tells a tale, but the shots works out for Healing, and he's looking to make them bleed. The judgment is in. All the kills go for Good Guys, and it's only Reesser. Sure, he's been the top frag. He's at 13 kills, but asking him to find all those kills might be a bit too much, but he might still be up to the task. 2 done, 2 more to go. Bomb on his back. Is it?
Racer, this is incredible.
It isn't. No, it isn't.
It's not over just yet, and he does not have the bomb. But, you know, he asks God for his toughest battles, and he's been able to battle back for quite a while, but again, still 2 players. Thankfully, due to that aggression being quite quickly into the round, there's still 50 seconds on the clock. Some movement has been given. A bit of wiggle room here, but you are being approached through cave, and it's a bit of a swap around. They've switched positions now. Razor holds the B side in his own hands, and it's an easy take here. He just throws down the smoke, puts himself inside it. Bomb is out. Plant it. Not even fake it.
He needs to plant.
Tap. He's being very careful here, but he has no clue about it. Good Guys have right now just passed down this side onto him. He's able to get it for free, and now it's down to the hold and how well he'll be able to do it.
Yeah, well, I mean, they still in donut. Oh my god, it took them too long to actually figure it out, and you don't even know if he finds the kill there, but that might be a bit too much. Switches to the USP. Better weapon for the job. The bomb out in the open. They both run through towards long, and Reesser could take the luxury of trying to go for the jiggles, but now he's getting caught out in the open, down to 55. And the bomb is not planted for Cave. He needs to take a duel out in the open. He finds the one, but let me cry. Will not let him go by. And he's gonna find a kill. Most likely the time. It is gonna be a little bit close, but the bomb, most likely, and indeed, defused for a pistol round for the Good Guys.
I'll be completely frank, for a second, it was getting so close to the line, Razor almost had it. He has found 4 players, and while the round isn't there for unnamed, it's dealing damage. It's dealing damage in the long run for the bank that Good Guys currently hold, and honestly, yes, they have that round 1 up. But right now, Unnamed Project have a lot more plausible of a force buy and a victory while at it, even though they don't have the M4s, they don't have the AKs. Yes, Tech-9s and Mac-10s have been recognized as quite a threat on a map like this, especially B, which is quite close quarters.
If it does lead to much. Unnamed. Force spot. User case. Mouse set. And Hamster only good for one of the 2. And now they can try to scale. The first piece of the dominoes might have fallen. They're losing the sight and Healing. Trying to hold on for dear life, but not that much damage from the M4. Now the rotations are piling in. They do have one more smoke, but it's not about that. It's about them not lacking the kits. They'll need to find the kills, a bit labored from somehow, but at the end of the day, they get it across the finish line. The smoke coming through along, and they know that there's one player there, but now they can't really take the shot, and he has the luxury of trying to get out early. But this Molotov, oh, it's so damn effective, and they run through it, through the fire and the flame. WNTP finds the W for Good Guys a second time. They're all being the meat shield, and well, WNTP will die for our sins, but he will let Good Guys get out with the win.
Honestly, I was about to say Razor another 1v4 upcoming, questionably. No, sadly no. The defuse was coming around, and now Good Guys have started taking matters into their own hands, considering Unnamed currently just went in with a bit of a full buy or force buy, whatever you want to consider it. Currently, they're going to repeat that exact momentum going into this round, and guys, the turns should completely swap around. They should be able to not only start picking things up economically, but also good guys are going to be dealt quite the blow. Although, again, chances are a bit more slim, and you're really going to need to work effectively together if you want to make it happen.
Yeah, well, I mean, from the happening here, we see that the A side is where unnamed projects are going. So another pistol round. Still waiting to see like how it'll actually end up in the conclusion. It's 8-6, and I'm scared, Puffo, because it might just be like flash, and it could have been one player for good guys. Instead, it's just one player for unnamed project. This was timed too well. I swear, guys, I don't have the script. I don't have the script.
It's not a script. Trust us, we wish it was, and I imagine unnamed project do as well. Because what is Flipper to do? He's just going to have to stand around. Look at the bomb. It's not even in his hands. Let me cry. He's just holding it nicely, babysitting it around Donut. And Flipper recognizes that someone's there, spots him out, a bullet his way, but then instantly shot in the back by Heelan, who sneaks up on top mid to take him out. Good guys with another round. And again, even though it was a force by unnamed project, they should be able to secure themselves a decent buy going into this one. Yep, there it is, AK. And yeah, Volt, first time here going into the second half, and we're seeing a full team buy from each of these sides.
Yeah, we'll see. That actually leads to what? Because it's a gun round now. LFO, the good guys with the AWP in hand. And that AWP could be the difference between the win and the loss. You look at the mini-map right there. A bit of a mid-take apparently from unnamed project, and we'll see if that does lead to much for them on the winning waves or not. But from the round start, still a 5-on-5. And we'll see if it develops into further. Right now, the pace of the game is slowing down. Good guys leaving some of those angles. If the AWP finds the kill here, also valuable. The timing, the peak, the shot there from WNTP. And good guys get the man advantage early, but they'll need to take hold of that B exec probably coming in afterwards.
Yeah, again, if your screens are frozen, it is just a bit of tech difficulties in the background. That's at least how it is for me and Vault right now. But again, just checking out the minimap, as mentioned, we have 3 players towards A. It's going to remain that way. One player has gone down for unnamed, but that's not going to relinquish their hopes and dreams, because they're still looking to send it fully. And even though it's going to be a difficult battle to find yourself onto that B, again, you have Ram to pass on through. Cave has been a place, a rendezvous of Armageddons in the past. Unnamed Project are looking to send all their forces and invest everything they currently have to make this B push be as valuable as possible. Smokes their Yuto going out. You're just going to have to kind of hope that LFO good guys are ready for it, but it doesn't seem like so, because the kills have gone out. It's equalized, but Sketch is the one to really turn things about, as now Plan should be going down. You get yourself on that default again. All the major positions are being held, and good guys can't find an entry back.
Yeah, and right now, let me cry. That's fine. The kill, Heelan with one more. And SKCH is supposed to be the bad guy, but really not a lot of bad that he can do. Because the Sheriffs ruled this down. We're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. And we might not be in Ancient any longer. 10 rounds for the good guys. And while the loss bonus is building up a little bit, it's still not really where probably they want it to be if they ever want to be finding the victories. 10-6, the difference is big, but it's not an insurmountable difference. If Unnamed Project do find a win here against the odds, this is where they can start mounting their comeback. But if not, I'm scared that good guys are probably going to take over.
Sadly so. 10-6. It's looking a bit dire for Unnamed right now. This is a must-need round, but it's not looking like they recognize it as much as Hamster God wants his opening kill. A wall bank here right onto Sketch, and that's the first to fall. There we go. Good guys. It's not just a round one yet. You do have that CT. Back off. You don't want to play against Afraid because you recognize his kill back could potentially swing Unnamed Project into a winning cause. Although, again, they're just going to play around these smokes. We've seen it plenty of times, and even though the T side could even rotate towards mid, I feel like that would be one of the more plausible options. Unnamed have been very religious towards this B push up until now.
Yeah, we'll see. They That mid pivot though leads into something, because Let Me Cry was almost caught from the other side by Riesa, who's still holding that line. It's a bigger rotation towards the B side, and at least they're able to catch them now before Let Me Cry moves over. They might get the better of it, but the timing on Red is everything, and the timing he might have.
Warning shots on their projects. Again, they're making noise. It's a distraction. They want to send themselves on towards the full force, and there isn't going to be much of good guys to stop them. They're fully focused on towards B, but somehow still able to pick one. We have an offer as well, so we'll be missing a shot for the first time. Second as well, and WNTP will fall, giving the side over towards the T side. Now able to find the plan, but good guys coming from their own spawn, just trying to make the most of what they can. Healing connected shots. White Boy falls, double deal more damage, and all of a sudden it seems like Unnamed Project are left down to their final aspects. It won't be afraid. The Chosen One needed to keep it within bounds, but such low HP, and time on his game to work around. He can try and jest about it, play a bit of a ring around the rosy, but the defuse is going to be stuck on through the kid. There a spray just to keep him away, and the stick will happen as he's trying to run away. He does so successfully. He even takes a head off him somehow, but in the end, 11-6, one more round for good guys, and it's match point.
Yeah, the bomb plant at least. Less than to fund those AKs up again. Another true purchase here. Running project, and they're getting closer and closer. They're definitely knocking on the doors, but don't mistake the trees here for the forest. It's still not green on the other side. Still pretty tough for them to get the ball rolling. And right now, big numbers at middle, and a little bit of chip damage being done by the Yodo on either end, but this is where, if you're good guys, you're banking on your aggression, and it does pay in dividends. They do find the first kill, and Hamster is still holding that line. You also look at the other side, you know, like where Healing is, where Let Me Cry are. Like, the two of them basically are taking full control of middle. Yes, we're still a little bit frozen, but perhaps this is a great snapshot to see, like, the game state. There's, like, one more player in B that is trying to take a hold, but look at how aggressive and how much space the CTs have taken.
Yeah. Pushed forward, gotten themselves as much ground, so they don't have the wiggle room they need. But right now, Sketch is the one to really put it all down, as it's a 1v1 between himself and WNTP. The difference maker will be, though, if it's the first bullet to land or not. WNTP, you can either lock it down with this op onto a 2 HP Sketch, who could even be dealt a fatal blow with a USP, and maybe WNTP does realize that. But in general, again, either miss your shots and Sketch is able to capitalize off of it, or it goes the other way. And normally how most would expect it, but going for a rotation, WNTP not stressing. He's just going to be sticking to his B as true as he can. It is a 50-50 on where Sketch ends up going, however. He has picked up the bomb, and it seems like A will be his direction, which WNTP is reading perfectly.
Yeah, it's a great reading, WNTP, to go back, pick up the rifle, the extra bits of util. Now he got the HE, he got the Molotov, he knows that he's low. If the HE comes in at the right place and time, it is the kill, it blows the smoke, and with it, SKHC goes down, and it's a match point for the good guys.
That is so well played by WNTP. Honestly, to get yourself to not only match point, but this is series point of the first best of 3 here today, and it matters a lot. Now, WNTP, don't play with our hearts like that. Get the defuse through.
Yeah,
let's head on to the next round, but please.
Okay, there we go.
Thank you. No, he's gonna bait it. I'm waiting for him to cancel it. Thank you.
No,
there
no,
we
no,
go.
yeah.
Yeah, to lock it down, but yeah, in general, though, 12-6 here, 6 rounds in a row. It's not undoable, but it sure as hell is down to slow and low chances.
I mean, it doesn't matter if it's slow and low or if it's going out with a bang. A win is a win. That is pretty much what you will always learn whenever you are playing a game of CS. It's not about the beauty rounds. It's not about the rounds where you get the highlight reel. It is always about those few rounds where you end up picking up the win even when it doesn't look good. And that was one of those where it looked really good at the start, and it was a little bit of a stroke of fortune, you gotta say. Of course, always with the util that he had in hand, you would wager that WNTP will be able to find the win. But now that they got the full purchase all back in hand, but the money's not looking the best. And this is where, if there is a sliver of hope, I think that's where we're looking. The money Good guys if they lose this one.
Hey, look at this match again. Good guys, we have not seen them in Plaza Bowl Gaming too much, or at least I personally don't remember them being here. So again, that's what we love seeing here. Also, one thing to remember is we have another code to give away. We have gone onto map number 3, so that calls for another code, and it will be Clean Entry. That is CLEANENTRY. Clean Entry together, all caps. Enter it into the Gleam giveaway that's happening on this season 9 of the CS2 Plausible Gaming Championship. And of course, you can win yourself a knife. With the more codes you enter, the higher the chances, so you don't want to miss on the opportunity. And there's going to be more codes today and tomorrow, so keep yours out. But again, this is a stressful moment for both these teams because, good guys, they want to be the champions, right? There have been moments in Plausible Gaming where we've had reoccurring champions for 2-3 seasons, but these are completely new teams, all 4 of them, as a matter of fact. And good guys, they want the crown.
Yeah, and I mean, they pretty much are a dangerous team. I got to tell you, like, the individual level is through the roof. You just look at one thing that is a very simple fact, right? Like, what is a staple in CS players? Elo bragging.
Okay, yeah.
Right? Somehow is like, what, 3,800 Elo is like the 234th players on the ladder. I believe that WNTP is 3,700 Elo. And like the lowest elo in the entire team, if I'm not mistaken, is Hamster. It's only 2,700. So like that tells you, like, yeah, like look, of course you look at the other side and you will see that Flipper is also 3,400. But like you compare the average elo of the two teams, and there is like a slight edge for good guys. And I think that they're probably like, just per the elo alone, I think that they are the highest rated team if you were like taking the average of the elos of the team in its entirety.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's setting its mark in this match. It's showing, right? They're not only, like I said, they can not only elo brag, but they're also working nice together. We've seen them play it well individually when needed and together. And that's what's kind of gotten them through map number 1 and map number 3, or at least what is meant to be map number 3 for them. Considering it's 12-6, many would imagine that's the result, but Unnamed Project are not out of it just yet. They might be coming into this as a bit more as underdogs now, considering the elo game we're talking about, but in general they've still been doing quite well. And again, they even took a map off of good guys, so it's not like this is just counted out, but it's coming down to these final strains where they really need to put all the effort together to make sure they're not counted out and go for the big overtime.
Yeah, this is probably where like maybe some hope is into that. It's like, hey, like, you know, we got a lot of rounds. All we need to do is just to hold on to our economy, not make any massive mistakes. They'll make a mistake eventually. They have to play, I wouldn't say flawless, but they have to play excellent CS for like 6 rounds. And unfortunately for Unnamed Project, I don't think that they have that much of a continuous streak of a good form in them. They'll make a mistake, and when they do, that's when good guys need to capitalize and need to finish this game before it starts getting dangerous.
Before it starts getting dangerous. And speaking of which, look at Unnamed. They don't really care about utility. They don't care about players. They're just full sending it in, and they're getting punished by it. As 3 have been instantly dropped, and look at it. Good guys are just shutting them down at each step they take. That's already 4 down, and now down to Razor, who has definitely dealt an absolute brutal performance in the past of a 1v4, but now needing that 1v5, an extra step ahead, and again, considering that good guys are ready to shut you down, it could instantly be dropped. Has no clue about the whereabouts of some of these players. Push forward by the Molly, and looking to step right into the hands of the one, the only good guys who will be finding map number 3. And match number 1 is secured. That's our best of 3. That's going to be your first grand finalist for Season 9 tomorrow. And it will be good guys who I am honestly, I don't know about you, Volt, but I'm looking forward to seeing them tomorrow.
I'm really impressed. I've got to be real with you. I think that like the individual level, a lot of their mini adaptations. It's not like that they are like a team that is very well regimented with a coach. I don't think that that's who they are. But I think the intuitive Counter-Strike that they play is a brand that is really enjoyable to watch. Like in for example, like you see how like both the players, the one in cave and the one in long, like play for each other with the way that like one of which peaks. He tanks the flash, knowing that his teammate is gonna swing, and then he has enough time to just hold down mouse one, take the rest of the hold, and that's exactly what they've done. And they are playing a brand of CS that I gotta say I am really a big fan of in seeing because it brings out the best in some of those players. Like I feel like WNTP has really shown his true colors. And speaking of true colors, as he said, usually they say that nice guys finish last, but I guess the good guys in this case, they're at least finishing second, at the bare minimum, maybe even first. We still are yet to know about tomorrow. But what we do know is that there is another semi-final. The uninvited guests, so more so the bad guys now, are going to be taking over the Dragons. Let's see if they can slay the mythical beast when we come back from the break.
Find some passion and leaving behind adequate. Your journey starts now, time to make it happen. And you could be great, have it your way. Served up like some room service on a nice plate. The high life is only hours a day away from making a change to the life that you chase on. New year, new you, new day. Go prove to yourself you could do anything you wanna do. When you set your mind to something big that you choose, break it down to the root, chip away, gotta move. Push past all your limitations. Right now consider this an invitation. Make your worth go up like inflation and start chasing your dreams, stop waiting.
Everything you wanna be, write it down what you see. Don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in and you're bound to win. No fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down what you see. Don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in and you're bound to win.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yeah, go, go, go.
Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Twist the grind through the climb, I invite pain. You never give me fish, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 You got a mind, but even that can change. You can flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why I say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do some more. Push past all the pain and you find a door. Open it up and finally explore everything that you thought you could never do before. And even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. You cannot stop me, I'ma make it to the top spicy. Call a covenant, not cocky. You cannot break me, this world's mine for the taking. Got an inch, man, I'm making. Oh, I'll keep my head down and grind and be patient. I'll take a stab at the top and the sailing. They can all try, but you cannot contain it. Cause I see the things that I want and I take on my goals. Push myself to the brink, no limit. Do what it takes to be free, committed. I'm a little obsessed with things, I'll admit it. But that's what it takes to get a freedom ticket. Got a killer instinct and it's just the beginning. Breaking down walls and the hurt start thinning. And the more you push it, the fast start trimming. Till you're the only one standing up straight with it all.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You just gotta wanna keep chasing, put through everything you're facing. Keep up with the pace and adrenaline rush starts racing. Get through all the things you hate in. Don't let the others in charge of your dreams. They just don't know what it takes to be seen. You see the ship take control of your team. And if you're alone, then a one-man army. So you better be starving, and you better be carving. Through the hate, keep marching. And every day keep charging ahead till you get what you want, what you dream. Regret is a thing of the past, and you'll see that you always had it inside. Is the key to make the most of this life believe.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
Your will lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Let's go. Thoughts can keep you down, pushing deep until you drown, or they can keep you up strong, focused on the now. Glass half full, or has it been emptied out? Well, that's all up to you and your mind. Do you doubt anything, everything, not a thing? Make my thoughts work for me, manifest what I need, what I want, what I see. I could be anything, I attract all the things that I see. I believe I'll achieve as I breathe in and out again and again. I don't doubt, I sit and I plan, and I found out that I can execute if I'm driven, if I listen, if I learn all the wisdom. Read some books, something written, watch the best. Teach a system I invest, never hidden, I ain't scared. Ain't no chicken, I take dares. I'll be winning, you get back what you're giving. Find the reason that you're living, what you're good at, all your gifts and what you love. Take a risk and find out what you've been missing. Your will lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Your will lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. motivated on learning things. Don't hesitate to ask questions, the answer that I need. It's out there somewhere, I swear I can find the recipe. By testing, learning, and turning into a better me.
It lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. It lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
And now we're back to Series 2's the second semi-final here at what should be the final season of plausible of Counter-Strike 2 for 2025. It definitely has been a wild ride. 8 seasons underway, a couple of repeat champions, as Puffle have said, but all this time around. A set of new faces that will be really intriguing to go through. But for your eyes only, I guess we need to get something up to you guys. We need to make up for the secret code that we did miss on the end of map 3. So how about we spit it out here today? Just so you remember, this code is for the giveaway that is ready for a Huntsman life. That Huntsman is none other than a black laminate. So it's going to be a pretty intriguing one. How about we put that on a back burner for a second, talk about the two teams, and then we'll be putting our secret code out for that. And also, just so you know, not only is there a secret code to increase your odds for the previous map, there are up to 3 more for this best of 3 between uninvited guests and dragons. I'll just say one thing, because I know that probably I'm the one that knows this. Dragons is a Saudi organization, by the way.
All right. And you also, I imagine, have some hopes from them, considering, you know, some of these players. But yeah, this is going to be the second best of 3, the second semi-final heading into today. And the last one we will see for it before we head into tomorrow's grand final. So again, between these two teams, only one will walk out into the grand final to face Good Guys, who won out the previous match on Ancient. That map number 3, if you were not here. And again, this is going to be an exciting matchup, but yeah, we're taking a look at it as, of course, we have new maps, new faces. Dragons Esport coming in with a bit more recognition, while uninvited guests seems to be a bit more out behind the curtains.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's like a little bit of the name. They're called uninvited guests. I gotta say, like, on the ladder, I've seen a few of those players, but I haven't seen them competitively, which is the thing that is going to be new to me. I'm really excited to see how they are. But on the other side, actually, you know, maybe Dragons is a place that I can absolutely talk about. Like, you know, I feel like one of the easiest things to always point towards, especially when you're in MENA in Counter-Strike, is the one event that apparently we all get to see, the IESF International Championships, right? That one always goes well for Algeria. Like, they're always the best or second best teams. Always them and Tunisia. And what do you know? 2 Algerian and a Tunisian in the lineup, and a Tunisian coach as well. Just to like put it out there on the board. It's the majority MENA team. When they do play in the Saudi league, they also have a couple of Saudi players. But right now, the team that is registered, they have Njuki, who plays in Molo. Molo, also like another reference. They have a player that's called Zakaria, and he's also Algerian, so maybe that's the connection. Like, Zakaria knows the other players, like he knows Njuki, and he added him to the team. Then we got Ox, who is also doing pretty good. Like, you look at the team in the ladder, like the least that they have is like what, 2,500, right? You know, and that's all, and that's only Faith. And well, apparently we're gonna go straight to the game. But before we do that, keep you up to date. Remember, the secret code for the third map of the first semi-final is Clean Entry. That's CLEANENTRY. Clean Entry. You put that in the Gleam, as you can increase your chances for the Black Laminate Huntsman knife. I gotta say, it's still a pretty damn good knife. And you know what? It's gonna be a pretty impressive one for the players when they get into the server. Maybe we'll see what combos they're running. It's always fun to see like what kind of taste the players do actually have in those knives.
Yeah, 100%. And again, you do not want, you want to enter it because don't let us take it away from you. I mean, you do not want us to take that opportunity from you getting a free knife. It's a free knife, for God's sake. Just, it's common sense. And again, you're also supporting us out, so no harm there, but we're going to be straight into the game. And we haven't talked about the maps yet, Volt. And as this action is unveiling slowly, just to quickly summarize, X2 was a pick by Uninvited, map number 1, going into map number 2, which will be Inferno by Dragons Esports. And Luke as the decider now. Pistols up close. 3-4 players soon to be gone. And there it is. Finished job in an instant. Uninvited guests will find themselves only 1 player down, while 4 Delta, the enemy, and going down while held spawn side. Not much of movement made here by Fatty. And as much as he wants to, I don't think he's going to be coming out on top. There it is. Macro finishes the job. And we have ourselves a round.
Yeah, and an excellent start as well. You gotta say, like, all the kills coming through from Zufos, that was absolutely pristine in the kind of level that we've seen from him. And you know what? It is going to be really important to see how things will go. I rate Nichuki actually pretty highly. Rate Rizo a little bit highly too, but right now it should be easy pick'ems for the scout. I say that, but it might be outnumbered. Everybody else is running towards B, which does mean that right now Kojionka needs to run for the hills. He's trying to do that. Still there at spawn. We're at a little bit of a freeze, which I don't know if that's a calm before the storm or just an explosion that overloaded whatever is going to happen here.
Just waiting to see how it goes on, but we're going to give it a second here for things to get back in it. But yeah, there we go. The second we get back in it, what has gone wrong? Dragons Esports have been wiped in an instant. Uninvited guest just entering the building and coming out with 5 kills while only 1 lost. Exact same pathing as previously, but again, considering the guns that were handed to both these teams, it was an expected outcome, as now Dragons Esports should be able to put up more of a fight.
Yeah, and well, that fight is now going to be up to them. Dragons got the full buy. Door smoke right there. Arsenal fuck. I don't know why I even said that. Never mind. I don't think I've butchered the name that hard in a while.
It's cast of tradition. It's cast of tradition, but
you're gonna keep ruining one player's name in Dragons, and I'm gonna just correct you down the halfway point. But let's actually focus on the game, because they got a lot of map control. There's 4 players on short, and right now Lomdecor is under a lot of pressure. The op is in the hands of Ox, but he'll need to do more than just pass the Ox. He'll need to pass the punishment too.
Yeah, the short has been quite a path to damnation for many players wanting to enter Ray. Again, it seems to be the best result for T players most of the time. You throw a smoke at a flash and you should be set up for success, unless Ox has to say about it as Macro falls. Now Dragons able to return that for twice. Tenfold, 2 players and uninvited guests will fall in return, and now side control has been given over, but the retake is still within the bounds of plan. One of the players even towards A. Again, Nujiki taken off now. Valif smoking himself onto a short to make the entry for the CT player even more difficult, but I imagine at this point it's a 4v save, and so it will be.
Well, I mean, it is probably going to be a save from Fatah, but I don't know if he can even take that gun away. I mean, they probably know that he's there at pit. You just look at the 2 players there. Eye set. They can hear the M4 firing. It's a very tough duel to take. Fatah is going to be able to take down 1. Rizo was one of his own, but now he's the final rifle remaining. Thankfully for him, he's so far off. They take down the other 2, which does mean that Dragons actually get to keep their gun. Uninvited guests 3-0 up right now, not 3-0 down. The actual like names are converted, but a lot of investment is going to be made out of uninvited guests in this round, which does mean that there is some hope. Maybe it'll actually work.
Also, yeah, we do just quick little thing. Uninvited guests are on the T side. Yeah, just like Volt said it basically, but production would want us to clear it up again. Dragon are the ones currently on the CT sides, and there we go. Valef will open things up as Aux, the one who previously found the opening kill here, is going to be dealt as a first, and it seems like Valef just won't stop there. That's already a 3v5 quickly set up, and right now off to a good streak, but not flawless.
Yeah, you know what? It does seem that again. Rizzo still alive, rifle in hand. I don't really want them to actually. I will just say this. I don't really want them to take a fight that maybe they wouldn't even be strong enough to take. As it stands right now in the current moment in time, they're looking really comfortable on the side of Uninvited Desk. 4 rounds straight out, and Dragon Esports yet to find an answer. Now to find a second buy, and a second time that the op is in the hands of Ox. And I gotta say, if it doesn't pan out well, there might need to be a tech pause, or attack pause, sorry, not a tech pause. There might need to be a attack pause, and they will need to fully restructure how they want to play this one, because it's looking rough out here.
It is looking very rough, 100% on that, but Uninvited's really catching us off guard right now. We're going to need to make this round count, Dragon, if we want to start returning some of our own, but again, that's only for time to tell. Currently, going back to square one. T-push, mid, yours, sure. But short still has been quite a rough end to the stick here for Dragon to contain, although they are able to find the first one, and it's Ox catching a player looking to enter in on to be Uninvited. However, though, the T side has advanced quite deeply, rooted themselves on towards this mid side. Again, short a bit of presence there towards tunnels as well, which should be quickly initiated, and so it is as Ox finds the second in this round. Now Dragon, they have a bit of a return on their side. Valef finding Rizzo. In general, though, 50 seconds here, and it's been quite a slow-paced game.
Yeah, but an important couple of kills from Ox. Now on the A side, though, that's where they'll be tested. Scaling up through spawn, they are none the wiser. In fact, they're quickly taken care of. Marco, this time taken care of and being brought down. Valef against 3. On the core on 7 points of health, but immediately is able to get that second kill. AK in hand, and this is looking much better from the side of Dragon Esports.
There we go. It needed to happen, so it did. And now, Uninvited, guess what are we going to be doing to change the results the next time around? I guess we're just going to have to wait around and see. But definitely the MVP badge here goes to Ox, who not only found the opening initiations with that op, definitely setting in with that gun very nicely. At the same time, we have to consider that Uninvited guests have been constantly very pressing towards this A, and that's where it worked out all the time, right? When it comes down to this B side, they've attempted it once, and it's gone against them quite heavily. Now they attempted once more, and it's seems like they're going to be looking to contest it. It is theirs. Again, Dragon Esport wanted to step into the enemy team's territory. They got bitten, and now they're going to step back for a moment.
Yeah, that's the thing that probably I feel like we might be seeing from Ox as a theme. But he had one massive round there. This time, not even a single connection. And they needed Ox to find a kill there to trade so they can keep hold of the tunnels. Now the B side completely open. Duki cannot really even risk making it across through. All he can do, try to play around the boost, try to find the timing. He did find it first, but quickly traded by Sinzala. And well, now Dragon, probably 5th round down. They go again for the same boost. I don't even know if they're going to be given much. I mean, even the AG itself doesn't do much damage. The Molotov ready and present. Kill might be theirs on the core, full blind, and indeed, it is a core memory there. To be killed while flashed while entering. Finding 2 different uninvited guests, and Fata is only gonna be good for the one. Dragons are being scolded right now by the guests.
Yeah, 100%. They're getting scolded. They're getting scorched, and right now, 5-1. I mean, whew. A bit rough, but hey. We've seen worse circumstances in many times. They're still in the game. They still have time. But a 7-5 right now, they can be aiming to hopefully be set in better conditions. And, you know, although Ox didn't have the best of rounds previously, he's looking to step himself up once more. As now, opening things up, it will be Valaf to fall. Uninvited guys one player down, and will they make it 2? No, Sazvosh finds Lambda Core. There's no one. You gotta be careful when approaching close with the op, and now Ox falls, and Arsenal's I do wonder if they're gonna be not picking up the op, just continuing with the AK.
And you know what? Might look a little bit dangerous here for uninvited guests. They still want to go through middle, but that smoke kind of does tell me not where they want to go. Their movements on the minimap, even more telling. It's back to the A side they go. Fatah cannot take the long-range duels with the MP9. So instead, they go hunting on the B side. Weisel will find out there's not really much in there, and a big kill from Injuki. Because that makes it a much more workable round. A 3-on-3, especially with that smoke, it allows the two players here in spawn to scale up a lot more aggressively so, but I don't like how much noise they're making. They could be sprayed down on the other end. They're going for the boost to try to deny the plant. The timing, a bit too good for the M4, and Injuki gives them an advantage for the team, but it's quickly traded back by Macro. And now they're waiting for another player. They raise their head, they go peeking, but it's too much for them to handle. And it's all onto Rizzo. 1-on-2, we've seen the molly landing straight onto their head, and Rizzo actually found the clutch. We're back to the game, and out of absolutely nowhere, he pulled this one out of the bag, and now Dragons finding themselves 2 rounds in the... Well, they needed something like that desperately. And Rizzo rose up to the tally and became the hero to perhaps give them some love in this one.
Yeah, honestly, well played there, Rizzo. You know, shifting time and space to get an instant double kill, but Dragon Esport, they have that second. It's good enough. Again, uninvited guests still, though. Now they're looking to make the most of it. We have been seeing a bit more diversity from uninvited guests. They've been kind of testing out the waters with both A and B by this point, and I think they've found their comfort zone, seeing as A has been the more prevalent between the two. But again, Dragon Esport can never predict that point. They're just going to go for the default 3-2 split. 2 even pushing towards this long, and what's remaining there, it will be them to try and play aggressive for uninvited guest if in the case they were to push up towards gate, but no. Right now, again, they've been very consistent in getting themselves present on this mid side. Although this time around, look at the short coverage.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's not just short. It's like the entire play on the A side is pulling 3 players from Dragon, and I gotta say, I'm not a fan of the way the Dragon are playing the A side here on the Dust. You need to pick and choose your battles. I don't really hate that Lambda Core is playing here towards the A side. I just hate how far isolated he is from the other 2 players. He's taking an aggressive duel even. That is an absolutely terrible call. He is gonna be dead to waters here. And now the 2 players on short, outnumbered but not out-aimed. Great work from Juki. And they need the op to hold on for dear life. That, it doesn't just do it, it does a lot more. It throws them off the angle, but maybe it's by design. Let's go Giomka. Having the B side to their own. Fatah on the right line. That's the bomb coming through to him. If he's patient enough, he's a round winner here.
Fatim here could cut them off immensely, though. Again, they're being careful about it, though, but the Famas still strikes. It's him right towards it. Dealing some damage. Kujiomka able to find it, but Saz, with that second and uninvited guest, should find themselves leverage on this B side. Isolation has been the greatest thorn in the side of both these teams. Again, 1v1s have cost both of them 1 player each. Now the side again vacant, left uncontested. You look away in the wrong direction. The plant has gone down. Valov picks up Oxen. Now it's left in a 1v2 that will be finished by Valov. As Injuki not able to fight against it. And now in the worst case scenario, uninvited guests already have themselves a secure draw.
Yeah, and I gotta say, again, Dragons playing such an aggressive brand of CS, and maybe too aggressive for their own good there. Like, they've left the B site open, and they didn't work out together to clear it. I feel like one of the calls they've also made that maybe costed them there is letting Valve actually at mid. So they understood that Valve is probably playing mid doors, trying to hold the rotation, but instead of playing into him and trying to take the duel against him, they let him go, and now they'll probably have to let Lambda Core go because the HE is running to his face, but he gets it out just in the right time, still alive. Pistols for the most part for the Dragons. And it will need to play well, but those are a couple of shots that will find absolutely nothing. Macro was one. Koshiomka was the second. And the pistols, just as pistols are supposed to do. Crumbling under the weight of the rifle, but maybe now with Fatah and Rizzo, it could be a little bit more dangerous. The op missing, and Rizzo is in another 1-on-2. And usually I'll tell you to bet on him. But right now, he's caught out of the water, smirky territories, and uninvited guests at least winning this first half.
Wow. Honestly, it's such small changes that end up in greater results, right? It's like Njuki there, not being able to hit those shots while the enemy blind themselves. Uninvited guests through a flash mid pushed into CT spawn. I don't know who exactly was, but they ended up blinded, and again, not being able to connect those deagle shots from Njuki ended up costing them their life, so much ground, and much more leverage for uninvited guests to work up. The 7th round as well, now up close, beautiful from Ox, has done it plenty of times in the past, and will continue to do so in successive fashion. Sticking religiously, second one walking into that scope, and well, Sound Splash will fall, and it seems like uninvited guests haven't learned their lesson, they just want to keep on being persistent.
Yeah, and anything. That little bit of extra chip that has been inflicted to them will be very dangerous. Oh, I love this angle from Valif. But he needs to get moving. He's a little bit stuck there. Now he's forced to go down, and Njuki knows what's up, delivers the coup de grace on the other end. I mean, it was a cheeky attempt, but let's just say the execution didn't live up to how brilliant the idea was, in my opinion.
It was there. It was a goal break in the making, but sadly we're not seeing the construction yet. 2 players. What can you do? Ox you out. Now you're going to be in his crossfire, but Rizos as well, who forward, grabs her right on that front, and Ox to finish the job. As we have 2 ops on the side of Dragon Esport, I think they're going to keep him as well. This definitely will be interesting how it's going to how they're going to interact going into the following round.
I mean, yeah, it's going to be great for them, because that does mean that if they're able to instill some fear into uninvited guests to go into that B site, Ox can just hold the B site solo. You know, he could like have a teammate at the B doors at the very start of the round, try to give him some support, but Ox does take things into his own hands. Uninvited guests only on the pistols. And Dragons, knowing they got the economic advantage, and they're trying to press it as hard as they can. Rizos taking such an aggressive angle. Smoke there. Open up space. The Molotov actually extinguished, and now Rizzo playing a very tough line. He knows where they're coming from, but if he doesn't stick the landing, Lomdacor is gonna be dead in the water. They jump up, and Ox, out of everyone from the mid doors, is the one to take the duel. Last 3 are alive, and Dragons. Well, they're looking in a good position, but now that the mid is open, maybe things could start crumbling.
Wait, Macro, leave some for us. Uninvited guests are still fighting back, and a wallbang headshot with the scout there is absolutely out of bounds. But the matter of hand still remains 2 plays. One last one remaining. Spray transfer won't be there, but Arsenalza has left himself a victim to Fatim. As all of a sudden, 7-4, 7-5, 8-4 still possible, but uninvited guests have really set a good half considering they're on the T side. And again, a really nice precedent for themselves going as the first impression, at least for me, into this match today.
Can I say something? I swear. I didn't even register like the scout wallbang for like the first second.
Yeah,
I was like,
it was delayed.
no, not even just the delay. It's like, I'm like, yeah, it doesn't kill, right? The wall is too thick. There's no way it actually kills him, but it did.
Yeah, I don't know how it happened, but honestly, it was sick, and I'm all for it.
I mean, I'm all for Ox like showing up. You know, like he was having a slow start. Now 11-9. The rest of the team are absolutely picking up the rest of the tally. Lomdacor is like still struggling a little bit. You know, like 3-8 could do better. And if he does do better, like, I'll be a little bit worried for uninvited guests. You know, Dragons started pretty slow, but they're starting to pick up some steam again. And Puffo, now the uninvited guests are also weak in terms of economy. Like a 7-5. Like, it does feel like it would be realistic for Dragons to, if they win the pistol, like, we would have a conversation about this not being, like, a bad match despite the terrible start. Like, they went 0-4 down, and at one point, they were struggling to trade rounds with uninvited guests, but now it does feel like Caster Curse not included, that they're taking a lot more control.
But the push up here for mine. it gets exchanged, right? We have one from Njuki, one from CS2, but Kaizo's making the movements, and considering that Dragon Esports are at the standards, it should be them win him out. The Tech 9 here is able to claim it, and Arsenal's picks up the off, meaning we're off to a bit more even standards. But again, now we're pushing forward, Tech 9 in hand. How much can be done by it with Macro, considering this is the same player that dealt that wallbang earlier?
I mean, the real question is like what we're honestly doing, what is Fatah gonna do about it, and apparently Core is gonna be the one to take matters into his own hands. 2 players down to the window, and the one that got into the site is easy meat. I thought it was gonna be a lot more complicated than that, but Dragons able to hold down the line, and now, you know, 5 rounds on the T side, not the worst thing in the world. And I gotta say again, like, not just Njuki there, but also Ox, like, I didn't know what he was cooking. I'm gonna be real with you.
I don't know, but whatever he was, we're going on to a split roll here, or rather a 7-5, rolls reversed, and now Dragon Esport on the T side, uninvited guest on the CT. Again, these pistols here, if Dragon are able to claim them out, should be able to EQ things out, but again, you hand that over to uninvited guest, and they're going to be reaching far towards that match point and closer with each round, so don't want to pass them down that torch. As of the current, though, Dragon Esport a bit undetermined. They push forward. A bit of damage towards Valov. It's just teasing him as of the moment, who doesn't want to take up that challenge again. But now the T players are starting to feel a bit more confident that they could actually push towards long and get it.
I don't like this. I feel like they need to be a little bit more patient. Now, if they move, they solidify the players who uninvited guests staying on the A side. If they waited for like 10, 15 more seconds, those players would have gotten antsy, would have gotten thoughts, but maybe it doesn't matter. If they killed the player at car, they get themselves a solid man advantage. Now they're forcing the player on barrel to take a look for them on the site, and all they need to do on the side of Dragon Esports is to hold on for dear life. Because if they do allow Njuki to actually scale up through short, he will do so much damage. But right now they're taking the duels head on, and it's not looking that good. It's only Ox to find something for them. Valaf still alive on 4 points of health, and they're looking for something. The player from short comes in, and there's a double kill Njuki, and they get the plant. They get the man advantage. I'm not a fan of Njuki's positioning, and he's gonna be punished for it, rightfully so. He just put himself in a spot where he's dead in the water, and now it's Rizo and Ox trying to hold the rest of the team for dear life. Ox actually a lot further than, Rizo rather, a lot further than he would have liked to be, and now he goes off to the right distance. This is the optimal fights that they need to take. Both close up, both against the USPs, but the heads is gonna be of the silencers. It's just silent murder and an 8th round for the guys.
Yeah, they're a bit unfortunate, you know, Dragon Esport, they had the virtue of time on their side, but they didn't play around it. They got aggressive, could have just lurked around those hedges and hoped that an uninvited guest would have pushed them and maybe tried to go for a couple of taps. But again, they didn't go for that bait, they didn't go for that game, and in the end, they peeked themselves out for a split moment, just too much until their heads were popped and rolling down their shoulders. Is now into this next round, again, an 8-5 here. We do see a scout on Ox, and I'm liking that decision considering how confident this man has been on the op, and any gun you've handed him down, quite honestly. But again, uninvited guest, clearly better standpoint. Find the first, that's Njuki falling. A second swing, the scout finds damage, but the kill's still not there. Goes right back onto you. The bullets return to sender. Macro for the support. 2 players killed by each of the teams. Or rather, uninvited guest by the 4 kills off 2 players and an ace handed down between Macro and Argus and Elza.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I feel like they needed there. I mean, Arsenal's this is like some Arsenal form right here, and it's something that they kind of did need. I gotta be completely honest with you, and they'll be really happy with the outcome of that one, because Dragon Esports were risking running away with the game economically if they did win. I mean, still, even uninvited guests with that win, you have to play with 2 MP9s, so firepower. There's an asterisk on it, and there's an asterisk on that entry too, because Ox almost got traded. Thankfully for him, he's able to dodge the way out of harm's way, and the B side is where I'm actually really intrigued, and they do indeed find the kill. Not just that, but they also put themselves in a great position. And you know what this game is? It's our secret code. It's the Flash Fast.
Ooh.
It's FLASH. And it's FAST. All in one word, Flash Fast. That is the code, the secret code for our Huntsman Black Laminate giveaway. Join the link in green in the chat, and you will be getting a chance at that one. And if I guess right now with those 2 kills, maybe having a chance at something. But thankfully, Fatah is able to clear it off. It was a great double opener for Ox. Honestly, without it, this one would have been a lot more dicey.
Yeah, but it ends up not like it. 9-6, and like you said, Black Laminate, get yourself entered. You don't want to miss the chance of potentially winning a knife giveaway, and you certainly do not want me and Volt to take that away from you. So enter in on now, get all these codes, and get yourself entered. Get yourself a chance. Give yourself hope. For the love of God, you know you can do it. But as we head back into the third, Esport have found the second round here, or at least they're the first going into the second half. Arsenalza, though, putting those hopes, shattering them down, finding Juki, who has been a starting victim by Dragon Esport for quite some time. Fatim, though, is able to return the favor onto Macro's side, as A is completely in the grasp of Dragon Esport.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, they can just right now come in, you know, absolutely tear it away if they want to, and that ends up being the case, but the low HPs and a few players of uninvited guests will make it easy for Dragon Esports to just hold on for that line. Long is theirs, and shortly will be theirs as well, but not without something in retaliation. One from Kojiomka, but still needs to find the next one, and he's down to 38 points of health. The pressure is on, but a few of those players are low on health. Thankfully for Dragon Esports, they only lose Rizo and Ninjuki, and now they're closing in really on making that game theirs. 2 back rounds, or back-to-back rounds rather, on the T side, and the economy of uninvited guests is down in the dumps. All they need to do is to win this one and the next. They're in a tie and probably will actually leap to double digits first. This one is probably the foregone conclusion. Not even a single upgraded pistol for uninvited guests, so it should be a free. If anything goes wrong here, I might throw the towel on the entire series. I'm just
hey, maybe one of the players from uninvited guys could do a USP ace for all we know. It's honestly not impossible, but let's face it here. Uninvited are on their own map. This is their own pick, so hopefully they should be able to deny Dragon Esport from reaching the race of double digits. After this one attack and look at the safety play, throws out the molly, finds the contestant, instant kill. Ox is the one to find Kujioka, as now 3 players set back, just restrained from pushing forward. They don't want to give up their lives so easily, but again, what other option do you have besides saving or contesting? Those are your plan A, plan B. Second Smoke and Juki finding Sosfosh. Well, second Dragon Esport, they're having no issue with taking out the uninvited. Yes, and the backlines have been completely covered and spread red as Juki colors the kill field. And all of a sudden, Dragon Esport on only one away.
And at least not the 2 colors, you know. If it was a monochrome color on the kill feed, that would have been like kind of terrible. But still, you know, the economy is good. They're not too fussed about it. It's all good fun. But now this is where things get serious. A full buy from uninvited guests. They're on the CT side, still no op, remember, but they are a bit too late to catch them crossing towards B side. 2 players there on that line, 2 players trying to deny the long pop, and uninvited guests get a lot of the solid early map control there for themselves. And Dragon Esports will have to fight in a few other places. Oh my god, the timing from Injuki. Life could be Dream, and I feel like we're witnessing Dream in real time. He snuck through mid. All the rest of the team needs to do is to work their way onto other angles, but Kojiomka catches him. He's ready. That's a next level anticipation step right there.
Spraying through smoke. Opening. Oh, he's been spotted. Ox found the little antenna on his backpack, and Zazfosh will be victimized. First from uninvited. He's down to pushes through, but an up-close player expected. An Ox with a no-scope onto Kojiomka. An instant shot here, an uninvited guest adjusted. Completely decimated, and it continues down that line as Macro's the only one left standing. 17 HP, picks up the AK, backs off this fight as he knows it's not a battle worth living. Dragon Esports should be able to lock this round out, maybe even hunt down the final player, but that's up for question.
I mean, that's supposed to be the round that they get, you know, is the most important round of this half, and Ox step up again, 2 from him on the AWP. Fatah, especially like holding that line for the next kill. I feel like that was so important in making sure that that B site entry goes well for Dragon Esports. And right now, that last player is being hunted, but they did miss him. Ox sail through away from suicide. It's gonna be a new lease on life for Macro, and one that they would need desperately. Yes, the lost bonus is accruing. Man, Ox is beautiful, like insanely quick reaction timing, and that kill from Fatah, I feel like really put the seal of authority on this round.
We've been having ourselves quite the day here. He's going to continue getting just much more exciting. 9-9 here. Invited guest. Why is Valve on a Zeus? Spending your money wisely, I see.
It's not a lot of spending. It's like it's the same money as a Flash. It doesn't really matter, really.
Oh no, trust. It's for the long investment. That is going to be game changing.
We'll see. All I'm waiting for is the of dreams. We'll see if that actually shows up. Right now, the Scoutsman looking to fly through, looking to lead the way, but the big brother is here holding the line, and Juki actually traded by Arsenal, but Rizo's the one to take the openers, and indeed Ox denying the god from finding anything, and if anything, is the dragons that will be the kings of this mythos. And it's double digits for them. Not saying I told you so, but I kind of told you so that this is gonna happen.
All right, rub it in, Vault. But yeah, it is a 10-9. There's no denying it in Dragon Esports. Even though they had a bit more of a rougher beginning, the continuation was far greater. As right now, they've been on a streak once more, and uninvited guests haven't really accepted the challenge to stop them. And a missed shot there from one of the players goes both ways. Valve has seemingly taken up the upper position as well. So now it's up to the player above, so they can't stop him just yet, as two have gone against you, Dragon, and now your entry has been denied, but it's Ox that's keeping the balance maintained between the man count. And even though nothing can achieve, they're back on mid, square one, trying to find their short, and Valor could have connected that shot through the fire, the flames. Juki rises like the Phoenix, and Arsenalzo will be a victim to him. Is now trying to connect over towards the A plant as well. The op is dropping down. It's a 1v1, but Southfosh actually wins the initiation. As now, what are we going to be doing? Uninvited guests are going for a full map-wide rotation, or a flank rather. Two going to be on short, holding you down. Lambda and Juke, you're just expecting him. One of these players extremely low, so let Lambda do the heavy lifting, trying to find the head taps. Unsuccessful, taking ticks of damage, but finishes the job. It's right back on it. Valve is able to catch up onto a low and injured Lambda, as it's all up down in 1v1, and Juki finishes the job. The Dragon Esports will be getting themselves round 11.
Yeah, so important to see what they've been actually able to do on that one, to see that they wouldn't squander the opportunity, because realistically, this was one of the best looks of uninvited guests ever since Dragon went onto the B side and started to get some dominance. And if the op shot at middle, maybe it would have been a very different story. But since it didn't, now uninvited guests are back to a full buy with an empty line. That's an AWP. Two players on the B site. And I don't mind Dragon Esports doing this, but they will need to be careful of the return chip. Thankfully, the HP, I guess, a bit too deep. Didn't do that much. Instead, it's Ox, actually, to be found by Macro. Smoke spray, and he's gone. That's their main man. 21 kills, no more in this round 21, but Injuki trying to carry on the legacy. For his team. Oh, the time for Macro is so good, but he's going to be caught with his pants down. Rizo raising the stakes, his fellow compatriot taking down Arsenal as well. And suddenly, it is just Sionchka and Sufosh now trying to play out his teammates. 23 points of health. On the rifler at the mid doors, the second one does in the lower tunnel. On the court, almost finds them both down, and the spray down is gonna be all green. 2 kills, match point. Dragon, from such a slow start to such an absolutely dominant D-side.
Honestly, recently, I don't know what happened, but uninvited guests just haven't been finding the break point needed. A tactical timeout. It's been waiting for a while to be shown. I think they should have used it plenty of rounds ago, but they've been stalling out on it. Even though they have so much to offer with these tactical timeouts, they were just holding back on it. And now they've paid the price by allowing Dragon Esports and their tempo to rise as time goes on. Match point here, 3 rounds in a row. It's all or nothing for map 1 here on Uninvited Guest and their, well, you could say opener into this best of 3.
Yeah, and honestly speaking, like, I was really surprised when we didn't see at a timeout on what 9-9 was the second buy round they could have had. Like, I really thought they would take a timeout there, but they didn't. And not only did that catch me off guard, it perhaps allow them to prepare much for anything else that, you know what, usually you would have seen there. But right now, I will still say that it probably is going to be a really good look for Dragons if they can finish it off here. I mean, the economy is okay. You know, it's not that bad whatsoever. But we'll see. Things does actually make a difference with those couple of M4s next to the FAMAS. One of which here on that B site, and Sojiamka taken care of by Ninjuki. A clean entry. That's the B site, the lower tunnels. Fended off for now, but we'll have an arsenal. A pair of kills, and right now, Dragon Esports actually under a ton of pressure. It's a 3-on-4. Ox with the Molotov and the HE. Makes it even more difficult. And it's back to a 3-on-3. One at the window, looking for the push. So Fosh actually finding the kill. There's a player there waiting for the smoke to expire. It could have been money, but instead Ninjuki now down to 4 HP and is leaving it all to the Hopper. The run boost in. They're in the side itself, and it's a matter of time before Ox is killed. He does find the one, which is to the rifle. Wait a second! Thank God a save! Uninvited guests almost lost the map there, but instead they can breathe a desperate sigh of relief as they put double digits and they're only 2 away from OT.
For a second, I thought it was actually going to get done. For a second, Ox was making it look more possible by the minutes, by the second, by the kill. There goes a no-scope, M4 switch, and just waiting to be tapped. But Mac fights back before the round, and match is lost. A bit too close on Uninvited Guest. We're cutting our time. Ties it too quickly here. Although again, Molly's worked short. Dragon Esports here. Again, they have 2 more rounds to finish the round. Big regulation, unless it's going to be overtime, threatening them. Just smoking out Vala, who's on car, holding a steady position. Players dropping in. The rest of the CT side coming in to support, but Dragon Esports have a full charge down lane. And Young is definitely going to be a brutal one as blood splattered each way. 3 kills in an instant. And Uninvited Guests have nothing to show for it besides their 1 kill. That is going to be a feeble asset to what they've been dealt. Last one standing, but Kojiomka, that's just too much to burden. And your map 1 winners will be Dragon Esports.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful from Dragon there in the final stretch. But I have to agree with you on both ends. You know, it was a really good play from Dragons there. I still hold on to that sentiment. But yes, something went absolutely wrong when they went to the CT side. You know, they started well, they got the pistol round, but what the hell happened from there? It's like all the big kills. Like, I mean, the B side entries, it's like smooth as butter for Dragon Esports, and it shouldn't be like that. They should have been putting more of a resistance, and it's not for the lack of trying. I guess they just didn't try the right things.
Sadly so, but hey, that's the result. We have ourselves map number 1, and thankfully, that's not it, right? That's what we love about best of 3s. Firstly, we get to see completely different maps through all the 6 maps that have been picked out here today. So we're going on to Inferno, and then of course, Nuke, if it ends up getting to the decider. But as of the moment, we're going to take a short break so everyone can rest for the moment being, and we'll be right back.
older. I swear to God, I've been at it for a minute. Climbing to the top, and this music was my ticket. Found a way to grind, turn a passion to a business. No limit, I'ma get it, having millions as a witness. I'm addicted to winning, living up every single day. I'll be fighting and building up in a million different ways. I don't think I can stop, I think I need the chase. I love to race, and I'm running till I'm first place. Long nights, long flights, I'ma make it big. Big dreams, big sights since I was a kid. Doing things that I like, let the pieces fit. I like the pain, feel alive when I'm under it. I could change, adapt, do what I need to. All these obstacles, they look and see through. Don't let the anger out, just let it feed you. I'll see you at the top, just let me teach you. Yeah, I'ma be a high roller. Move forward in the battle like soldier. In the game like closer. I'll be at the top of the chain straight on. Yeah, I got a different motive. I don't need any help, I'm alone. You'll be seeing my name on posters. You could call me POTUS, I got all the voters. They be like, really? You got a milli from doing something silly? I'm like, chilly, I've been killing for decades now, Billy. Well, maybe like several years, but who's counting really? I just know how to turn something silly into a milli. Got a lot to say, and a lot need to hear it. You don't quit today, we don't stop, no, we feel it to the top. Yeah, we change our whole world, yeah, we steer it. Getting lost in the things that make us all worth hearing. No, I'm the first one to turn up, learn stuff. But mostly I'm just in the lab getting work done. Cause the bills on the first, they still worth some. I never forget being broke, man, it hurts, son. But not as bad as not having any purpose. I took stabs, this and that, and it's working. But I still grind every day for that thirst. It's a curse being first, yeah, still gotta get my work done. Yeah, I'ma be a high roller. Move forward in the battle like soldier. In the game like closer. I'll be at the top of the chain straight on. Yeah, I got a different motive. I don't need any help, I'm alone. You'll be seeing my name on posters. You could call me POTUS, I got all the voters. Yeah, let's go. New year, new me, turn it up a new degree. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I see. Work hard every day, work hard, then we play. I'll be doing everything in my own damn way. Ain't nobody tell me shit, I'm on top of it. Writing hits that make other people feel like writing hits. We gon' get every little goal that we wanna get. Never quit, we don't even know what it means to quit. Write it down, what you want, what you need, what you see. Everything that you wanna be. Put it out in the world, that's your destiny. In your mind, what you need is that belief. I'm gonna make it to the top. Cause I never stop, my own switch doesn't have enough. I think it's broken, I think it's lost. I guess that's why I never take a loss.
New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you gotta win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win.
Make a deal with yourself that you'll get after it. Find something that you love, call it passionate. Or find some passion in leaving behind adequate. Your journey starts now, time to make it happen then. You could be great, have it your way. Served up like some room service on a nice plate. The high life is only hours a day away from making a change to the life that you chase on. New year, new you, new day. Go prove to yourself you could do anything you wanna do. When you set your mind to something big that you choose, break it down to the root, chip away, gotta move. Push past all your limitations. Right now consider this an invitation. Make your worth go up like inflation. And start chasing your dreams, stop waiting.
New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win.
If you were not here for Dust, it was the map that Dragons Esport ended up winning, but a pick by Uninvited. So now we stand at map number 2, a pick by Dragons Esport, although will it be won by them? It's still me, Puffabomb, on the desk, by the lovely Vault. And Vault, we're going into what map exactly?
Inferno. And I mean, you think of it that way, you know, dragons, what are dragons known for? Breathing fire. It's an inferno.
Ooh.
Like, this makes too much sense, okay? This makes too much sense.
Yeah, it does collide. There's, there's symmetry in it for sure, but I wonder, again, you talked about it, will they be slain on map number 2, and then we are going to have to head to the decider? Honestly, it's been quite traditional. I think in not only today, where teams really like winning each other's maps, but in Plausible in general. Like, everyone just likes winning each other's maps. I don't know what the deal is, but I'm hoping Dragons Esport, considering they're going onto such a ironic map for them, like Inferno, I'm hoping they're able to close it out. But again, I do want to see Nuke.
I mean, here's the thing. Like, if you look at Dust 2, there were clearly moments where we thought, like, okay, Dragons are completely out of it. They went to the T side, they recovered. The final part of the CT side as well, like, they did a lot better than the start. Like, they were down, like, what, 5-1 at the start, then they started clawing back. It was like 4-0, then they traded rounds back and forth, and then eventually, Dragons were able to take a bit of a hold to get a closer game. But even then, they lost the pistol. And that's where things can be dicey. They are 0-2 for pistols. If they don't get that ball rolling, Inferno might not even be theirs, and that's the scary part. They could be better on Inferno, but because they like lose 4 of the necessary 13 because they lost both pistols. Okay, English is hard. Because they lost both pistols, they might go like 0-4, right, in total, and they just need 13 rounds to win on the side of uninvited guests. So they're like what 1/3 of the way there, just off the back of those. Like they just need 9 more, and that's the main thing. Like sure, like you think, oh, like 9 rounds is still a lot, but no, like you think about the effect. It's like they won 4 rounds back to back to back to back because they won the first pistol on Dust. It doesn't just snowball to the first 2. If you play the bonus round well, if you carry over dangerous weapons in the bonus, you might go 3-0. And that we've seen that happen to Dragons. And this is where things could get difficult. That's why, regardless of whichever side that they'll be playing, I really need to see them stepping up those pistols, especially on Inferno, where retakes are much more difficult.
Yeah, 100%. But you talk about difficulty. It's not difficult. Everyone that's right now watching and listening to enter the Gleam giveaway that we're hosting. It's a free giveaway for a really good knife. Again, it will be a Huntsman Black Laminite that you can get for free. And don't let us take away those chances. We have been dropping codes that heighten up your chances of winning the knife throughout the entirety of today. And we'll continue to do so until today is finished. And then, guess what? There's going to be more codes tomorrow in the grand final. So get yourself entered. It's a free knife. You have to recognize how good that is. But again, we have Inferno right now. We're going to be heading into it in just no time, and I'm excited. As much as I said at the start of the stream that Inferno can be long, I'm still a fan of it, mostly because of the utility.
Yeah, and I really want to see like how much can they actually do on that one. But for now, we are going to the game. Dragon on the CT, no, actually on the T side they are. I'm invited guess on the CT side. And it's going to be interesting to see how this one is going to go. A nade, a smoke, a flash. All of which on the B side does a little bit of damage. Not that it would really actually matter on a pistol round. Like, pistol rounds all about those headshots. And right now, it's all base and entry to be found to some deem damage from Ox as well. The man is on a mission. Anything that doesn't look like ambience or background, it goes down on the screen, and everybody's scared to take care of him, but instead it's a kill straight back, actually, from the side of uninvited guests, and they got a kit and the dualies. They could easily take care of them on new box.
Dual Berettas on Ox. Very fitting for this range, but not connecting those shots could go against you. Right now, it seems like as much as their entry has been quite quick, it's the exit that's going to be shown a lot quicker. They get that plan down, but the retake is there, and that's the one thing that's a bit more tricky on a map like this. You're taking a look at Inferno, right? There's 2 trade-offs. You can either push B as a T-side player, and you have yourself a more difficult entry, but a better way of holding it. Although, as if you go on to A, the entry is a bit more easy, but you can hold it. Holding the retake is a bit more difficult. Now, it seems like Dragon Esport wanted to go for the easier post plant, but even then, it didn't work out again for them.
It really knows worth them to see if it will be this round where they've invested a lot, and I like that from Dragons. Even though they've invested, they're not really racing to get their early map control. Why does Rise go? Okay, there we go. I was like, is Rise just gonna fist fight this round out? But no, thankfully there is a Deagle. There is the boost. And they might catch one off guard, but instead the FAMAS is actually the one that will get out of that scot-free. Almost no damage done, just a single bullet. The MP9 on the other end, FAMAS still there. The HE softening him up. But they haven't found the kill. Instead, it's a take two, and guess what? The entertainment is still on through the sandbags. A kill found, and uninvited guests are doing great work to deny the most of this force spy. One kill back from Ox, but it's still a 3-on-4. Dragons are still behind, but if there's something that they could use as solace there, I thought that they would at least try to go to Banana and pick up any of those guns that they can. Like, at least the MP9, it would be better than the Eagle, but they would rather choose the pacing, and I'm not against it. If they get the kill here, that would be great, but instead Marco actually goes out outright as the kills coming in from Dragon Esports, and they put themselves in a pretty good position. The MP9, Messi, and Arsenal now pressured. The Galil is going to find another one on the court. He's actually taking the round. Him and Rizzo might have cracked the code. M4 in hand, and round most likely denied. Both players are playing together through short. Yes, they have the Kevlar. Yes, they have the armor. Yes, they have the helmets, but I don't know if they can actually do it.
Yeah, I guess we're about to find out right now. Again, you said they've cracked the code, but there's still the open door that they need to secure. Uninvited guests have two players, Valef and Sazvash, who have been able to pick up one. It's resorted down to the good old duel, and Rizzo taking a slight bit of damage just to even out the HP with Valef. He's now looking to hunt him down, but time is not something within your grasp, and you don't have the kit, you don't have the seconds, and you don't have the space to run away from the imminent death of the explosion as you're set right towards mid, and Dragon Esports find themselves the first round.
Oh man, it's so rough for uninvited guest. I mean, even for Dragon, you know, they lose everyone, sure, but uninvited guest goes back to 0. Like, there isn't really that much that they can do about that one. It's going to be like MP9s, upgraded pistols, maybe a few shotguns if they're going to be trying to be cheeky, but yeah, mainly MP9s. It makes a lot of sense, especially if you pick some of those fights in the apps, like close up towards top mid. It makes a lot of sense.
Go Banana, volley up towards it. Pushing with a Mac 10 to find one a second as well, thanks to Rizzo's backup. Now Dragon Esports once more. B's going to be easily there as the plant down as well, but we've seen how this ended up going the last time around. Uninvited guests just charging on in and retaking the site, but I doubt that's within their plan of mind considering the pistol they hold. Valef reveals himself and falls just about as easily. And Ox, speaking of him, we just gotta give the credit to Ox. Ox has been so phenomenal for Dragon Esports and very consistent in both the maps up until now.
Yeah, like he's really been doing his part on the on the rifle. I mean, this round, he's just been basically tasked, you know, like take hold of the flank. You don't need to do too much. We'll get the entry for you. We're farming as much money as we can for those SMGs, and I mean, for the most part, like even on the core, like even if he died there, he got the opener. They got the site. This is the maximum amount of money that they can get, and they're back onto 4,000. And they wouldn't be too fussed about throwing him one of those Mac 10s or even on the core, just like picking up a Mac 10 or a Tech 9 of himself and trying to play that one for a bonus. But I wouldn't be a fan of that. I feel that they don't have the kind of funds to play a bonus. Instead, this is the better call. Just full buy, try to use those two Mac 10s as somewhat of a pace alterer against those pistols. The Mac 7, yeah, is just the one scary part against the Max, but they're not walking into the shotgun. That is stationed into the B side, and into A they go. A Deagle with macro.
No.
Oh, he let them all pass. No. Oh, it's brutal. It could be Savage. He's looking to get them. But instead, it's the whip of a century! And the second time of asking Arsenal, precise and calm. Where was that with the Desert Eagle, man? Now they get the site. They're gonna get the plant anyways. And I mean, winning an AK, that itself is a win here for uninvited guest. But they could have had so much more. So much.
They could have had so much more. Macro, you can't. Not like this. It hurts. I imagine he's not too happy about it, but right now, the bomb is down right in Dragon Esports. We're going to find another. It's going to be Fatim to pick up another player, another asset only so much more times that you can find the element of surprise upon the Dragon Esports. Started reading into you. Another shot here. It's an instant punish. You've got to be kidding. Juki just off the charts. Finding one last one there with another. Last one crossed. And Rizo for the finish as Dragon Esports securing third round. Not only good on kills, but credits as well as the bomb explodes.
Yeah, and they get to keep all 3 of those AKs that they've bought. The 2 players that died, they were able to recover the AKs, they threw the MAC-10s away, so now their buy still looks as dangerous as ever, if not even more, with Ox on the AWP.
What's the plan going to be now, Dragon Esport? You've gotten yourself 3 nice rounds. Again, keep an uninvited chance. Stretching the lead code to be as thin as possible if you win this round. Definitely a positive you're looking forward to. But this utility is getting a bit more prevalent, a bit more common around Banana, although that doesn't stop Dragon Esport now, does it? Again, they've found a way to nicely just break through the line of defense. At least for now, they're going to continue doing so, but they are setting towards some of these players towards mid as well for a possible rotation.
And right now, rotation, a little bit more than just possible. It's actually seemingly inevitable. Dragons on the A site. And, well, it's a 3-player stack on the A site that they're able to at least isolate the player in library. That will make their job a lot easier. But the op is working its way through the apartments, and the rest of the team apparently all adamant on shutting down long. I believe there will be a model smoke here, and then they want to take care of the 2 players in pit. And it's whether or not they will expect 2 players to be in that angle is everything. Uninvited guests probably looking for a little bit more right now. This is like so much suspense just in that frame, Popo. And apparently the bomb is planted. Those 2 players are down. It's a clean entry, as easy as you want it from Dragons.
I mean, honestly, uninvited guests are just handing them down, you know? Oh, you took 2 of our players? Go on ahead, right through the door, and you know what? The bathroom is to the right. Yep, there you go. Bomb is down again, another round for Dragon Esports. And honestly, uninvited guests, they're just trying to reserve as much of these guns. I think there is one thing I'm quite afraid of, though, right? Vala finds one, he gets found himself, is I've seen a reoccurring for some teams, right? They go for this one save, okay, they get a couple of guns, they carry them on to the next round. The next round, absolutely mentality. They don't want to let these guns pass on by in the recon to be completely dropped, so they continue doing these saves. But again, I'm hoping uninvited guests don't get used to the feeling of saving constantly, because then Dragon Esports are going to constantly have rounds.
I mean, you say that as if we're playing, like, I don't know, like a Mirage or an Overpass. It's Inferno. You better get used to saving here. This is the game time map. Like, the game time was made for this.
I'm just hoping it doesn't happen, right? It's a terrible...
And it will. It will. It will. It will. The future is now. Speaking of the future, this is the future where they actually are pushing into them. It's very aggressive. The boost again. And almost unsuccessful. They spot the one on barrels and in Juki. Well, those were heat seekers. I don't think that there's any other explanation.
Okay, Lambda. Falling. But now it's going to be stopping them. Salzfosh able to pick up Rizo. Seems like uninvited guests are starting to finally make a bit more of an effort for them. As Salzfosh, yet another delivery here. Right unveiled. Ox last one with the op. Just trying to make a step forward again. Doesn't want to reveal himself too much, but at this point he's being as cautious as he can to maybe even save the op, and I'm just hoping he doesn't go for the save.
Okay, so Ox actually giving that one a go. I didn't expect that to happen. 2 players on spawn. Only one is ready for him. He's gonna isolate the one-on-one here. Puffo looking for the next duel. He knows where he is. He can rat him out with a Molotov. He's looking to take that duel, but instead he turns around. We can hear the fire and the flames, and we can see the kill right now. Down to the final one-on-one, but it will be saved by the uninvited guests, and they double down on the board.
They double down. Dragon Esport will not prevail here. They have a couple of rounds already under their belt, so they're still safe and sound. But again, uninvited guests might be coming in with a bit more of an entry onto Inferno from this point on. Only time to tell. We do see Valef on the up, and again, we haven't spotted out today, I believe. It's the UMP from Kojiomka.
We'll see. Much is actually going to change on that one or not, but right now, though, this is absolutely beautiful. I mean, it's been in the works for a while for uninvited guests to bring Dragon to their knees, and if they win this round, they would Lambda starting well off against Arsenal. Uninvited guests down a player. The apartments are not their territory anymore, and they're wary of Boiler. Valov is able to take the Lambda in the trade, and instead, you look at them. That should have been a kill for Injuki for sure. And now they'll need to struggle. The Southfosh before has won around single-handedly. They still know where he is, and thankfully Rizzo this time around is going to be good enough to take care of him. Put the bomb into the jets, and it's still a little bit dicey. It's a 3-on-3, but Fatah goes down in the A site. He bought a little bit of time on the rotation, but they need to find those duels, and they realize there's nobody at Banana. They back up, but they give so much space for uninvited guests to try to play the retake from.
See a boost here from Macro. Can find a bit of advantage. Fighting ghosts here. Tempting to see if there's a flank coming in from the back lines. A smoke gonna make it a bit more difficult for you to position some of these players to lie, but the Coffin player spotted. Fox instantly able to execute. Flash followed up with a push, but the Alpha not connected away. A no-scope attempted, but taken out. And the stage showing through, leading Rise only 1-1 as he's able to pick up Macro. The explosion goes off, and Dragon Esport reclaim a round.
My, this was such a tense one. I mean, they got the slide, they lost the player early, and if they didn't lose anyone, if Southfosh didn't actually make this round close, it wouldn't have been this stressful. But from that kind of stress, an inventive boost from Ox. A great call between him and Rizzo. And Rizzo not only staying alive, but picking up the op again. And you know, Ox has been performing consistently, so I feel like keeping him with the op is going to be the most important part of this play. I don't know what Ox is doing, but he's winning the round. 2 kills back to back through Banana, and Southwash is still alive there by the sandbags. We don't even know how many kills he's gotten. We can see the one, but can he find a multi-kill? And if he does this mean it's a round for uninvited guests?
I wouldn't say so. Not just yet. Keep in mind, Dragon Esports, the final 2. What are these guns, by the way? 2 hops on Dragon Esports, and then a swag 7 on uninvited guests. Where did it all go wrong? Well, let me tell you, Lambda's opening gear onto Macro will certainly be leaving the last player with probably one of the worst guns to be stuck in with a situation like this, as long as the ops tend to take the long range, that is. And yeah, Arson picks up that AK-47 from a dropped body, a deceased corpse, right back onto the T-spawn, and into the high tide of apps on the right side of the map, or rather bottom side. Explosion is off. Dragon Esport with a draw confirmed, and carrying over 2 ops into round 9.
Yeah, I maybe a 1 op too much? Wait, did
bit.
they just drop the op?
You are kidding me.
Nah.
That's a waste. Come on, people. Do you realize the economy we're currently in?
I mean, it's not like you're throwing an eagle. It's $5,000 for God's sake.
Give them to me.
I'll take it. You know what? You can take the black laminate if you join the giveaway too. And that is actually real and for free. It's like $100 worth of a knife, but most of all, it's like absolutely stellar. If you pair it up with the right set of gloves, and they don't need to be expensive ones anyway, because like the black fits out with a lot of gloves, but right now, I guess the shoe fits for Valor. And they're wearing them down. 2 kills for uninvited guests. Finally, a trade from Injuki. 2 players on the other side. That's the bomb out in the open, but they couldn't catch it in the right timing. The swag, not really swaggy enough. They get the slight uninvited guest with the numbers advantage. Maybe that will encourage them to actually go for the retake.
Maybe. But right now, we're just going to have to be left wondering of where this round will go. As right now, it has been a bit of a stalemate, right? Both these teams just frozen in time. waiting to see who's going to be caught first and where can we find ourselves a punish uninvited guest to hold the advantage when it comes down to the man count. But Dragon Esport, it's still not over yet. It's only one player there below that can instantly equalize that out. And as for now, we're just going to have to return it back to us. A bit of technical difficulty, so it's not too much of an issue. But again, we're going to be getting back into Inferno as soon as we can. In the meanwhile, though, Dragon Esport, they've been going on their TC side. I really like how they've been actually entering B. Like, they don't have a care for their own life in the world, but they still get away with it.
What was that? Yeah, I was about to say, what was that from Ox? Like, he
know.
just ran through, he full sprinted through the smoke with an op. He's not holding a Mac 10. He's not holding an AK. It's like he's like slow motion walking, and he still got two. He still got two. Like, okay, bro. I guess.
Sure,
like,
sure, whatever.
Yeah. And you know what's the crazier part? We didn't see it, but Southpaw was able to get two from the sandbags. And that's why the round is competitive. I mean, the two of them are just having a freak off. Like, who can have the most freak of nature kind of round in that exchange? But really, the exchange is actually making me think of something. If you want something without an exchange, completely for free, we were just highlighting it. The Gleam giveaway for our Huntsman Live Black Laminate is completely for free. You join in the link, you get the free entry from that, and then more entries as you keep tuning in through the secret codes. We have one here for map 2, and we have a few more for the grand finals. Unfortunately, if you missed the prior ones, that is it for that. But it doesn't mean that you don't win. Just this is increasing your odds. It's like more entries into the raffle. And drum roll, Buffalo Bob, what is the secret code for map 2?
It will be Retake Squad. So that is RETAKESQUAD. Retake Squad. Something that we haven't seen from Uninvited too much, but hopefully will in the future.
It's an inferno. I mean, what kind of universe where a team called Dragons take the map called Inferno, and like in Inferno, we're the code is the Retake Squad. Like, are we serious? I mean, like, what is this? I mean, the story writes itself at this point.
We swear it's not a script. We are
and just so you know, the secret codes, they're all written down before the tournament.
Yeah.
Like that, the Gleam codes are pre-built, so like we can't just change it to make it sound more funny. I mean, I wish we could, because I would have had a ton of ideas, but you know what? Like, we are absolutely like running as much as we can, for as hard as we can, to get back into the game. But until then, I got an update for you for the score. It is 9-3 for Dragon Esports at the end of the halftime. And yeah,
didn't
I don't know how
off
that
at
happened.
Like 6-3?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess they ran ahead a little bit. Yeah, 9-3 is the score that we get here. Yeah.
Okay, so 9-3 split. Wow. Dragon Esport on. They're going on to the CT side as well. And I mean, considering this is their map pick, I'm not going to jinx it, I'm not going to cast or curse it, but for now, it seems like they've found themselves quite comfortable.
Hey man,
on it.
my homies are winning. My homies do be winning. Alhamdulillah. Like, they're winning, man. They're winning. Let's go. Like, you know, like, this is the whole, like, mashallah gang here, where we like 9-3 up and we're trying to win. You know what was the most famous club in MENA in Counter-Strike in CSGO for like a very long time?
What was it?
Bismillah Peak.
Oh,
like, yeah, like that was like such a fun time back in the day, man. Oh man, like it makes me feel bad, because like most of the MENA players now, they've made the exodus to I'm just gonna say it, even though I work the game, so please guys, don't tell on me, don't snitch on me, no rats in here. The inferior video game, the inferior FPS, wink wink, don't nudge, people are playing now.
We can't say it, but we're just giving suggestions. You know, you can let your freedom.
I mean, no. We can say it, but I can't say it outright, because then people might think bad things. And again, I'm just gonna say it. Like, the game isn't bad. The game is actually fun to watch. Yeah. I love the storyline. I love everything. But as does the pinned tweet of the official CS account says, Counter-Strike is unmatched. Like, you can do everything that you want to do, but nothing is gonna be like Counter-Strike ever. This formula is magic.
That is true. CS it's like the pinnacle. Personally, for me, not the best FPS, because I have my own little, I have my own little vertical
Okay,
opinions
wait.
and game
What's your opinion? Wait, what's your opinion? What's your top FPS of all time?
Rainbow Six Siege.
Like,
I think it is the most technical game. I don't think there's a more deep game when it comes down to how complex it can be than Rainbow Six Siege.
it's complicated, but it's not complicated aiming gameplay wise. I feel like it's like a lot of the smaller nuances and like having the mental fortitude to deal with the cheaters. But right now, we don't have to deal with that. We're dealing with legitimate play right here. 9-3 from uninvited guests. It's actually them on the 3, and maybe them on the 4. Valor's a lot healthier in comparison to Njuki, but it doesn't mean much because Valif is able to punch in the digits. Bomb is down, but a single shot through the head from the USB and it all switches on his head.
All switches on his head again. That's the one upside of carrying a USP over what Valif, the Glock he has right now. Even though a body shot though will count just about as much, so a lot easier to work with. You saw him hopping up. He's just looking to contest him on the hallways of apps, but right now Valif is playing games because he recognizes that Njuki is playing against time, so he's rather just going to run away than look to contest the player. He doesn't know how much HP is on the count, so both of them are trying to run away from it. Valif is able to get away just 5 ticks of HP and around for uninvited guest.
Yeah, I know. Right now, things are looking absolutely safe. Like, if I'm an uninvited guest, I'm like, okay, you know what? We're still alive. Things are working out okay. And we're hoping, 9-4, 9-5. There's a force buy from Dragon Esports, and this is where the game can get dangerous.
Dragon Esports have pushed forward, but again, why the price looking macro and Soulspush just finding 3 instantly. Uninvited guests are quite relentless. They're just spraying through, hoping to find anything. But again, the CT players here have been wiped out to the final 2, even low HP on the scout players. So a bit of a force buy here gone against them. And even trying to push forward, maybe not the wisest of moves, but at least they try testing the waters, and some of the players from uninvited guests are extremely low on HP.
Now it's 4-on-2 and scout. Yes, those 3 players could be work, but that's exactly what I thought. It's all down to that there, and he makes it competitive, but not competitive enough. He's taking down macro. This really would have been around to play. He would have had the space and time to isolate that one-on-one on better terms, but now we'll see how things would actually go on a different line.
Yeah, Dragon Esport won't be able to get their M4s just yet, but they're going to go for nicely USPs, 2 Deagles, and a Scout, 3 Deagles to make up for it. Small investment once more. Small investments, because now we've seen it. They can still do some damage at most, but again, compared to what the uninvited guests have to offer, it's clearly going to be a bit underperforming. Although for now, they're still hopeful to see what these Deeks can do. And Ryzo, off not to the greatest of starts, considering he's on 9 HP and his teammate Ox is out of the competition.
Well, right now, the Eagle from Njuki. That's a warning shot, I guess, but no warnings from Macro. Straight heads, good damage from Ryzo. And I understand the Dragons feel like they have a bit of a buffer, so they can definitely try to make some damage, but right now the damage doesn't work out in their favor. They'll have to restructure, go back to the full buy rounds, all 5 alive for uninvited guests, and even if they lose one, maybe not the end of the world for them, but they know that they don't want to give away an AK for free, and Fata will instead be the free. They'll be getting none of those Eagles really finding that much, only the undercore finding the spray down on the torso. But the gift set now is dwindling. The buffer is only 3 rounds, and Dragons have got to wake up and make sure to seal the game if they don't want us to actually go to the nuke. I don't want us to go to the nuke, unironically. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Yes, my bias to my homies is a little bit there. I will be happy if they close it off 2-0. But I think that uninvited guests are showing a really bright T side here.
Yeah, I want to go to Nuke. I love the map. And I think Uninvited Guests are the team to do it right now. They're off to a good second half start. They've already won 3 rounds now. They're going to need to make this one count if they want to continue down a similar path. Now, Gujyomka, slight bit of damage, a slap on the wrist, that 44. But won't be too much again. Dragon Esport, they just gave it a bit of a warning shot here for the opener in the window. Macro is going to be extremely close to a confrontation with Raizo, who's right around the corner. He can try to play it safe, but it's the AK that comes out on top. No support here. Pushed by Ox, up close with the op, finding one a second. Does he keep on re-peeking? Yes, he does not learn his lesson. That weight on him. And now Sazvash opening things up into lane now. Final 2 players from Dragon Esport will be riddled down to 1. Lambda coming in from B side, only to find a kill onto Valov, but is it worth battling the final 3?
Absolutely great. Sazvash again, another one for him. And well, we'll be seeing if, you know, much is actually done. Things do end up changing. I gotta say, happy to see Uninvited having such a streak, and I'm feeling a deja vu from the Dust 2. Are you with me? Is this just Dust 2 all over again, but in reverse?
It seems like it. It very much seems like it. It's not the same, but similarities. Ooh. Poor Ox. What did the man do to deserve that?
The kills coming in. Oh, with the TK as well. Okay, all the kills coming in, really.
It's been completely painted red. Uninvited guest again. We talk about a bit of deja vu. It's the exact same repetition of the previous round. Uninvited guest just finding a couple of kills. Dragon Esport returning 1 or 2, but then in the end it's down to 1v3, which isn't expected to be won by Lambda.
We'll see how things would actually go. You know, for now, as time does go on, it's a really solid list for Uninvited Guest, and it's the single round. That's the difference between the 2 teams. Dragon Esports, I mean, I thought on the CT side they might be able to lock it off, but right now, it has gone completely awry. And this is their one chance. This is the round. If they lose, just take a timeout now even. I don't know why they're waiting until they lose and taking a timeout. Like, why are both teams scared of just sitting there for a few seconds? Guys, talking is good. I know that we have too much, but for you, some talking is good, I promise.
Yeah, after playing a bit too many comp matches, I can tell you that talking in CS isn't always best. But if your teammates like this, just taking a bit of a chill pill, waiting for things to dissipate, and of course, letting all this energy calm down so you can be at peace once more. Not the worst. It doesn't sound the worst now, does it? But again, I don't know why these 2 teams are very allergic to it either. Although for now, Dragon Esport, even though Ox has been an absolute phenomena of a player throughout both the maps up until now, Dragon Esport have constantly been offering him up as a sacrifice.
Well, we'll see if that sacrifice actually, you know, leads to something. Usually a sacrifice needs to, like, have some equivalent exchange. But the guests right now, they're just taking it all. Raizo with something. A second kill would be pivotal, but it was not his. And now on the court, having to fight a 2-on-3. Extended smoke, the big kill from Injuki. 2 from him, but it's gonna be Arsenal to lock it in the injury time. And that is an absolute beauty of a flick. 9-9. And Dragon Esport, this was supposed to be their best odds. Like, I don't know where Arsenal even pulled that one out from.
Oh, wow, Uninvited Guests are really, just performing what Dragon Esport did on Dust. It's exactly the same. Well, just, again, different rounds, but in general, still, though, very similar. And now Dragon Esport, I'm hoping they don't crump some of these open rounds. They've been constantly the ones to give it up, and not much in a 4v5 situation that could have, again, that 5-5 you finding the opening could result in the opening once more. Juki falls here. Dragon Esport, maybe it's not Ox that's the one giving up, but it's still a god less.
And right now, just pistols, so you know the expectations are definitely set a lot lower, but on the court, if he finds something here, would be great. But the timing just couldn't have been any wrong. Macro with one, Ox next on the chopping block. And they got the numbers. No backup here for Dragons. It's pretty much double digits, I think, Buffo. So, like, I don't even know if there's even much that would go anywhere else here. I feel like it's just going to be an easy time for the majority of the other side. Just take it away, you know, lock it down, and be happy about wherever it's going to go.
Yeah, 100%. It's been so many rounds that Dragon Esports deal a lot of damage to the players of uninvited guests, like bring them down to 5, bring them down to 1, 30, 20, you name it, right? Or even a 1v1, but in the end, they're not able to close it out. It's still 1v2 here. Rizo's looking to swing, but a bit of a dink in the back of the head of the Larson here. Getting dangerous, or rather, he's the one who finds it onto Macru. But uninvited guests, double digits theirs. Now Dragon Esport once more had an opportunity to start catching up. And please, maybe just use a tactical timeout.
You're asking for too much. You're asking for too much. Okay, like, yeah, straight through it we go. You know, just the Alamo. That's it. We're sending it. I mean, they are truly sending it. The op on the line. The smoke, try to hold the one-way. Ox hoping and praying that somebody's gonna peek him, but it doesn't really end up being successful for him. And now he's pushing through that smoke, but uninvited guests invited themselves, knocking on the door of the A side. A few steps made, and that will be enough to alert both Fatah and Rizo, but they might be putting too much of their attention on the balcony while the main front of that execute coming in through short, waiting to find something through the smokes, the utility to come in, and they are ready to explode on the site.
Yeah, they're ready, but they're being met with just about the same expectations as the players from Dragons here peeking out. Rizo with a kill onto Macru. It is returned, however, but again, doubled down as Lambda makes it much more of an effort for Dragon Esports to equalize themselves out on the double digits, and that's going to be the third already for one player, absolutely breaking death to the counter, and Juki to finish things out. And now we are once more at an equal spot. It's going to be not a single round of difference, and it will be uninvited guests to take the tactical timeout before Dragon Esport. How ironic.
I mean, this world is a cruel place, not gonna lie. After everything that they've done, imagine if like they lose a second round here, because Arsenal is gonna have to buy for at least one of his teammates, right?
Yeah.
And let's say that they want to get another op on the board. If they get the op and Arsenal buys for himself, that's the entire bank gone. And then if Dragon wins another one, like, it's game over.
Also, we're
that would be such a tough way to lose. I mean, I'm just imagining it, and it's already hurting my brain, man, if it went like that.
Yeah. But we're taking a look, right now, we're still having the moment to take a look over these kills, right? You take a look at Dragon Esport, 12-17, 10-12-19. It's like evenly spread. Uninvited guest, 20, 23, 18, and then it goes all the way down to 12 and 5 for Koji Omka. I mean, if the players from Uninvited Guests could just be a bit more consistent with each other and not need to rely on Macro and Squaz or Sazvash to do the heavy lifting, it could be a bit more balanced. And again, when Sazvash and Macro do end up falling, it could be a bit more reliable for others to do some of the lifting themselves. But in the end, like you were saying at the very beginning, it matters not how the matches go. I spoke about it for just a moment. They're able to get a kill. Sasfash to make up for that refrag as well and still keep the leverage within the hands of uninvited guests. Now, although Ox is attempting to find the kill back, it will not show itself.
Yeah, it doesn't really present them with an opportunity. And I do feel like everything is doing like the numbers on the brain of the Dragons right now. They still got 2 players back on the A site. And as long as they don't call the bluff, as long as they trust in Ox to hold that line, the push is going to come back into them. And we've seen both Fatah and Rizo at different situations where they just come a little bit short. So it's about damn time that one of them steps up and brings the game to a silver platter. A few of those players are low in HP. They can hear them coming in. Fatah low, Rizo high. 2 players on the side, but none of the kills connecting from Fatah, and he's gonna have to net that 1 goal. Rizo under a lot of pressure, and Fatah really should have done better from there.
After such a reunion with uninvited guests, stands at the pillar. It's all lived down to Ox having to make up for it. A 1v4 again. This player has either been taken out as the first or left in a clutch situation in the majority of these highlights. But what do you do, right? You're constantly handed this burden on your shoulder, and there's just not much of a place for you to carry it. He has the option. The blast cannon stands. He's able to strike 1 down, but there's still 3 standing in your way. 1 even a bit closer than you'd imagine, but expects them nonetheless. And finds the kill. There it is. Ox really doing damage in the final stage of the round, but it still will be for uninvited guests to claim. Now he's cooking himself up a meal, getting ready for the next. And yeah, Dragon Esport, you're going to need all the energy to deny uninvited guests from their match point.
Yeah, I gotta say, it's a little bit scary as well for like the way that it has gone. You know, it should have really gone a lot better for them. So the fact that now they're down, sure, they get to keep the op, but it's always like some of those cases where, like, you know, like, especially, I'm gonna be brutally honest here. I'm looking at an Injuki, I'm looking at Fatah, I'm looking at Rizo. Sure, like some of the times they're put in negative situations or situations where they need to claw back from a deficit. But right now it's the 5-on-5. They need to choose the terms of engagement. They've been allowing uninvited guests to take the game at their own pace, and if they continue to do that, it will only keep going worse and worse.
Holding them down, Ox is like the eye of an eagle, not letting anything pass on by, just waiting for someone to step into that line of sight, but it's not going to be happening so soon. Valve boosted. Oh, this is a great kill, and it shows itself just so perfectly. The timing could not be better. And Lambda being a victim to his own overzealousness. That's going to be a double kill from Ox. A Galat down mid. He is taken out, but again, this leaves up a lot better of a precedent for the final 2 players to make up for. Arson and Valaf are the only ones standing before them, and it's going to be Fatih and Juki now needing to make up for it.
Still alive. One above him from Graveyard. They're coming. The numbers are against him, but he's made enough time for Injuki to come in, and they have found a rescue. The Dragon, when they're injured, they're the most dangerous, and on their last leg, they keep clawing back at the guests.
Can we just take a moment of silence to realize that Ox put a bullet between the eyes, between 2 pairs of eyes down mid? That was round changing.
Absolutely scary the way that things are going in here. 11-11. The money's broken. 2 rifles only, Puffo. Like, this is the first time in this entire CT slide where Dragons are actually starting around with a firepower advantage of anything.
This is where uninvited guests, I imagine they're starting to feel the nerves, right? Dragon Esport, they probably get this round. They're already looking off to a great beginning here. You're carrying a MAC-10, a Deagle. There's no flanks currently spotted out, and you're still watching out for them. Dragon Esport, though, have set themselves up to be prioritizing both these sites just about as well. 32 split, reading well into uninvited guests who aren't necessarily fully sure on where they want to push it forward towards. Wasting a bit of utility, throwing smokes both the ways down towards short and long. Just trying to bait out some of these Dragon Esports players, maybe even just the utility alone, so they're left in much damage. But again, their buy is a lot more rich-filled than yours. Kojiomka takes a bit of damage, picks up the Mac, goes for close quarters through that smoke, hoping that there was going to be someone up close to be met with. But Lambda, again, Dragon realize how necessary this round is, so they're just going to play it safe.
Yeah, Ox. Excellent. Second kill for them. They're stalling for as long as possible. They're going back, but Ox now. We've got to be careful. He's let them pass, and I feel like it's the right choice, but Marco takes care of the one. Fateh needs to do it alone. Again, buys enough time for Ryzo to come in for support. But he lets him cross on short. They need to deny the plant, and he needs to do it now. Fateh locks it down. And this time, with the weakest weapon in a while, he's able to get the job done, and Dragons are on match point. Uninvited guests, broken, but actually no, they're broke, but not broken is the right word.
Yeah,
they're broke, not broken. I don't think they're broken.
They're not broken, certainly not, but they're definitely broke. Those Tech-9s are just screaming out. Difficult times call for drastic measures, and right now, Dragon Esports could finish out and secure themselves the grand finals tomorrow, or at least the entry upon them to go up against good guys if they're able to play this round accordingly and not give away the steam too quickly to uninvited guests who are, again, very desperate in a dire spot. Tech-9s in hand, sending the kill to mid, Molly out, but they continue forward into the hands of Ox, who finds one. Ryzo's second kill for his purple, and it's all going against him. One kill for Koji Omka, but is all that they're gonna get right now? They're still trying to hide their presence, but look at the push-up here, double, and Njuki finds one last as Valif is the last one standing. Tech-9 in hand, trying to find a resort, but it's not showing itself. You're gonna need to find a miracle, but miracles are mostly dreamt of as you're woken up to Dragon Esports 13-11, and the series being won to them 2-0.
Wow, I mean, we thought that this two was close. This came down to the limit. Credit where credit is due. They definitely did make Dragon Esports work, and I do think that the grand final is going to be an absolute cracker tomorrow, but this puts a lot of questions in my head, you know? It's two very different styles of CS that we've seen in the two semifinals. One, fast and loose, absolutely flashy. The other one is like, I would have said like more in my element, you know, that's the element of CS that I did like to see between the two Ukrainian lineups in the first semi-final. And of course, you know, as things do stand in the current moment in time, I do believe, you know, like it's gonna be a pretty good one. I'm just thinking about like good guys, you know, like how it looked. The op head-to-head is the thing that I'm most looking forward to. Again, it's me, I know, I am a big fan of oppers. But I think that, like, in reality, the one main thing that I'm expecting to see from Dragons, if Dragons have two riflers online and Ox is continuing to be consistent as he is right now, it might be their grand final. But it's the real problem. Like, you know, like we've seen Dragons in this one, and we've seen Dragons in map 1, where it's always like, it's Ox and someone else, you know? It's like Ox and Lambda, it's Ox and Ryzo in the Dust 2. They need to have more than one rifler online at a time. Otherwise, they will not be able to win an entire event.
100%, but hey, we're looking forward to these grand finals just as much as you are. So before heading off right now to let you go, do whatever you must, if it's evening, if it's morning, whatever the time might be. We just want to thank everyone who was involved today, all the players, and of course everyone in the production crew. Thank you so much, Volt, by the way, for coming along and casting alongside me these beautiful matches, which were very good, very close, and again, really set for the semifinals as how they should be. Tomorrow is the grand final. Don't forget to enter the Gleam giveaway that is linked once more. And what?
Speaking of which, speaking of the devil, how about we give the people a gift today for them being so generous to us? This is our record of a semi-final day, right? We were supposed to have another code for map 3. So, you know, just for the sake of the day, just for how great everything has been, the games, the reception, it's always great to give back to you guys. And remember, the Gleam link should be present. You just all need to do is press on it on Twitter. X, I guess it is right. It's called right now. Just press on it. You join automatically. You put in the secret codes. They add your chances into the raffle. And the final code for the day, the final code for the second semi-final is gonna be Aim Locker. That's AIMLOCKER. Again, AIMLOCKER. Aim Locker is the final code for the day. We have 6 codes here today throughout the stream. We'll have 5 codes in the grand final, and it is going to be an absolutely banging one at that. The two teams today have shown a pristine level of CS, I gotta say. And it's very funny, we go from season 8 where we're having a lot of teams from like Western Asia. Now we're like deep into the Europe kind of feud, and we have the team from MENA up against the Ukrainian team for the final. It's something that I don't get to see that often, and I'm really happy to be seeing. Again, Puffo, a big thank you to you. A big thank you as well to everyone at the side of the production, whether it's Hazy on the production or anyone else, like the observers, the replay ops, everyone. The big thank you for, they did their best because CSTV was really finicky today, and they did everything to make sure that one did actually go out. So how about this? Without any further ado, guys, if it's your evening, maybe you go get your sleep. If it's your morning for you, it's about damn time to start the day with the right amount of energy we've had from this semi-final. But without any further ado, I will bid you goodbye and good night.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yo, go, go, go.
Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why they say